All right, all right. Welcome everybody to Volition. Thank you very much for taking the time today to join us. We're going to be playing through some old school Saints Row. Have a number of folks here. Got Stephen Horn, one of the programmers on Saints Row. We got Mitch Cronin, one of the testers on Saints Row. They're going to be playing through it, kind of showing some cool cheat codes, showing some fun stuff they worked on, some of their favorite parts of the game. But we're going to have fun, just kind of anything goes. We will also be taking questions. We'll have some folks relaying in questions as you have them, so we'll bring them up on the chat. We will be moderating. Everybody play nice. We want everybody to have a good time and have fun, so be respectful. And with that, I turn it over to these guys. Thank you very much, and again, welcome to Volition and enjoy yourself.
Oh man, this takes me back.
And for the show, we have some Saints Row 40, which is really good. We won't be drinking it.
Get that in closer. You guys see all like the flecks of crap floating around.
And we got our freckle bitches. So you know, you're jonesing for a Jonesing for a
chicken bazooms.
Chicken bazoom. So we're all set.
A fun bag.
Yeah, jonesing for the fun bag.
A fun bag. We'll get canonized in a second. I feel like Hazel would suit this guy well.
There you go.
Really brings out his hair.
The customizations evolved a little bit.
I think we've gotten a little better since this. This was like for the time though. Like this was pretty.
This was hot.
Yeah, this like you couldn't do this kind of
launch
stuff.
Title on the Xbox 360. Our first Xbox 360 title.
Which was exciting.
In the launch window.
All right, clearly we want to make this guy fat. There we go.
There we go. Nice.
All right, we can play around this for a while. I'm definitely one of those players who will like spend very little time in customization. Just want to get straight in the game. Let's get canonized. Or we can quit the game. That was cool.
It's been a while since we played.
Yeah. I'm used to the newer ones. Did we default to? Oh, I think our default option was just back out to the menu. I gotta make that.
Wonderful.
All right.
Well, while Mitch is making his character again, since I introduced these guys, I'll introduce myself. I'm Clint Orso, the studio production manager. I am Volition's voice on Twitter and Facebook. So I've probably spoken to a lot of you folks on there. So now you can put a face to the name.
All right.
There we go. We done? We ready? All right.
I think we actually launched the game this time. Oh yeah, this is classic. Watches. No. Oh, whatever.
Man, fuck the bro. LeVar, you wanna let those bitches disrespect us?
What you think?
A little tagging.
I always thought like Jordan LaForge.
You remember? Yeah, no. Do you remember when Tim Chin made the mashup of that, where he actually had to cut that in there?
Tell you what, I'm gonna go grab my computer and I'll answer questions.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I have seen this cutscene way too many times. I think I saw the Saints Row 2 ones a bit more because I came on this one a little bit late.
Oh, I definitely saw this one a lot back when I was working on Saints Row 1. But man, it's been years. It's definitely a trip.
Yeah. No, we were in the office. We fired this up like a couple of months ago, and it's I think that's the only car in the game that has underglow. Like we wanted to have those in customization, but it never actually made it in. So I think that's like the only car you'll see those on. I'm not completely 100% on that. So that happens on every street. I feel like I feel like growing up in Champaign, we saw a lot of that, which is why we were able to get this so real. Always like Troy.
So cool.
Were you around the game originally was supposed to be called Bling Bling, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I joined the project after it got moved to, or after it got renamed to Saints Row.
Right.
But the source code repository is still named Bling Bling.
That's right.
He's a programmer, so he's going to use a lot of words I'm not going to understand. Source code repository.
Yes.
All right. What? That sounds painful.
You do some weird things in the industry, man. All right. Okay. Oh, it's inverted. Perfect.
Oh yeah, we defaulted to inverted Y.
Yeah,
That's how you knew that we were real gamers back then.
exactly.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I was.
It's amazing, though.
Wasn't this building right here kind of based off of the building we're in?
No,
Yeah,
kind of
because
a derelict
yeah, so
version of it. Yeah. So the building
so-
we're in now.
Yeah.
That's kind
This
of what
is-
it would look like in 80 years, maybe.
yeah,
Without any.
Mary Ann's is there's a greasy spoon diner below us that right now is called Die. But yeah, no, that's like the building we all
No,
work in.
which in Saints Row 4, there's a little bit of a
Yeah.
nod to Mary Ann's in the beginning. Yeah.
We do. We give a nod to a couple of our classic places. All right, let's get canonized. Okay, see now, in modern Saints Row, that would make. How do I sprint in this one? Did we? All right, I'll figure that out later.
The control-
Yeah, the control scheme.
scheme's a little different.
Yeah, I think we had sprint in Saints. I'm pretty sure we had sprint in Saints 1. You remember, Giant?
Who remembers?
Okay,
Because if,
I-
if you get all the tag locations, you get super sprint.
that's right. That's right.
Now
And you,
we probably shouldn't be talking to a guy who's off screen. Hey Giant, come grab a seat.
Yeah, we're talking over Steve's dialogue, too. So.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Somebody said right bumper. Is that
Yeah,
right bumper.
nice?
it's definitely one of the bumpers. I think it's right bumper.
All right, I tried left bumper, but that was I feel like that's the modern say. Oh man.
Don't lose this fight.
Cat's hair is indeed.
Well, that's we got a kick button, yeah.
Isn't it like if you press both the triggers at the same time, you block? Or
Yeah,
Yep.
but you can get through a block with a kick because that was it's our melee system that once you got a gun you never touch.
I forget. Did barrel roll stay in the game?
No, the dive roll tackle did not stay in the game.
I did not make the point.
That
No.
was-
Yeah, because you could do the rocket trick with it.
yeah, the barrel roll was amazing, and it had one of the best bugs ever. Where
Let's switch places so you can get on screen. You're still invisible. I'll sit off screen.
You proud of me, John? You proud of me? I won.
I'm proud, you did not get your butt kicked.
You could just, if you wanted to, though, in this mission, you could
I
just
could creepily
you
sit
could-
next to you, Mitch.
you could set your controller down, and the same
Yes,
thing
you
would
could.
happen.
The same thing does happen. It's unfortunate, but like I was saying with the barrel roll, for a little while, if you ran, I think if you did a barrel roll while you had the rocket launcher equipped, you would shoot barrels.
That would make it really cool. I don't think we ever had
That
a
would have
barrel
been amazing. You
gun.
would shoot rockets, but it wouldn't take ammo out. So you could infinitely shoot rockets and do a barrel roll at your opponents. It was fantastic in multiplayer.
That sounds kind of broken. Yes.
How's your English now?
My English is well.
Okay, good. Fantastic. Oh, multiplayer. Too bad we didn't have good old-fashioned Protect the Pimp.
Somebody asked when we turn on subtitles.
Yes, let me see if I remember. Okay, options. Here we go. Display? Yeah. Let's throw in VSync too.
Because that was our most popular feaure.
Clearly. Oh man. There's
And that
old-
was quite useful
Old
for being
Stillwater.
able to verify if you got the patch or not.
Nowadays, it's oh man. All right, I spent way too much time in. I tested interfaces, so I could. As exciting as that is. Oh, look at that! Right bumper with sprint. Thanks, internet dude.
Buy a gun at friendly fire.
Oh, plus we have these.
Oh, there you go. RP
Oh, look at that.
Sprint.
Oh man. Yep. Going to buy a gun.
I like how you're using the crosswalk.
I'm safe, Giant. The same. Just because I'm gangsta doesn't mean I'm not. I don't care about.
What? That's my moniker.
Here's a good question. Are we proud of the new game?
Yes.
And watching the reviews come in today,
It's pretty awesome.
that is awesome.
Yeah. No, we're pretty happy.
I for one am super
Oh.
stoked by some of the fans we have in the press and the media.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
This
it's nice,
is-
especially hearing from the people who get it. Like, we weren't trying to be other games. We're trying to be our game, and not every game is designed for everybody. But there's some people who just really enjoy this type of game, and it's good that they're able to appreciate it.
You know what I'm glad we added in the later
Well-
games? Fine aim.
Well, here's a couple. We're getting some good questions now.
All right, what do we got?
Maddie, are you in?
I'm totally in.
Okay.
Oh, God.
A couple of them here. Did you ever expect Saints Row to go into space? And some of these are probably good for Steve.
He just left.
For me, well, looking at Saints Row 1, probably no. I would have never expected Saints Row 1 to go into, to eventually lead into a series that would go into space.
I mean, even Saints Row 2. I mean, if you look at Saints Row 2, the story was actually pretty serious and dark.
There was the slight tie-in of Altor just kind of the whole time.
Sure.
RFG, but like that was almost a tie-in of just Volition stuff as opposed to, hey, someday they might be connected and we're gonna go to Mars.
Yeah, I hate to break the conspiracy theorists' bubbles about the Ultor Corporation, but that really was just, a Volition thing, kind of like the recurring appearance of the Cabots.
Yeah.
There was never really a plan to link Saints Row to the Red Faction franchise, though that could have been cool.
We were planning it all along.
Yes, it's a master plan. So
Yes.
another really good
I
question.
got shut down.
You ready?
Nope.
Oh.
Came unplugged and now I'm dead.
Okay, so this is a good one. Get a lot of feedback about this stuff.
You go freckle bitches, get yourself a fun.
Oh, Doris coming up, Giant.
What?
It's coming up.
What drove the change from a realistic gang that Saints Row 1 and Saints Row 2 were? Transitioning to Saints Row the third.
I mean, that's ultimately kind of a Steve question, but I feel like when we had Saints 2, a lot of the crazy that kind of came of that was you had our customization system and you matched with the very serious dark cutscenes we had, but here's this serious thing happening and you're in a hot dog suit, and now it's just man, you know what? This is really ridiculous. We have this thing that's very serious, but this other lighthearted side, and we kind of felt like that a lot of the fans, a lot of the positive reaction we got was latching on. I was man, this is utterly ridiculous. You know what? Let's embrace that. Let's embrace that and go further with it in 3, and that's where kind of 3 went the direction it did, where we started you know what? Let's get this even bigger and crazier and add more stuff into it, add more guns, more crazy vehicles, and just go nuts on the story. Because it started from that mix of, man, people with these nuts-ass characters in a situation where it's very serious. And then we ballooned from there.
Also, I think that just in general, having fun while just doing ridiculous stuff, more people can get on board with that than necessarily this story is really deep and in depth and really serious and we need to kill this person because of that. Whereas everybody has fun dressing up as a hot dog and hitting somebody with a dildo bat.
Well, and we were just talking about this among the SR4 PC team, and I think the best summary of the whole thing.
I would like to note the prices in the menu match up to what they actually are. It's $150 for a fist. I'm sorry, carry on.
That is an
Yeah, got to make sure that stuff lines up.
very precise. Yeah.
If you want to turn the mic towards you, that's you can just turn it.
So, we were just talking about the transition from Saints Row 1 as very much, I think it's a very fair criticism that we cribbed a lot from the GTA design manual when we were making Saints Row 1. And the summarization that we came up with I think is very apt. Saints Row 1, we were definitely making a game in somebody else's voice. And over the course of Saints Row 2, we discovered what our voice was. And really, Saints Row 3 was just the logical conclusion of that. We had all of this crazy stuff that we started doing in Saints Row 2. Things like the sewage truck. Things like running around, rolling around in an ATV while on fire, setting everything in sight on fire, just because.
Purple turkey.
And
Purple
this was
turkey.
awesome stuff. And so Saints Row 3 is really just the logical conclusion of that. I mean,
Oh, man. Yeah.
But I gotta be honest, I'm trying to get a business started here. But right now, the only podcast is so flooded with blind motherfuckers turning down. Now,
Wow.
You know, this was a part of the intro that I was maybe a little bit less than proud to share with my parents when I first showed them Saints Row 1.
You showed your parents Saints Row 1?
Absolutely. And I'm going to be showing them Saints Row 4.
I think I just showed them like a little bit of free roam, and
wait,
they
that's
didn't
not
really
reverse.
get it because it's one of them their video games. So
See, I didn't show, like, my mom will actually play games. Like, she'll play, like, there's, like, turn-based strategy, but she wouldn't... This, shockingly enough, is not the kind of game that, you know, my 6-year-old mother would not be down with. I'm going to recruit some hoes and deliver them to the brothel.
I think, speaking of hoes and feedback from others outside the gaming industry, my favorite bit of feedback I had was from a friend from high school that I hadn't seen in a number of years.
I have too many hoes to fit in the car.
And she asked if it was possible for the next Saints Row game to not have hoes in it. It's like, I'm sorry, that is just not possible on any level.
Well, to be fair, I think we just like went a little more equal opportunity and had a lot of male gimps and
we
going.
did go equal
I
opportunity.
feel like we started being a little
But
more
this was
inclusive.
also like right after Saints Row 1. So this was before we
yeah.
went completely zany and let you do anything.
Yeah.
And it was still kind of in that universe where, you know, there are walkers of the street.
So I got to read some good chat room
All right, let's have it.
from Blocks. My mother adores the Saints Row series. That's awesome. I can't
All right.
say that I would show my mom.
You gotta recruit them.
Well, I'm getting a 4-door car.
Gangster of Nerve says, I can't wait to show my parents the perpetrator.
I believe you mean penetrator.
Yes. But the perpetrator is a good one too. The violator.
I think that sounds like a good code name for it too.
Might like the rectifier. Your mom might like the rectifier. Your parents maybe. Your mom a rectifier perhaps.
I mean, the
That
penetrator
might be one that I
Not saying anything. Not judging. Just throwing that out there.
that might be the
Okay, they
the
need to-
probe might be something that maybe I don't.
Makes you look terrible at driving.
It's because we made the awesome decision later on to put accelerate and brake on the triggers, which I'm used to.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Didn't we have like the handbrake on the left trigger?
Yeah, the handbrake's on the left trigger, gas is A, brake is X, and so is reverse.
I used to be fantastic at driving in this game. I used
was
to be able
too.
to clear the. Well, of course, both of you guys were. You guys were on the
Irish
218.
Biscuits asked a question.
What's Irish Biscuit want to know?
Why can't any of the devs drive worth a flip?
Here.
You want to... I'm going to knock hell.
There we go.
Good job, Giant. All right,
You
let's...
handed me the controller as we're going.
Now you just turn the siren on.
Well, what's also important is
All right.
and right bumper because that recenters it. Because it switches it to look behind.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
You're so good at this, Giant.
You do get to slide a lot more. All right. I also haven't played this game in years, like any of us here.
Yeah, it's because we have all the buttons in place. We was like, you know what? Let's put everything on the triggers like most
man.
driving games.
I do miss the sliding though.
Are there alternate control schemes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't think there's one that puts the gas and brake on the triggers, though.
that is correct.
It's still pretty...
I'm sure
it'll be
there's
very entertaining to hand this off to everyone because they're going to be like, oh, why aren't I going
I
anywhere?
believe my little brother just said it's fun to play the game completely drunk.
I'm pretty sure
can see
that's
that.
the case for most games anyway.
And
But
yes, that's a 40 ounce of Saints Row brand malt liquor.
Let me take it up. Let me take it up to the camera so you can see all the
Show how
flex.
aged it's become. It's like a fine wine.
come on, Mitch, hammer it.
I don't know if I would describe anything about that as fine.
You can see there's stuff floating around in there. So I'm
Mitch, you might actually die if you drink that. I would recommend
No,
it.
I'm not gonna drink this. I like to drink, but I'm not gonna.
In fact, maybe we probably shouldn't even open that.
Yeah, I bet you it smells good. Oh my god, look at all that. It's like Giant's dandruff is in here.
That's beautiful. Thanks.
It's got that two-tone thing going like your
There
beard.
you go, Stephen. A little cheat codes make a return. So a number of Saints Row 4 questions. So we'll try to.
Ooh, cheat codes. Gosh, I don't think we have any cheat codes in Saints Row.
You're full of...
Don't hold me to that.
He's lying. There are.
There are?
Yeah.
Oh, well, fantastic. Hey, I mean, most of the cheats were eventually became the unlockable stuff. So
No, we still have a decent amount of cheats.
okay.
I wasn't sure if you were playing coy on purpose there, Steven.
And another a question that's been coming up at Neuro 14, I'll get to it. I haven't been ignoring you. Will we see Stillwater again? So that's kind of a.
Will you see Stillwater again? Can I answer that? Is that an answerable question? I mean, like, am I allowed to answer that?
Sure, I think so.
I think that response kind of answers the question.
Yes. So.
Well, no, it doesn't.
In most probability, we. Yeah, Steve. What were you going to say? Steve, Jaros, what would you like to chime in?
Yeah, you see it.
You will. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
You see Stillwater. I think it's.
In the most yes.
All right.
Reviews are out. People are already talking about listening to the game.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing.
You know, most of the game, Steelport.
There.
New and improved Steelport. Or worse Steelport, because
Easter eggs. What
Zinniac
about
destroyed.
Easter eggs?
That confused me.
There's one or two.
There's a couple, yep.
For the stream.
Okay, there's probably a lot, but, you know.
Yeah, sorry for the spoilers, everybody. But the reviews are out. You can read most of this stuff.
We have a no spoiler policy. I see that question.
No spoiler policy?
I don't know.
What activity are you
Will
doing?
the Pimp Slap
Hitman.
Glove from SR2 ever make a comeback?
I did like that. That was fun on multiplayer. Didn't one of the SKUs we turned that into something else? I thought we had to make that something else for like Germany or something.
They don't like big hands. And
No, because I think it's you could ragdoll dead corpses really easily with it or something.
Yeah, we always said, "Oh, why are you doing Hitman? This is the hardest thing to do in the game."
It's the best thing to do in the game. I was just going to talk about it a little bit. I wasn't gonna
Because
finish it.
this thing was
So we've got a question: is the campaign longer in Saints Row 4 than it was in Saints Row the Third?
I would say they're comparable, honestly.
There's more missions in Saints Row 4 than Saints Row 3.
All right, there's more missions.
From stage left, Steve Jaro says there's more missions in Saints Row 4 than Saints Row the Third.
That was the question, right?
Yeah.
That was the question.
Yeah,
Is the game
Is
longer?
the game longer?
Yeah. There's more stuff to go and do. Across the board, yeah. It's just, there's more shit to do in the game, and there's more missions.
There's absolutely more hours of gameplay in the game.
Oh yeah.
There's more missions to do. There's 37.
Alright, now I just need to find a weapon store to go buy some guns.
Irish Biscuits inauguration
What
station
gun do
should
you
be
need?
released on all the PS3
Pistol,
networks now.
bat.
Should be, yeah.
Yesterday was
Are we playing debug or
yesterday
something?
was North America.
I don't think
and it was
so.
in Europe the week before.
Let's see now.
Yeah, it should be.
So it should
I
be
can't
out.
remember if Sony's like if they launch stuff on Tuesdays or Thursdays. I can never get that straight. But yeah, it
You
should
need
be
a
out.
baseball bat?
Sure.
Open up the cell phone.
Oh no.
Oh, right. Actual sheets. Which we were just talking about.
Oh man, look at that sweet phone interface.
Right.
That looks like a phone from
Jeez,
2005.
Okay, baseball bat would be pound
This was
227 322 55.
what does that spell? Didn't they all have like funny words? I
You
mean,
know, a lot of them were based around words, and GameFAQs actually has a pretty good list. I mean, they figured out most of them.
yeah.
There's still a few entries that are numbers, but most of them were just things like I'll bet baseball bat is something like just baseball bat.
Yeah. Well, it starts with 2 too,
Creative.
so BA.
Also, this was made in the era before smartphones really were a thing. So you had keypads like that. Our phone interface has grown with the times, I really feel.
Now,
What are you doing?
do we have Molotov?
Are you trying to kill Dick in
The
downtown?
Molotovs.
I know, but
That is pound.
okay. Well, I'm not even sure that I have them available yet.
Come on,
Well,
Giant.
I don't remember where the phone is. Leave me alone.
Come on,
That's a good question here.
come on, Giant.
Found?
So,
665?
says, so will Saints Row 4 be the epic
6868.
conclusion, or might there be more in the series beyond DLC?
Who knows?
Forgot I actually have to give it to me.
You know, with just given how Saints Row is, there's always going to be crazy directions we can take this. So, like, I don't think we can say, like, I don't think we can ever say for sure, it's like, yep, we're closing the book on Saints Row. Like, you might think, at the end of Saints Row 4 was like, man, where are they going to go next? But I probably would have said that when we went after Mars in Saints Row 3, like, man, where can we take this next? So...
And I'm not probably going to actually find anybody because it's been too long for me to actually remember how to get these guys to spawn, but...
Well, some of them were just a random chance.
Well,
Yeah,
the
they
thing
were.
is that Hitman is probably one of the hardest activities to do if you don't know what you're doing,
It was a good place to ramp if you had a good car.
which I do not have.
Oh, do you want a good car?
Alright, sure. Hitman is one of the best activities to do early if you know exactly what you're doing, because you can kind of trick the spawning system into getting them to spawn by going special locations.
Let's try this guy.
Pound what?
Pound 288
288
72
72.
9463.
Let me see this list. I just want to look at some of these old cars we get.
Ooh. Damn it, stop doing that.
Good God, dude. So,
Oh, what?
you gotta play through the campaign and unlock your crib, buddy. Quit screwing around.
I thought we
in
had
there.
originally implemented that to just
Just
drop
drop it there.
Yeah.
That was, I don't think
just
that...
like the debug drop
No,
car.
that was Saints 2 we started doing that. Saints 1 had put it in your garage.
Alright,
I'm
what's
so
the,
disappointed in
alright,
myself
what's
for
the debug
forgetting that
command
because I'm the
for
guy who
drop
actually
hand
wrote the
grenade?
cheat system.
Yeah, because we had also had issues where if you put like 50 cars in via cheats, it'd crash.
Alright, give me hand grenade.
Oh yeah.
Or rocket launcher, either one works.
How many powers are in SR4?
There's...
Do you,
67. Don't we have like a chart?
Well, it's like there's like 6 base. There's like some base powers that you can add like elements to and upgrades. So like once you go through all of the permutations, there's quite a few. But like
There's like an infographic that like Zelly was pointing out to yesterday.
Yeah.
It has like just a bunch of like random, well not random, but just information on like we have 500 of
okay,
this,
the-
700 of these.
yeah, there's like
Infographic, that's right, the
Yeah.
infographic they posted.
yeah, there's like 8 base powers, and each one of those can be upgraded. And some of them like blast, where you shoot like an energy ball. You can add different elements to get different effects. Then you have upgrades, which affects like every element, and so there's like 8 base powers. Yeah, 8. And then with the elements really add a lot to it. Like you might have just like one power, but each element makes it do something completely different. So it adds quite a bit of gameplay to it. And even the upgrades, like it's not just like, oh, it does 5% more damage. Like when you get the upgrades, you feel it. Like they will go from feeling like, man, this kind of need to have those powers, but when you max it out, it feels badass. That's one of the things I really like. Like in Saints Row 3 and especially in Saints Row 4. You know, I'll play some other games, and I'll feel like, okay, they'll have upgrades and ways to, like, improve your character. And it's always like, oh, now you do 5% more damage. And you never really notice. It's like, okay, I see there's a number increase in my stat screen, but I don't feel it. But I feel like, especially like in Saints Row 3 and 4, like, we've made sure the upgrades, like, they have impact. When you get an upgrade, you know it. It's like, okay, now I'm really chewing through the guys. Or now they're all getting electrocuted. Or now they're all being set on fire. It's like, the feedback between that just feels really good. You really feel like you're becoming a complete and total badass in Saints Row. And I really like that compared with like a lot of other games where like you get the upgrades, it's like, well, I don't feel all that different.
Let's see
I
if I can
have a
remember this.
question. Did you bring back Protect the Pimp for multiplayer?
We get asked that a lot, and unfortunately competitive multiplayer did not make a return in Saints Row 4. We have like the silly activities like Cat and Mouse made a return, but Protect the Pimp, which we've been getting asked to bring back since Saints Row 1.
And that is how you do a stronghold in like 4 seconds.
Yes, you cheat in an RPG.
Technically, I could have bought a hand grenade, and if my aim didn't suck right now, I could have one-shotted him with a hand grenade.
I have one more. Will Viola and Mayor Reynolds be in it? I know you. Yeah. Will they be in it?
Viola is not. I don't think she's in deal with anything else. And
I'm trying to
then
remember, don't we have Viola's voice in there?
Viola is talked about, but she's never seen on camera.
Ah,
Yeah,
she's
okay.
talked about, but
Yeah,
she's
that's-
never seen on camera. Okay.
And then Mayor Reynolds.
Mayor Reynolds is a no.
Yeah, I don't think he showed up.
all right. Are you,
So where are we at? You
I-
you just filled the Carnales
I think
Lieutenant
we're
and-
almost about to complete the tutorial.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the climactic finale. Oh,
Yeah,
you don't.
that's too
I was saying you don't have a 4-door car, buddy. That's a rook move, man. You know better, Giant. You know better. Is that the Nordberg?
You know it.
Yes. That's white too. That's fitting.
I got a tip for this turf war going on right now. If we crash the party, we can take all those sons of bitches out.
This is
Oh, you're a terrible person, Mitch. Good job.
This is what makes this game awesome. Oh, wow. I wonder what we had on the radio.
Were there any aspects of the game that you wanted to put in but didn't because it was just too ridiculous?
Too ridiculous? I don't think too ridiculous has ever been the reason.
Well, yeah.
It's always been not enough time.
It's always
or-
been not enough time. I mean, everyone's favorite story from SR4 is definitely the dragon, which we had this we had this little sort of like game mod
Game jam.
Yeah, sort of. We spent a week basically just doing whatever the heck we wanted in terms of adding new stuff to the game, and one of the groups put together this dragon that you could actually get on and fly with, and it flew around like VTOL, and it was actually really awesome. But to make it polished and to make it work throughout the entire game was going to be just too much time. And it's kind of and you've always got to play that balancing game between how much is it going to benefit the game, how much does it fit into the game, versus how much time do we have to spend working on it. And if we had all the time in the world and all the money in the world, we would probably eventually release Saints Row, the next Saints Row game, but we would have so much stuff in it.
That's true. We do actually want the game to come out at some point, so we have to stop adding stuff.
Well, it's like it's kind of like movies. That you never finish a game. You release a game, but you never really finish it. There's always something else that you want that you wanted to get in, that you wanted to put in there.
You're almost dead,
Oh, wow.
Giant.
I am almost dead. I should eat a burger. Just like real
I
life.
think that was man. Yeah. You have a hamburger if you're ready to go. I guess like maybe Chad. Eat the fist. That was
so good. Here's some free food. It feels so much better.
It wasn't free. That was $150, man.
Well,
That was $150 burger, buddy.
I mean, it sort of worked during crunch time with all of the crunch dinners that we had in Saints Row 1.
Well, yeah, Saints Row actually had crunch lunch for a while too. So you had lunch and dinner, and there's this horrible pizza place which I can talk because I closed a place called Johnny Never's Pizza. you remember that, right, Clint?
I do.
It was like eating like dried out cardboard with some cheese on it.
So we got another question.
So would that be?
Oh, sorry.
Would that be better or worse
Sorry,
than
guys,
Jim
what?
Jules?
Oh, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, that's another one. How many? Let's see where it's at. How many angry, concerned letters, emails have you received about the nature of the game? So that's a good one. We get a fair.
I think
Ton.
Alex is probably like fields a lot of some of that.
She gets a few. We get a lot of great. People do some really great stuff for the where like with the Humble Bundle and stuff. Like that.
Yeah.
We actually had someone send us the full price of the game in cash and say thank you for what you did. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted you to have this and blah blah blah. So we actually turned around and gave it to a charity.
That's cool.
And reached out to him and stuff like that. So we've had some cool stuff. I'd say we get probably equal. A few things of hate. A lot of the feedback is why'd you change Saints Row 1 and Saints Row 2 and do Saints Row the third? So there's a lot of
that's
that
been
stuff.
one of the more popular ones.
We understand those opinions.
I don't feel like we've
Respect them.
gotten all that much where it's like, man, your game's pure filth and corrupting the youth of the nation or anything like that. But
Surprisingly enough.
I feel like we haven't really drawn on a whole lot. I think maybe it's just like we're so ridiculous. Like it's so ridiculous where it's more of like kind of like a comedy thing since we're not. I mean, again, like I said, Saints Row 1 and 2 were actually quite dark and serious, and Saints Row 3 was like over the top. But I feel like because of some of the nature of our game, I don't think we drew as much ire from that. Which, hey, I'm fine with. I'd rather feel the good stuff.
So what was the hardest Saints Row game to create?
You are watching it right now.
Oh, hands down, this one.
Yeah, this was the studio's first attempt at really an open world game, and it involved the studio tripling the size of its staff for development. So it was literally 3 times bigger than any game that the studio had done before it. And between that and all of the technological lessons that we had to learn about open world gaming.
It's also our first on 360.
Yes, it was also for a brand new console.
Yeah, well, then next gen now.
Yeah, like Saints Row 2, we already had the IP. I mean, we didn't know necessarily where we were going with it exactly. But
well, Saints Row 2 had its challenges as well.
Saints Row 2, we had something called co-op, which was a breeze. I mean, really, that was pretty simple. I took like 15 minutes to get that implemented.
like
And
you just
yeah.
switched to on.
Yeah, I understand that that Brian Bosse did co-op in a weekend.
Yeah, and I think the first day of that weekend was him just getting really drunk. Yeah, he got drunk and was like, you know what? I think we need to make co-op. Hey guys, check this out.
But I definitely agree that Saints Row 1 was the toughest of the series.
Yeah.
Hands down. Hands down.
We're still trying to figure everything out, whereas everything else was just kind of iterate and see where this evolves.
And it was like, what, a year and a half of solid crunch? Because we just weren't, we just had no idea what we were getting ourselves into.
Yeah, it was...
I was lucky. I only came in on the last 6 months of that.
Let's get this shit started.
But if you want to talk about a trial by fire, you know, being told, oh yeah, this is kind of, you know, going to be the flagship product of our studio. It's kind of make or break, you know, and we'll let you get away with a 40-hour work week for, you know, the first week to orient yourself, and, you know, then we're going to have to ask for a few extra hours, and oh, by the way, here's a bunch of systems, and we need you to bug fix them.
Another question. Oh, not a question, but a request. Make sure to visit Chicken Ned.
Chicken Ned.
Oh, man.
Fuck yeah.
In case
Steve
you can't...
Jaros approves.
Steve the writer says, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah from Steve Jaros.
Ned, forgot about that dude.
Well, now we can finally get that car.
Yeah. Finally get the Trazion. Could have just saved some time and just forced it to spawn at the airport. Now that I think about it.
Stefan.
What was the reason the protagonist didn't speak in SR1 except for like one cutscene?
3 lines.
You mean 3 cutscenes?
4 lines, actually.
Right, it was
4 lines.
Yeah, and that's...
The
Right.
reason for that was because we were thinking... The thinking was that by not having the player talks, the character was customizable, that it would go and the player like more have to put in their own mind, they imagine the person to go and be like.
Should head to the airport, take some smooth
But
jumps.
ultimately,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not having people talk.
Airport
Since we were talking
was-
about doing it, so we decided to go and make
There
you
we
talk
go.
more in Saints Row 2.
I don't know if any of that was heard by the microphones.
We need to get you a microphone over there.
Yeah, well, Steve, tell you what, let's hope Steve Jaros will be on the mic and playing the game probably, half an hour, 40 minutes?
Oh, man, our GPS system's
He
awesome.
will drop all the
Well, with me
knowledge.
too, and so
For sure. We've got our next couple of folks, oh, okay, Jeff, I saw him walk by. So thank you, Stephen. Much appreciated. Scott, thank you so
Mitch,
much.
I'm going to block your view.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think you improved my...
Question of etiquette. As it passes, pass with the...
All right, I'll come over here so that
All right.
All right.
easier for Jeff to get in when he gets here.
Morgan Murphy, everybody.
Hey, all.
Designer on Saints Row.
He was in QA with me on this
Yeah,
guy.
I was
though,
QA.
yeah.
Right.
I was the Crit Path team. So I'm probably as good a candidate as any, certainly inside the studio, for who has played this game start to finish the most times.
Yeah, I've
Because
actually
I'm
never
in
beaten.
3 figures.
I've actually never beaten this game.
Well, that's partly because of the last couple missions of the game, right?
No, that's because I spent all my time on all the interface and customization systems.
Oh, and you didn't play it after it shipped?
I think it's still in the shrink wrap, actually.
I played, even after the number of times I played this, I played through it for my wife at home.
I mean, not this. It's like an awesome game, but I think
We have
after.
a request to open the Freckle Bitches box and see what's in it. It's right behind you, Morgan.
All right, let's see what's in here. I don't even know. Let's see. Oh, it's
Oh,
sealed.
it's sealed. Holy, it is brand spanking new. Hopefully, there's nothing.
As new as this 40 down here.
There's no real.
All right,
It's like a
There's
hamburger.
no real
it's a moldy
food or
hamburger.
anything, yeah.
we're cutting it.
This is like when Geraldo opened up Capone's vault. Man. You never know what you're going to see in here. Who remembers that?
That was an odd comparison there, dude. So the Geraldo opened up Capone's vault?
I'm
Or the Freckle
totally
Bitch?
dating myself on that.
Wow.
Jeff Harris, come
All
on,
right.
everybody, my friend.
What's up, dude?
This is Saints Row 2 here.
Everybody, Jeff Harris, UI artist extraordinaire.
All right, we got
You
some
want
unboxing
to
for
play this
here.
shit?
And
Oh,
world
yeah.
famous DJ.
We've got the Saints Row 2 gun pack and the Saints jersey.
Oh, dude, the control scheme's different.
And
Yeah,
the
no,
Saints
it's on the buttons. It's not on the triggers.
Oh,
A's accelerate, X is brake, and left
We've got
trigger.
some great vouchers for discounts off of THQ games.
and then that's the horn.
Yee!
Okay, A's accelerate. Awesome.
Yeah,
This
We've got a
is so
Saints
many.
ID. And we've got the Saints Notebook, that if I remember rightly, this has a bunch of Saints Row 2 trivia in it. Character art and a checklist of all the cars. And
Where are we going?
We're just fucking around. You can do
yeah,
whatever.
this is like the special edition of Saints Row 2, and
We
it's
beat
no
the
longer
tutorial.
meant
Oh
to-
man, I forgot we had a fucking train you could ride.
Can we do the loan shark and kill Mike and Dan?
I'm game.
That's like my favorite thing. I forget where
Did
it
y'all
is.
go to
though.
see Chicken Ned yet?
We haven't seen Chicken Ned
No,
yet.
we just have to go by the chicken restaurant and grab the phone number off of the
I think
wall.
it's somewhere in here.
I don't remember it anymore.
Oh, I remember there's one of my. Oh, sorry. Well,
What, in your opinion, was your favorite game to design for the series?
Game?
Game.
Gang.
You know what? I didn't design any of the gangs.
Maybe it wasn't that good of a question.
But my favorite gang is probably.
I'll answer that one later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve's got it.
Steve's gonna answer that later.
Steve's gonna answer that.
Steve
That's good.
Jaros has plenty of questions to answer whenever
Oh
he's
my
up.
gosh.
Sure.
Because Steve did all the work, anyways. We
No,
just watched it happen.
lies.
We watched it all happen.
Right.
So,
Steve Jaros presents a Steve Jaros joke.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It's like your Spike Lee.
Oh, dude, this car's gonna blow up in a
Yeah.
second.
The favorite bug we had in this was as you saw, we had the slick phone interface. You can call an ambulance. You call 911, ambulance rolls up, and it would heal you. But for a while, the ambulance would roll up, Lynn would get out, throw up, and then sit down. Actually, yeah, if you go to a liquor store, you can get wasted to the point where you start puking.
Oh, I want to get wasted.
Yeah, because we
in the game, Jeff? Or
No, yeah, both.
I remember in the
Got the 40
like,
right there.
Oh, I don't think that's drinkable.
not in a good way.
Where is the loan
It's-
shark, dude?
remember you
There's
could
one up
get
in downtown, I remember.
yeah.
Downtown's way up here.
Yeah.
God, I keep thinking this is Saints
Yeah.
Row 3.
I know. So like,
Terrible.
Here, I can probably drive us right there. If you
but
want.
back in the day, so
I got the GPS, man.
we had the liquor store. We had like in the liquor store, we said like, hey, if you drink, you get beer, like you get extra melee strength, and if you smoke weed, you get resistant to damage. And we had that like out in the front. Like ESRB was like, nah, you can't have this drug. Just give you positive effects. So like, we just took it off the interface. It says, but they left the effects in. We just took it off. Be like, oh, hey, drink beer to get stronger.
That was probably my favorite thing to do on this game, actually. I got to paint all the drug icons and beer icons. So like I was like sitting there, I was like, oh, I'm painting weed. This is the best.
It was, just for the record, it was herbal cigarettes. Okay, right?
I don't know what I would say.
Well, in my mind, I was doing something else, so it was awesome. Just painting herbal
Under
cigarettes.
the advice of Legal Lee.
Legal.
Yes, those
That
were
was an herbal
close.
cigarette. Thank you.
They're popular now.
Oh my
Cloves,
god.
that is.
So what are your guys' favorite characters in Saints Row 1?
Dude.
Oh man.
Donnie's kind of near and dear to my heart,
Is
actually.
Pearson
It's
Saints
like,
Row 1?
I kind of like Troy.
Troy's
It's like
badass.
Michael Rapport was voices. Like I thought he did a good kind of. But I was a fan of Troy.
Benjamin King's badass.
Ben King's like legit badass.
He's pretty badass.
Dex is worthless.
So we got some cool requests here. Stefan, if there's any.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Stefan, and the Chicken Ned number.
We're
555-2445.
555-2. All right, call it.
555.
Is it pound?
4. Oh, did I have to do pound?
2445.
No.
Oh,
Come on.
area code.
24. What's
2445.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
backspace through the times.
One more.
Yep.
2445. There we go.
cell phone? L Wireless? I made
Yes.
that up.
Yeah, L.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
shift ended.
Chicken Ned.
All right, let's call Chicken Ned up.
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah,
He's on his way.
Yep.
Chicken Ned.
There
He's
he
right
is.
there in his.
In his fantastic car, the Chicken Mobile.
Wasn't one of them like
I
the?
love this guy. Let's go beat up some people. Chicken Ned.
Get him, Ned.
Come on, Ned.
Should get some beer
Join in
muscles.
on this. We do need beer muscles.
Yeah, you gotta get
Keep
wasted.
forgetting about getting wasted.
You gotta get wasted, dude.
What's wrong with me? All right, is there a getting wasted spot anywhere nearby? I know.
The jewelry
Some
store.
liquor stores in the
Jeff
upscale
is on a
downtown.
mission.
There's all these unknown stores.
I think that one that you were at up top there.
I feel like that's right.
All right.
Man, it's been
Chicken
forever.
Dad, hurry.
I gotta admit, speedrunning Crit Path, I did not visit the liquor store a lot.
I should. You know what, Lorcan? You should probably drive because you know how to play this game.
I feel it'd be more entertaining, Jeff. Watching someone who doesn't know the gameplay.
Well, I'm gonna get drunk and then I'm gonna really drive. Show you how it's really done.
This is like the
We
best
are
area to
not-
off-road through here.
I'm talking about the video game, guys.
We at Volition do not condone drinking and driving.
Legally.
Legally.
Yes.
Do not get wasted and drive. Oh, that's the. Oh,
Dude,
wow.
what's up with all those movie theaters, man?
That's where you can replay missions.
Dude, it's so awesome.
That's a feature
I
we've
was just
had.
I was
There it
right
is.
by one. What is this game?
It's like you worked at it or something.
Totally made this game.
I totally.
Yeah, the mission replay thing is probably one of more. Oh, that one you did not rank streaming.
Epic. Oh my god.
And one of the slowest cars in the game.
Dude, remember that time when we had all the holes in the world and we had 2 weeks to finish the game?
Oh, we did that PDS bullshit where it's
Yeah.
like, all right, sometimes you'll go this place and the world disappears.
And then so we had this badass system of like hundreds of Xboxes that one of our lead programmers put together, and like it went through the world and calculated all the missing parts and geometry of the world, and like it figured out most of it, but then the rest had to be done by hand. So we had the whole team
Oh yeah,
looking
everyone.
and like tagging geometry to make sure it wasn't missing.
Yeah, and like the system we used was a system that was like built for corridor shooters, and we're like, oh, we'll make this work in open world. It's cool.
Oh come on, these guys just aren't fast enough.
Come on, Ned, get your ass in gear.
Gotta get wasted.
Dude, I'm
There's a
feeling
cheat
really.
code for beer muscles.
There's a cheat code for beer.
It's better just to drink the beer.
What kind of place sells liquor and drugs?
Brown baggers, baby.
Only in Saints Row can you buy liquor and drugs. Okay, we're gonna purchase some items. God, whoever made this interface.
You.
Something's blocking my path.
It's you and Aaron LeMay.
Oh my god, this is terrible. And that's... God damn it. Okay. And then the alarm went off, now I can't shop here. I just want to do drugs. Cop shop. There's a problem with this game. I can't do my drugs.
This is always the best, where you have the cops and another gang, or the cops and two other gangs, all rolled up on each other.
I just love the gangs in this. They're all like just thugs in this game. This is my favorite Saints Row game conceptually.
You gotta go to that.
So now I gotta go to another liquor store, like a different one.
You should probably go to one of those forgive and forget to tank your
Oh
notoriety.
yeah, I forgot we had those
Yeah.
right
Getting all
here.
kinds of cheat codes.
Yeah, everybody's like, they want beer muscles and no cops.
Clear.
What's happening?
No
You want
cops.
to clear police notoriety?
Yeah, I'll clear it. Yeah, that sounds great. Because those
What is it, Maddie?
Hashtag 66.
We call those pound signs.
six
Back in the day, called them pound
six
signs.
six.
I got YOLO swag, guys.
662
Oh my god. 662
It's horrible.
677.
677.
God, I am I feel so young.
Just said,
Oh, look at that.
But now it's permanently no cop notoriety. So does that mean they're not
I
after
think
me?
there's a, I think
No,
there's
it's
an
a
option.
toggle in the cheats menu.
Oh.
So right
Turn it
now you
back
still
on.
got the cops.
So I can just toggle it for a second.
Yeah.
All right, where's that cheats menu?
To get drunk.
Oh yeah. No cop notoriety. This cell phone is like so new school, dude. It's blue. Seriously, they're like, make a cell phone, and I'm like, and this is before touchscreens happened, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
so I gotta put these whole keypad on the phone. I'm like, I can't do this, but it's gonna be blue, so it's like a touchscreen, but still old school.
So we got a question about how come there's never a cockpit first-person view for the vehicles?
Oh, dude, if only we had slew mode, we could show them the interior of the car.
It would be a lot of work for. I mean, honestly, I don't know how many people would be digging on that. And also, because the other things, like the textures in the cars, are we kind of one of the ways we kind of save. If we made those ultra detailed, oh man, it would.
That's
Memory's already kind of at a premium for fitting stuff in the game. So everything we see in this beautiful world of Stillwater here, it's taking up a little bit of memory. So we gotta like find areas like, okay, if we want to fit all this stuff in here, we gotta like, okay, what parts are players gonna look at the most? Like, okay, the buildings, the vehicles, the interiors of the cars are something people aren't gonna spend a lot of time. Most people aren't gonna spend a whole lot of time staring at. So we kind of like, okay, they're not gonna look quite as like blown out as detailed. But if we had an
He's got a
interior
Hitman
view,
target up.
I know, there's
You
a
gotta take
dick
him
somewhere,
out.
there's a penis.
you gotta use a knife.
Is this him? Do I have to
Yeah.
use a knife?
You don't have a
I
knife.
don't have a knife!
He just scratched his ass.
Who designed this activity where you need to have a knife to kill this dude? I'm gonna kill him. Die.
He's wheeling chicken.
Fuck you, Chicken Ned.
The humanity.
I hate all of them. Alright, here we go.
All right,
And I thought I had that cheat code on,
but
but not
it
do
just
it.
no,
It just turns it off once.
it zeroes it out, so you have to do it again if you.
Alright, these cops are dead too. And Chicken Ned. I just want to kill cops in Saints Row.
You just gotta get wasted, man.
I'm gonna get wasted
And then
I'm
throw
gonna
up. You gotta throw up.
I keep forgetting that the
The goal is to get wasted.
A button drive.
It's that
Pound knife or knife.
whatever.
Oh, it's too late. Oh,
He's already.
I gotta get drunk, guys.
You're trying to get your drink on, and then the cops and Chicken Ned fucked that all up.
Then Dick rolls up acting like scratching his ass.
Alright, now we gotta.
Fast event.
Yeah.
God.
I feel like we need an audio guy in here because we're getting audio questions.
What's the audio questions?
Like, apparently the rock station has been removed. Some from Saints Row 4. Some people are disappointed.
Oh no.
Oh.
That's terrible, actually. I like the rock station.
Like the hard rock station. I think we feel like an indie rock station, but
The heavy metal station.
Please,
I think.
some-
yeah, the metal station.
No,
Station is gone.
I can't purchase items because those beers in my way.
because you knocked the stuff over.
Oh my god. What's wrong with Havoc?
You just got to run away far enough for the interior to go back out.
Oh,
and then come back
God.
in.
I can't stand Havoc.
Knob Hill.
Is that
There's
far
some
enough, you think?
classy neighborhoods in Stillwater.
This is also. Did we? I don't think we had a working L train in 2, did we?
No.
I feel like this is the only game we had. If you
No, it was funny. We were going to say we wanted to like still have the L train, and like
don't knock that shit over.
And when
this
the
time.
discussion came
Walk
up,
slowly,
it was like
okay.
we honestly are not even sure how we ever got that to work in the first place. Was how that conversation went.
They're knocking over! I didn't even run into them!
It's okay, just buy all your booze now.
I want gin and juice, cognac, and bubbly. That's gonna make me drop drugs, too. I gotta replace... Oh, this is the best, the bong. I love the bong. Okay. Wait, we can do drugs in the store that you purchase them. This is amazing. Okay, cognac first. A little cognac. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, we gotta smoke weed now. Shit. Shit. Yeah, fuck yeah. Smoke weed. Oh yeah. And then we're hungry. We gotta eat. We got munchies.
Starting to get blood.
Oh,
You gotta drink it, so you gotta throw it all. You gotta.
Oh, gin and juice. Who drinks gin and juice? Come on. All right, 40. Oh yeah. Now do I have beer muscles?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you gotta drink one more thing, cause you gotta.
Am I gonna puke?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, no. I don't think I'm wasted yet. I'm not puking. Okay, I gotta buy more booze.
Go for the bubbly.
Yeah.
Bubbly get you wasted. This is actually supposed to be Cristal, but it's not.
The Lee again intervenes.
I didn't say that. Oh, look at 4 Cristal. This is expensive. Alright, we're gonna get wasted. This is actually one of my favorite things to do while working on the game. Oh. Oh my god, I can't even.
What's the car?
Oh, I can't punch anybody on. Oh, this is the best. Oh, yes. Some
got
things
some
you
people.
can't do in real life, but you can do in here. I love this game.
To get wasted, drive a cop car.
Drive a cop car. And run people over.
Are
Okay.
we not even
Man.
going to use the beer muscles?
I'm gonna use the beer muscles now. I probably don't have them anymore.
No, you got one more. Here you go.
Okay, beer muscles. Punch.
Got to switch to your fist.
I had to switch to fist? Oh, fisting motherfuckers.
Come on.
I'm too drunk. I can't make it over there.
There we go.
That was so awesome. Yes, kick him while he's down. Yes. Am I out of beer muscles already? God.
You're getting beat up.
Oh.
by a woman.
Oh, there's your knife.
Just really kicked my ass.
No, you still got some beer muscles.
I like that beer muscle action. And you deserve to be punched. Oh, my beer muscles are gone. Okay, what's next? Larkin, you want to play for a little while?
Sure.
Just, you can't do that to me. Oh, I just got smoked.
So, just to clarify, Protect the Pimp is gone, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm talking to an audio designer now about the music questions, so I'll have those
That's
shortly.
awesome. All right, Larkin,
All right.
get that
That's
tag.
over.
Oh, you know what we have in this game that's amazing? Is taxi mode. It's actually my favorite feature, and it didn't make it into Saints Row 3.
Well, tow truck.
It's taxi mode.
Oh, jeez.
Reggie,
What happened to the taxi, dude?
you turned in a circle and it despawned.
Yep.
Oh, we still had to go kill Mike and Dan. We could do that or something else. I don't know.
Do we have any NWA in any of the games?
NWA.
Did we ever get any?
I'm asking.
I know we tried.
well, we-
I
in a-
know on the legal side, NWA is very difficult to get licensed for.
I was gonna say, I
Rights
feel
to
like
play.
no.
Yeah, I don't believe we ever
I
did.
feel like it's no. I don't think we
Unfortunately,
We had it in the trailer, though.
We used
Yes.
internal trailer. We actually had a little industry insider information. Yeah, we actually used an NWA track because it was probably the best to convey a vision of the game. That's Saints Row 2 or 3.
Were you on Team 7?
Huh?
Were you on Team 7 that they designed like the initial like concept game with it was like if you want to design a video game, some of the things we do is like build a vision trailer for the game, and like that basically means like, and that's what we did, and we used NWA with it.
Yeah, I don't.
yeah.
I mustn't have been, but I remember with audio they were trying to get the rights to
Right.
it. But I think that was after he died, so it was really hard to get from his estate and everything. There's a lot of legal implications, which is unfortunate because that stuff's awesome. And
Totally.
Wow, would it fit? So,
Totally.
Yeah,
Can
unfortunately not.
Can I bring in Roel, because he's like everyone's like NWA, and then I have another question here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's answering this slowly.
Sure.
Where did
I have all your audio questions answered shortly.
Shark?
The audio team.
There it is.
Audio team,
Yes, it's the
Turned the
money
wrong way.
icon.
Oh, there we go.
It's the
Yeah.
only money icon on the map.
Mike.
Hey, Maddie, Poogasms has a good question for you.
Can you say that name again?
Poogasms.
Okay, just want to make sure I got
Can
that
the
right.
girl asking questions just pop open that 40 and down half of it?
I really am not sure that is
I
still
know
fit for.
that particular
There's-
one.
oh,
dude,
I'm
just-
not-
There's stuff.
Where's the
floating on-
camera?
There's stuff. I know. I put it up close to it earlier.
You did?
Yeah. There's shit floating around the bottom.
Where's the camera? I can't even see it.
It's between the speakers right there.
That's what I'm talking about. See there's like poop. There's poo in there. You don't drink it.
What's up, Roel? We got
Ugh.
Come
got,
sit and answer audio questions.
audio guy. We got
Should I
Matt.
move?
Actually, yeah, you guys want to come and sit in real quick? Show the
Me?
world. Show the world your face and say
Me?
hello.
All right. But I can't ask the questions.
I'll handle that then.
All right.
All right.
All right. What's going on?
Tag team
I don't
switch
know.
out.
There you go. Sift through the chaos of questions.
We've got all the music questions.
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
We're hitting the.
We got Roel Sanchez.
Audio designer, 604.
Hi. And I'm the intern.
Her last day is today too. So
It's my last
everybody-
day. All right. What are we doing?
All right, so
Audio
questions about
questions.
NWA. Do we ever get any NWA tracks? Were you able to
First or
hear
four?
any?
No NWA tracks. No.
No NWA.
No.
Yeah, that's what we figured.
That's it's high.
Uncomfortable couch number.
You know, NWA tracks are pretty high profile, pretty expensive, and it just didn't fit in our wheelhouse for this time. But I think we got some pretty good hip hop tracks, some old school things that people will like.
You gotta request for the zombie cheat.
Can
All right,
you
I don't
play
remember the
back
cheats
music?
off the top of my head. So.
Stephen Harris printed them out. Those two papers right there. They should have the zombie Lynn cheat on there.
Can you play back music, your own music, onto the the game you're playing?
It should be the same as Saints Row 3, where we support music playback for on via your dashboard. So we didn't add anything new in regards to that. So
All right. Are there any exclusive tracks written and recorded for Saints Row 4?
Exclusive tracks is the Bloody Beetroots, the source. That's what we're launching with. So they'll release as soon as Saints Row 4 does. So we have them, and they fit very well, and they'll be on K12. So you guys can listen to those.
Oh, there's so many now. Can we play music stored in our own consoles? Like stored in the console?
Stored in the console.
It's not looped in through the interface itself, but like you can do it through the Xbox.
Yeah, through the
Okay.
dashboard essentially.
Through the dashboard, okay. Will there be a soundtrack for Saints Row 4 that includes the dubstep gun songs?
Ooh, we're in collaboration right now with our composer Malcolm, so the idea would be to get something out. As far as the actual dubstep track, are they asking for the one that's in the trailer or the one that's going to be in the game? Because, I mean, we have one from our composer, and then we have another one that we licensed through APM. So, I mean, that's definitely on the docket. We do have the custom Saints Row 4 soundtrack coming out. So that will be on the way.
Jeez. Do you guys like the Xbox One or PlayStation 4 better so far? I don't know how that's relevant, but it's a personal question. You guys have even touched them.
For a personal question? Okay, personal.
I haven't gotten to play with either of them yet, actually. I've been too busy with this.
Yeah.
With Saints Row 1. No.
In terms
Yes,
of
with
specs?
Saints Row 1.
Saints
I
Row
play it actually every day.
Alright. Any more audio questions?
I don't see any more audio questions.
Okay.
Well, somebody asked about Gen X and Blood and why we got rid of it, or?
Oh yeah, like the heavy metal station and like why the rock station's
yeah, we had
gone
a lot
or
of love.
something.
Yeah, there's a lot of hate on that. I mean, we tried to please as many people as we could. What happened is that Gen X kind of merged a little bit with Blood. We have a few metal tracks on there, but in terms of the feel of Saints Row 4, it's more electronic. You know, you have Gen X as kind of the Blood plus Gen X now, so we did what we could to please who we could with our budget, you know, so that's what it was.
It wasn't.
I think we're getting will so and so return? Who's gonna character gangs?
Save those for. Let's save those.
Save those for Gyros, yeah.
Gyros will be here in a
Any
minute.
other audio questions? Internet people?
Yeah. Any more audio? We got Roel, and well, we got Roel.
And we got Roel. I'm an intern, so I can help.
It's so quiet.
It
is
The
quiet.
ambience
Yeah.
on Saints Row 1. That was not my doing.
Yeah, the volume was turned pretty low too.
Yeah.
No, but it is also a lot quieter
Hey,
than
Will there
other
be
cities.
Is the funk station back?
Funk? For Saints Row 4? No, we have reggae.
reggae?
Funk was just SR2, right?
Also,
I
so
forgot.
like, name some of the more famous bands we've got.
For Saints Row 4?
Yeah, for Saints Row.
Kendrick Lamar, Atmosphere, Datsik, I don't know, keep going. Famous people like on the mix or just like new school cats?
It was a very. You just said
No,
famous, so I
we
don't
wanted
know
to get
if
him
it's
for Matt
considered
Decent.
famous.
We didn't though. We wanted to get Major Lazer, but it just didn't work out. Sorry.
So what's your favorite radio station, Roel?
Favorite one?
Yeah, for Saints Row 4.
For Saints Row 4, if you're super sprinting, jumping, getting to the vibe, K12 will get you there. You just hit a super jump right to the bass drop, and it feels great. It does.
That does answer the question if K12 is returning.
Who chooses the music that goes in the game?
Me and our audio team, and as well as design. Design and writing have a big part because they really want to have certain tracks that will impact the missions as well as the open world. So, I mean, it's a collaboration
I
between
know,
a lot
I'm
of people.
terrible right now, aren't I?
You want to talk about the interactive music system a little bit?
Oh, yeah. Saints Row 4 brings a new interactive music system. So if you guys don't have the radio on, what you will hear is music gradually coming in, and you'll hear a score that will interact. Whether you're super sprinting or super jumping, you'll get stingers, and then you'll get a mixture of, you know, like bass leads in and different layers of music coming in as you're traversing the city. So that's a new feature for Saints Row 4, and yeah, I mean, it really spices up the gameplay, makes it really fun.
Will there be more sing-alongs in Saints Row 4?
Yes, there will be.
Okay.
It's up to you to find them, though. They're out there.
They're out there. Alright. What well-known bands are in Saints Row 4?
Well-known band. I think we had the same one, right?
I guess most famous? I don't know. There's so many.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a lot.
So,
There.
so Gabaludo's asking why is it called the hub, and the main reason for that is since you're in the Matrix this time, you're accessing the computer hubs. It's a lot of the gameplay is kind of you're in this computer simulation of Steelport. So you don't really have a phone, but you access just your hub to kind of contact your base. So that's why we call it the hub and not the phone in Saints 4. Steve can probably fill in a little bit more because he's.
Is the Adult Swim radio station back?
it is not. We did not partner with Adult Swim. It was a kind of a THQ relationship, so that kind of died with them. But no Adult Swim this time.
Will there be any audio synced scenes like the skydive scene in Saints Row 4?
Audio sings.
I don't know what.
That's the scenes that have the pre-designed soundtrack.
Yeah, we do. We do
almost
quite
all-
actually, we have quite a
Yeah,
few of them.
we have a lot.
Yeah, almost all of our missions have interactive music on them. So I mean, the music will react to what's happening in the mission. So
There's so many.
And Escort only got better and better as the franchise went on, I have to say.
Someone's asking
I
about
think
voice.
Escort?
wasn't Saints Row 2 the debut of the dynamic sex act generator?
Yes, that was Saints 2.
That's right, technology innovation. The Dynamic Sex Act Generator.
Do you do any
Yes.
of the NPC voices yourself? Does
That's
anybody
Saints Row.
here
That's Saints
record?
Actually, yeah, Saints Row the Third, Jacques, the producer of the game you're watching now, actually voiced, what was his name?
Belgian dude.
Yeah. Philippe.
Philippe, yeah.
Philippe.
Didn't you have to
Philippe,
get, didn't you have to get
Loren.
Didn't you have to get a screen act, a guild?
Yeah,
Yeah, he had to
I think
join
a
SAG for that.
waiver.
Yeah, because we can't, because we have to have actual actors from the guild do it, because we can't just use our own guys.
That's right, we support our SAG actors.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
had to
and
get
then
that, yeah.
but
That happened.
Jacques just did the best job, so it's you know what, we want to use you, so you got to get the SAG card.
He
yeah,
always ran around on Saints Row 1 going, the game, we must work on the game. I remember that. And then we're like, that's awesome.
Can you do that?
This guy's got to be in Saints Row the Third, man.
Can I hear that one more time? Can I hear your French?
That's Jacques. I was just channeling Jacques. That's all.
I want to hear that again, though.
yeah. That was the difference between Saints Row 2 and 3. I mean, we did the SAG thing, and on Saints Row 2, I think we had everybody in the studio come around, and everybody was an NPC all of us. I think.
Why is the font so shit?
Alright, I have a few here. Okay, whose idea was it for Nolan North? And then, audio question, are you broader than Broadway? Which I don't even understand. So, nope, okay, good. So whose idea was it for Nolan North voice option?
I have a feeling that might have been Steve,
Yeah.
or
Okay.
a collection
Part
of
of the
people.
casting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, people are asking me about Stillwater and Saints Row 4. You're in Stillwater, yes.
Tiger Escort does not return. I'm sorry.
No, Escort returning.
No tigers.
Will there be voice chat and co-op?
Yes, and it's not push to talk, it's always on.
Always on.
Always on.
Okay. Will you be able to listen to the Wub Wub song on the radio? Which we already said.
Which Wub song?
Which Wub Wub song?
I can't give away all the dubstep tracks. I want to. Can't though.
No, there's
Lorcan, you got a whole lot of pleasure, not much footage.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. There we go. Got some footage for you, Clint.
All right.
There was an interesting question about how we felt about the censorship in Australia.
Wow. What I thought was the irony of that is a game from 2005 called Destroy All Humans. Destroy All Humans 1 and Destroy All Humans 2, you could run around and anal probe people to your delight, right? And both of those
Yes.
games, ironically enough, were developed by an Australian game studio. So, fast forward to 2013, and apparently that's taboo in the land down under, so we had to rework a little bit. And if you've seen the Dev Diary 3 with the actual
I saw it today. Yeah.
Yeah, so you could. I can kind of get why they did that, but whatever. Sense of humor. It's kind of funny. The rest of the world liked it. What's up, Australia?
What's
I
up,
got one at
Australia?
home.
Jeff Harris has one at home, and he says he doesn't see the issue
I love
either.
that thing.
So there you have it. So that happens, right? The tides change a little bit with current events. Germany is oftentimes a problem for us. We do have to do edits for Germany, but this time because it's aliens, they differentiate when there's human type of violence, and aliens this time were fine, so they let things through. So the nice thing is the German fans we have get the unedited, uncensored version this time around. So it's just different, and current events and things, governments and things like that interfere. We got to do what we got to do to get the game out, though.
Yeah.
And we don't like to make the changes either, but it's just something we have to do.
What were the end results for the cuts for that?
So I don't know specifically. I think we're just getting around to finishing it up, right, Mitch?
I'm sorry, what?
Are we just finishing submitting that? The Australian?
Australia's in submission right now, so that should be good for we're working on the Japanese version right now.
Okay. So, okay.
Yeah, that's why we take out that old stuff.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions about activities. One is like what activities we have in the game and why do we take out the old
Yeah,
fuzz
I
activities?
mean, one of the reasons we take out activities is A, to put new ones in,
Yeah.
and then
Come on back.
yeah, I'm back. We like to take them out. Or we don't like to take them out, but we got to put new content in. So we have to we basically put up all the activities on the board, and we figure out which ones weren't fun to play,
I'm a snuggle.
and then we either upgrade them or we take them out and put new ones in. So the whole point is to just keep it fresh. And Fuzz was one of those activities where we felt like it didn't make the cut. And then the other thing we're doing too, as of the later Saints Rows, is getting user data, what activities you guys actually like to play, what are most plays, and then we actually compile all that data and figure out, hey, which ones do we want to bring onto the next, and which ones do we need to evaluate and keep working on.
So we had a question about removing the video replay of the mission videos.
Yeah,
and
the
stuff.
DVD.
That was actually those systems were actually a lot more difficult to implement than you'd expect. And that was just in terms of the list of stuff we wanted to make sure we made it into games. Okay, well, we want to get all these new activities and new missions and superpowers, or we can get cutscene replay. You wouldn't. It sounds this would be one of the things before I was really got into the industry. I look at a game man, this pretty simple system. It's oh man, that's easy to put in the game, right? No, so it was one of those cases where it was actually very difficult with in terms of our memory situation and the other stuff we wanted to make sure we had in the game. Kind of like Jeff was saying, we made decisions you know what, that one's just not going to make the cut in terms of what we wanted to do in the game, what we had the space for, we had the memory for, and unfortunately, that one.
And there's crazy stuff that has to go into making sure that stuff works, so your game doesn't break. I mean, we are it's a nightmare. And then to actually test it, we have to send all of our test team through, and that takes away from actually testing the features you actually want to play. So that was one of the things it just has to go. It'd be awesome. It's also one of the things that would be so awesome to bring back. And what's really cool is the modding community has added. I think they've added the replayability. So that actually brings a whole lot of new value to hey, if I got the PC version now I can mod it.
We're actually trying to do a lot with the modding community system. I know that some couple of guys in their spare time. I think JT Hooker and some other guys are actually actively working on creating some toolkits to release to the modding community. So they'll have. Instead of just documentation of what to do, they'll have actual tools they can get their hands on to mod the game. Just because it's one of those things we didn't really expect. All of a sudden, Saints Row 2 on PC hit, and it was maybe not the greatest port in the history of PC ports. maybe. But then there's a lot of the fans really dug it and started. You know what? We're gonna try to mod this. We're gonna fix some of these glitches. We're gonna add some new content. Then it kept going with Saints Row 3. We're man, you know what? We should try to support some of these people. Give them some extra tools. See what they can do if we actually here's a toolkit. What can you do now? Because I mean that's one of the awesome things about playing on the PC is seeing going back to the game a year and a half later and saying, all right, what mods exist for this thing now?
Totally, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So an important question popped up too. Do we have any porn stars in SR4?
Jeff Harris.
Jeff Harris, our own Jeff Harris, everybody.
I have one.
Do we actually have any porn stars?
We do not.
I don't know we don't.
Okay.
Why didn't you guys put, this is probably one of my favorite questions, why isn't there any Nicki Minaj or Chris Brown in the soundtrack? God forbid, why?
Just don't even ask me. Roll.
Alright, I mean, we actually, it was in the air early in like production. We were like thinking like, maybe a little Young Money thing, but I mean, we also looked at Matt Decent, we also looked at, you know, the whole Duck Sauce collaboration, just Matt Decent just fit, so. Plus, I mean, Nicki Minaj and all those other people cost monies, and we just didn't have it at the time, so.
Well, we have we have a certain budget for the entire soundtrack, and we gotta like, you know, put together like what's gonna work and what we're gonna get the most of, and you know, biggest bang for the buck. We select and choose.
Do we have the moon change phases in this one? I feel like we did.
Yeah, I think we had dynamic moon phase too.
Yeah, we had some pretty next gen features in this game.
Are you talking about the dude? This whole thing is awesome, man. There's like a full dynamic cloud system.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, he was talking about the moon.
Yeah, actually, I think in this one we had. I don't know if we made it in the main game, but at one point during storms, lightning would strike random pets during a storm.
I want to just say that
And there was
exists.
I thought there was a cheat that just made it like go nuts. It would strike people all the time.
Does it exist? Alan Lawrence, most badass programmer of all time,
And he
says
will be
it
here
exists.
shortly. He will be here shortly.
Too much porno was taken.
Oh, Jeff, we had if your porn name, somebody actually hazarded a guess at your porn name.
Here we go.
I have a guess.
You would be Jack Hairy Ass.
I hope you never have to see my hairy ass. Oh my gosh.
Mine's Big Boning with Mitch Cronin.
So good, dude. Oh my god.
Lorcan, what's your porn called?
Not even going there.
Borkin with Lorcan.
I'll tell a true story right now. So I had this crazy dream with the producer I was on set with the producer of Saints Row. This is a dream, and he was shooting a porno. He was one of the lead actors in the porno. No, it's actually Saints Row 2. So this was Donovan? This is Donovan. And I broke the news to him one day, and he was like, "Oh my god, Jeff." So now we kind of have a vendetta. Oh man.
I gotta take this ramp over here.
This game will totally bend your brain when you're making it, right?
Got a good programming question.
Alan, want to jump in? Right, it's a good cue. Sure.
Yeah, programming question that none of us are going to be able to answer.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
We swap out.
Yeah, we'll get some new
All right,
photos.
Mitch, I'm going to hand it over
Anybody
to
see
you.
him?
Okay.
See him, you see it. Put
Later,
an
everyone.
EVP out for Jaros if you see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it
Man
in.
of mystery.
Yeah.
All right. What's the programming question?
All right, Alan Lawrence, introduce yourself.
See you guys later.
See you,
See you, Jeff.
very much, Lorcan. Thank you.
I'm Alan Lawrence. I was the technical director on the original Saints Row, and I worked on all the additional Saints Rows up until I left Volition, actually, in April. I'm here today doing some contracting stuff, but it's a good, kind of a nice coincidence that we're doing this playthrough, so I thought I would jump in. So what's the programming question?
Question, Maddie.
Do you have any advice for someone going into college who wants to become a game programmer?
Yeah, I do have some advice. If you're going into college and you want to be a game programmer, ideally you're going to be, studying computer science or computer engineering or electrical engineering. So get a degree in one of those fields. That's going to set you up with a really good foundation. And as you're going through university or college, what you want to do is work on games as a hobby, basically. So you want to be able to have something to show that you have like the talent and the drive and the passion to do something on your own and get something done. So if you can make small game demos, even mods, that kind of stuff, that goes a really long way to making you stand out from other people when it comes to applying for a job at a game company.
3, 2, 1, go!
Demo derby.
People are wondering if Saints Row 1 is going to be converted to Saints Row or for PS3.
I would.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I mean, no, we actually tried. We put a fair amount of time into getting that to work. It's just that the game was really, it not designed for the PS3, and it was going to take a ton of re-engineering to make it work, which we eventually did. I mean, the game is on the PS3 now and runs great, but at the time, it was just too much work.
It's hard enough getting it working on the Xbox.
Yeah. PS3, I mean, the architecture is just so different, with the SPUs and everything that, I mean, it can be done. It's just there's just no way it's worth the effort at this point.
What happened to? See, I'm getting a lot of Jaros questions.
Yeah, we'll just wait. He'll be here in a minute.
Anybody asking about gameplay for Saints Row 4? Just wait a little bit.
Like story stuff. It's like
Story stuff, yeah.
yeah, story stuff is
Wait.
I can answer some gameplay stuff maybe.
All right, will you be able to stay in Stillwater for as long as you like in Saints Row 4?
No, I mean I think Jaros mentioned it, but like you kind of just see it in passing. You don't really play in Stillwater. There's a couple like missions that take place in it. Since like we bring back some other like classic Saints Row characters. I don't want to spoil anything too much, but like when you go back to those moments, you'll go back to like parts of those Saints Row. So it's like contained within a very specific mission, but you can't just go like explore all of Stillwater or anything. But if you want to like hang out in one mission for a while, feel free.
Will there be local multiplayer in Saints Row 4?
Just co-op. Yeah, you can do like System Link and LAN play on PS3 and Xbox 360. I'm trying to think we can do that on PC, but I'm not too sure at the moment. But it's only co-op. We did not bring back any of the multiplayer modes that we had in 2 and 1.
Is there a dildo bat in Saints Row 4?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Veins and everything. We even have one in the office.
And it will make. I won't promise anything, but perhaps it will make an appearance on Friday when we play Saints Row the 3rd. Yeah. And with another special guest that might even show up. So we'll see.
Oh man, hopefully I get credit for that one. Yes. What was it? I remember like in the early days of multiplayer on this. So we had placeholder voice, and Clint, didn't you do a bunch of that?
Yeah, so when we were trying to, and this is the one leading in how Steve Jaros became the writer for Saints Row. We had about 8 or 10 writing samples, and we wanted to actually act those out and listen to them live. So Frank Barb and I recorded them in the office next door. And did my best impersonation of Gangsta and all that fun stuff, and they still exist somewhere.
Can I get your 187, baby? when you got like a bunch of like a good kill of multiplayer, you got 187, baby. I thought that was you. Yeah, that was you. Someone told me that was you. I was like, Clint.
I don't remember that.
Do you guys use like a desk mic? Just something really quick?
No, we had the stand and the screen and everything, and he set it up and left, and then I would do the lines and stuff. And I kind of played all the parts, so there's like dialogue and everything between characters. And I gotta find that. That was a good one. And Julius, I did some of the Julius lines. Those were fun.
Oh man, we did escort. What have we done? Let's do a mission.
Will there be any odd future songs in Saints Row 4?
Future songs.
Odd future?
Odd future.
No.
Whoa, there's a wall.
Oh, I'm just looking at the screen now, and I'm seeing how the glass is rendering with the dithering on there. It's just amazing how far the visuals have improved through the series as the time has gone on. It's like night and day.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And we were scrambling at the end to get the frame rate. What was it? What do we call the system?
PVS.
PVS.
Oh yeah, potentially visible set. Yeah. Yeah, it's
saved the day.
RTO.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of performance problems. The PVS it went in literally the last few weeks of the project, and it was kind of it came in very hot, and it was what was necessary to get the frame rate to where it needed to be.
How excited are you to finally start working on DX11 or working with DX11?
Macho bullshit. I haven't heard much.
You know, the PC version, I'm actually been working on the PC version, doing contract work, and I love it because it's just the game looks so good on the PC with the X11. It's amazing. You know, super high resolution, and it's great. I mean, I worked on the console stuff for years and years, and now that I'm working on the PC stuff, I really like it because it's a change, and you can get the high resolution screens, and the game just looks really, really good on the PC.
Oh, it's my car. Sorry.
Will there be any Mike Snow songs?
Mike Snow, Animal Mike Snow?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no. No, sorry, people. No Mike Snow. Although, I mean, I can't rule anything out. We still have potential DLC, so, I mean, it might happen.
Yeah.
So there's a
Tell us what you want, people.
about a secret weapon that had to get taken out
Yeah.
of Saints Row.
Saints Row 1?
Yeah.
Secret weapon.
Man, I'm trying to think. The kebab?
Mike,
Yeah.
you're right. It was the kebab. Why did we take it out?
We didn't have enough. We didn't have enough preload memory.
Oh, it just didn't fit in memory.
Oh, the kebab. Yes.
What's the story behind that?
Well, I can.
Come on in, tell us.
Hey, it's Mike Flavin, everybody.
Hi, I don't know if I'm on camera or not. So,
Camera's right between them.
is Stockman still in the chat? Yeah, no, there he is.
Stockman, what's his handle?
So, Stocks 110. Chris Stockman,
Design director of Saints Row.
I'm trying to remember. I can't see the chat, but Stockman can correct me if I'm wrong on this. Chris Stockman was the lead designer on Saints Row 1, and at one point he came into the office and he was telling us about like an argument he'd had with his girlfriend at the time, where she'd woken him up at 2 in the morning and told him she was hungry or something, and he had to go buy her a kebab. And
kebabs. She wanted him to grill some.
Oh, she wanted to. Okay.
I remember that.
Oh, all right. So he came in and told us this story, and so at some point the prop artist or whatever snuck in this kebab thing. It used the baseball bat animations. It was this giant baseball bat, or dildo bat now, I guess, length skewer with chunks of meat and vegetables modeled onto it, and snuck it into the game so that I guess he would see it during one of the gameplay reviews. And it was just sort of in there as a joke specifically aimed at him, but it ended up actually being in the game, and it was hidden in the world somewhere. There was like a secret location where you could pick it up, and it ended up that we had to pull it at the last minute because we needed the memory that it took up for something more important. But
Yes.
yeah, there's a number of Stockman specific references in the game.
Stocks tattoo.
The Stocks tattoo, the Stocks nightclub that became
There was
Cox in Saints Row 2.
at the beginning of one of the activities. There's a gentleman looking at a magazine that's got
that's right.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where that's at. I should go find that
Yes,
one.
yeah. I don't want to. If you can find it, I don't want to spoil what that is.
Yeah, I feel like it's in. I'll only do this mission, and I'll do it.
And there was also your office mate, Matt. Was his name
Matt Cox?
No, not Matt Cox.
He was my office mate. Was
the guy who went to Google.
Matt Perry.
Matt Perry.
Matt Perry.
He snuck his face into the game.
You know this story. You tell that.
Yeah. Matt Perry, not the famous Matt Perry. But
No.
he worked on Saints Row 1, and I guess he decided he wanted to get his face hidden in the game as an Easter egg, and he didn't tell anybody. He hid this in the game, and it was buried really, really deep. And I don't think it actually ever showed up.
No, because it was part of an activity that ended up getting cut.
Right.
But
I ran across it when I was doing some...
like years later.
Years later.
No, this was after he left. It was shortly after he left to go work for Google.
Yeah, he had left already, and I was working on some engine stuff, and I came across this code that looked really strange, and it was this... something that was encoded. There was like some image encoded in there.
It was encoded as a string of hex characters in a table file from an unrelated system.
Yeah. So I said, what is this? So I put it out. I made it display on the screen because I had a hunch it might be an image.
Yeah.
And there's his face, and he's like...
Well, he's just going like this, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. So nobody was able to actually see it, but he did get it in there, which was actually... would have been a big problem, potentially, if...
And here he comes, everybody.
Hello. Steve.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Steve Jaros.
Hi, guys.
Is coming in. Let's make some room. Let's make some room.
Here, I'll pop him.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Thanks for that kebab story, Mike.
Yeah, no, I'll hide in the back in case there's anything else.
Sure.
Yeah, I gotta find
let
the.
the story and voice acting and all that commence.
I have a few questions
Got
already.
the man.
Oh man, is this you doing the rollers?
Yep.
Which one is this?
So the first one, I think.
First one?
We want to
Yeah.
hear the story of Stefan too at some point.
Oh Jesus.
I'm gonna try to find that. Like,
Yeah.
do you remember which one had? So they had that Stockman spread on starting one of the activities. I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
It was at the airport, wasn't it?
I
know
thought
it was.
I thought it was like, and it was like the southeast part of the map. I thought, like I thought it was either that, like factories or something like that.
I remember when we were recording, David Carradine was the voice of Sharp, who's the bad guy in the rollers, and the first day of recording, he walked in there and he was wearing a leather jacket, his sunglasses on, had a cigarette, and he was wearing like a Three Wolf Moon shirt. This was like 2005 or whatever, so it wasn't even like ironic. He just like was really wanted to wear a wolf shirt, and he gets in the booth and he's wearing it and he's lighting a cigarette and he's smoking, he's reading his lines, and the voice director is like, hey, Dave, you can't really smoke in the booth. Like, no, it's good, it's gonna be in character. And he goes and he's like, oh, we really can't have you smoking in the booth. Like, no, I need to do this, and then the director kind of sits there for a second. It's like, wait a minute, I think he thinks that we're filming the B-roll, and he hits the button. It's like, hey, Mr. Carradine, we're not actually filming the B-roll yet. We're gonna be doing the making of stuff at the end of the session. He's, oh, great. And he pulls out the cigarette, takes off the sunglasses, takes off his leather jacket, and you see all that stuff just to go and kind of get himself ready to be badass, to be this bad guy on camera. It was pretty wacky. And then Frank Fava tried to go and like talk shit about being a master pianist as well with him. It was kind of funny. It was good stuff.
Steve, what happened with Demos and Angel?
What happened with Demos and Angel?
Yeah.
Like in life, or what?
Why,
Saints
are
Row 4?
they in Saints Row 4? If they're not, why?
They're not in Saints Row 4. There's a couple different reasons for it. Well, one is that there was a time when we were working on like this spin-off thing that we was going to go and kind of focus on, not focus on Zemos and Angel, but we had like kind of like a side story that kind of talked about Zemos and Angel as well, but that never materialized, and so they were never part of the game because they were really going to be this. There's like a separate animated thing we're kind of talking about doing at one point, and that was gonna we had Zemos and Angel in that, and so we kind of had them out of the story to go and have them be in that little thing, but then that never materialized. It's kind of like what happened with X. Hey, that was it. Yeah. Nice.
Why did Shandi 2 change so much? Shandi 2 to Shandi 3.
Why did Shandi change? There was a couple. Sorry, I forgot about the activity cutscene intros. Oh, good times. Sorry, this is like memory lane. This also is like the worst cutscene I've ever written in the game as well. It's in Saints Row 1. So why did Shandi change? So the gag with that was originally in one of the earlier versions of one of the many different drafts, I should say, of Saints Row 3. There was a time when like Shandi had there was an entire subplot about survivor's guilt, where she started off the game being kind of the more fun-loving Shandi, and then like, Johnny Gat dies and she cuts off her hair and she gets this big eulogy about how she has to put away childish things and go and try to be a better person because what Johnny would have wanted, and this whole like monologue. Then she has these nightmares about Johnny throughout the entire game, and at the end she joins Stag because the Saints weren't committed to go and stopping people that killed Johnny Gat. This whole big thing about Shandi, like her growth as a person, and ultimately we got some feedback that it was really fucking depressing. And so that was kind of like, oh, we probably shouldn't do that. And so we had to go and make those changes. And so as a result, Shandi is kind of like some of the other stuff that surrounded that is present, and she's just kind of angry all the time in that one. But that's kind of why that ended up happening. And so now in Saints Row 4, we get to bring back both Shandis. We can kind of play off the dichotomy of they're two different people, and why did this. How did they get to be that way? And I think we got some fun payoffs. So that was kind of the big change, that there was going to be. We had this big plan for Shandi, and then it never quite materialized the way that it was intended. But
Danny Nicolai, the actress who played Chandi, was amazing, and she was fantastic, and so we knew we had to go and use her again in Saints Row 4.
Is Dex coming back?
They talk about Dex, but Dex will not be seen in Saints Row 4, but he's talked about.
There was a sort of a PS, like a downloadable game that I think it got shuttered, but the final part of that was you killed Dex.
Yeah, we had a thing with that.
Yeah.
It's always weird too, because it's like we had there's another version of Saints Row 3. You said to buy some Laura. It's a weird fine line when you're trying to figure out how do you bring what are the right characters to go and bring back on a sequel, because one of the strengths of the franchise is that we have like a cast of characters. You can kind of revisit them and see where they've been, and you can go and people like them, and sorry, the streets are so clean. One of the downsides is that every time you make a new game, you want more people to play the game than people who played it the last time, right? And so what's the appropriate amount of fan service? What's the right amount to go put in there so you can go and keep on growing the story and growing the fans, but not leave anyone in the dust who wasn't there before, And that's always that fine line. And so you try to find cute little ways to go and remind people about certain characters, but have it not necessarily be a big focal point. And I think with Saints Row 4 we did pretty good about having lots of nice callbacks and homages of things of the past that don't alienate the players who are newcomers to the franchise. But it's always...
Yeah, I won't give anything away because I've been playing SR4 myself as a gamer, and there is a lot of stuff, like you're saying, throwbacks to the original and references that are really cool.
No. I've got a trivia question for you guys, since I'm a master of trivia.
Is a master of trivia?
Yes, I declared myself that. Also, hereditary king of Volition.
Larry.
At one point, that's here. In one point in pre-production, the boss had a name. Does anyone remember what his name was?
It's like his punk ass Mickey.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Mickey. But it was supposed to be Mikey, wasn't it?
It was supposed to be Mikey, but it was recorded Mickey. It was Mikey. There was a time. That's Zach Lowry, animation czar of Saints Row 4.
Hi.
Wow. Clint, was there been any discussion of like the early history of Saints Row and how it got started?
We talked a little bit about Bling Bling.
Yeah, that's the story I wanted to make sure we told.
Did you know what the Red Faction 2 gun that was turned sideways?
Yeah,
that was the in the original pitch video, right? Is they took the Red Faction 2 pistol, turned it sideways, and painted it gold?
Yeah.
It was the first person, right?
It was the first person, yeah.
Kind of breakdancing in it, if I recall, at some point. I
think it did have some kind of break. Did you remember, Mike?
I don't remember breakdancing, but I wasn't on at the very beginning. I came in a few months into the project. So
yeah.
It was already third person by the time I got there and stuff like that.
Yeah. Just to recap it in case people haven't heard that Volition, this was like back in 2003, I think. Volition was working on, new ideas for games, and we split the company up into like teams of 5 or so people, and each team was tasked with making a prototype. And I think maybe there was a week or two to come up with something. One of the teams created what was called Bling Bling, which became the working title of Saints Row for a long time, actually. It was like first person, and it was kind of like a gangster-themed game. Like you're saying, the gun was rotated like this and painted gold, and maybe some breakdancing in it. And that became the kernel of what Saints Row eventually became. So it started very, very humble way. That was,
yeah. It also started on the PS2.
It also started on the PS2, yes.
Zach, what are your favorite first animations you ever did?
Oh,
fuck yeah.
Who wrote this question?
Take a wild
It
guess.
sounds like
a blast from the past.
Yeah!
Well, so I don't know what the rating of this broadcast is, but I'm just gonna go.
They have to click on this. May go into place.
I think it's
Okay.
Your experience.
So I had just come onto the project about 2 months into the game industry, and I sat down on Saints Row, and the tasks that were given to me were blowjob animation and hooker banged from behind, and that's what was written on my schedule. So, being new and wanting to impress people, I wanted to make sure that it was the best damn blowjob you'd ever seen. So I probably threw down like an 800 frame animation, this chick doing her deed on this guy, and it was kind of interesting because a few people would come over at a time. I think Alan might have looked at it because you were in my room or whatever, and it's like, what is? Oh my God! You know, they're looking at it, and people are whispering about her technique and like all this crazy stuff, and then another person would come in and want to see it, and another person would come in and want to see it, and then finally they got all the way into like our producer coming in, and Jacques was a very awesome older French man, so when he comes and wants to see the blowjob, you show it to him, and I think his response was, delete this off of your machine, delete it from the Perforce tree, and make sure that it never sees the light of day.
I will say this, having seen it, it was a thing of beauty. It was truly a majestic animation.
And I thought I had done something wrong, but apparently I did something really right. But,
It's like a showcase reel piece.
it was. No, I did. Supposedly Flagel has it somewhere, but we can't find it.
For context, though, Jacques also voice of Philippe in Saints Row the Third. So if you play Saints Row the Third, picture him coming in and asking to see the blowjob.
There was a Jacques impression earlier, I believe.
Yeah, Clint, I think you busted out a pretty nice one.
Oh, Jacques. I love him. And real love lasts a lifetime.
Oh, that is the best blowjob animation I have seen. Sounded like that.
I don't know if that's really how Jacques sounded.
I never heard of
He walked into work wearing a striped shirt and a beret. Right? No, I don't.
Carrying a big ass for
That was my Halloween costume one year, though. It was Jacques.
Alright, I have to go. Sorry, I will return later.
See you, Zach.
Thanks.
Hammer, don't hurt him.
Tag in, tag out.
They keep
Go.
getting a Stefan story.
Stefan. Stocks just wants to go and hijack this in the past. He's admiring us.
He's basking in his own glory.
No, Stefan is the he's a proprietor of a store in the game, and he is, on the radio station he said this thing. He's a very erudite, snobby person about how fantastic Stefan is, and that came to be because we were at
right?
his impressions, yeah, and we were I forgot where we were. It was E3. It was E3, and I remember when we first were showing Saints Row for the first time, and we went to meet up with one of our lead designer's friends, and we were kind of meeting for cocktails. And when you go to one of those things, your friends bring their friends. There's a whole, what I mean. Next thing you know, there's just a bunch of people there. You don't really know each other anymore. They get started with a couple people, and it ballooned out. And there's this guy there named Stefan, and he was just kind of a giant prick to everybody throughout the entire night. And he and Chris really got into it, and it was really awkward. We had to go and pull them apart, and it was a really weird thing. But he was very particular about how he wanted to always be credited, though. So you said that he was a writer. I said, I'm not a writer. I'm a writer-producer. And they never called him a writer, but he wasn't ever properly phrased as saying, oh, you're a writer-producer. He'd get really offended by it. And so it was proper nomenclature was key with Stefan. Otherwise, he would go and get antsy. And eventually, Chris had enough of that malarkey, and then they didn't get along. It was really bad, and so we immortalized him forever.
So, got a lot of requests for stories about working with Keith David, and then this game, you go way back for. Oh man, we had some good ones, and I can't think of them.
No, on this one, yeah.
But, just hot off of True Lies.
True Lies.
The movie True Lies. Who played? Was it Lynn?
Oh, you think Tia Carrere?
Yeah, Tia Carrere.
Yeah,
so
Tia Carrere. Tia Carrere and Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis on this one. There was lots of fun. Working on the voice was a really cool experience. Keith David, it was interesting. So of all the actors, that was the one that I really fanboyed out the most because I was a huge fan of gargoyles, and I have a bunch of gargoyles art on my desk and at home. So I love that show so much, and the Spawn show, and just it was a huge mark for Keith David, and I was really excited to go and cast him in the game. And I was really intimidated. The first day we recorded him, he was actually in a bad mood. And holy fuck, Keith David's just scary, And I was just very we're gonna get through this, And then we came back and did a second recording, and he was like, he just found out he was just having a bad day that day. And like, every other time I've ever worked with him, he was just like sunshine and rainbows, and this kind, like this big-hearted guy. I just caught him on the wrong day the first time I ever worked with him. But he's just been he's been a joy to work with. But I remember in Saints Row 2, we were recording. There was a line that Julius had to go and say, and I forgot what it was, but he was really Keith was confused by it. I remember he was like, well, wait a minute, this why am I saying this line? I was a man when I walked in here. Why all of a sudden am I not am I being a man now in this moment? I'm like, okay, maybe rewrote the stuff to go and like cater to that. But he was great. He was really fun to work with. Michael Clark Duncan was like the kindest like fucking soul that he was awesome. He was really great to work with on all of them. Clancy Brown I was my favorite one, and that was like I was really excited. I'm a big fan of Highlander is awesome, but also like Carnival. It's like Brother Justin is reading my words. That was really cool. It's like this evil mayor, and it was really exciting. That was really exciting to go and work with him, and I won't forget. Like, it was also my little this is like the first game that I worked on as a writer, and so I'm walking in there and I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm like really scared. I remember he didn't say it to me, but I could hear it over it was like in the hallway, and someone else was like, "Oh, Clancy did a really good job," and he said, "Oh well, it was easy to go and." It's easy to do a good job when the writing is good, and that made my heart grow 3 sizes. You know what I mean? Like, holy fuck! I can't believe that Clancy Brown liked my shit. And he didn't even say it to me because you expect them to go and say something nice about the writing because you're paying them and they're kind of contractually obligated to say something nice about you. When they're saying to a random other person, that became really special, and that became this really really proud moment for me, and it was really really neato. Saints Row 3, Burt Reynolds. I remember we recorded the cutscenes. We're getting ready to do his in-game session, and I was flying. It was my first time to go and meet Burt because I missed his first session. And I remember I got these notes that it was midnight. I got a phone call from the voice director, and he was like, "Steve, or the signatory." He's like, "Steve, we have a problem." I'm like, what? What do you mean we have a problem? It's like, Burt hates the script. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, what do you mean Burt hates the script? What happened? And and they sent me. They have some notes, and I'm like, well, send them over. I'll whatever you need me to do. I'll make changes. And they send me a PDF of it was his hand scribbled notes. It was personalized hate mail from Burt Reynolds about every single thing that he didn't like about what he had to go and say, in his homie lines and radio commercials. And it was just he took the time to personally write out every single thing he hated on paper, and that was scanned and sent to me. So my personalized Burt Reynolds hate mail. And I was mortified. Oh my god, the band doesn't like me. And so, I was up till 2, rewriting everything, and we go and we get that out to him on the next day. We sent it out to him. Okay, did he get the script? Did Burt get it? Yeah, it went to his people. He has it. I was okay. Well, is he going to be at the session? Well, we don't know. I was okay. That's exciting. So we go to the session. We're just kind of waiting. He's like, yeah, Burt will be there. And we're waiting, and Burt kind of shows up a little bit later. And I was like, oh, it's thank God, thank God he's here. And did you get the rewrites? Like, oh, I got the script. It's so much better than before. I love it. This is great. I'm like, oh, thank God. And so then we start doing the recording. He's great, and Burt's a total professional, and he's fantastic. But then we get to this one line, and there was one line where Burt, it was a conversation between Oleg and Burt Reynolds as a homie conversation, and it ended with this line that I really really liked, and I knew that Burt marked up as it was on his list of lines that he wanted changed. I'm like, I really like it though, and I don't want to go and change it, but Burt doesn't like it, and it's fucking Burt Reynolds, and so I just changed one word of it. It was before it was they're talking about their time in the KGB versus the CIA, and Burt Reynolds ended with, see you later, comrade. And Burt didn't like that he called him comrade. And so I did the exact same line, just changed comrade to commie. And so I just had Burt call him a commie. So instead of being ironic, I said, oh, are you commie? And I remember when Burt read it, he's like, that line's hysterical. And he was so happy about it. And he's like, oh. And so then I couldn't help myself. Like, oh, Burt, I've always wanted to, my dream, this is actually true. I would love to go and write a story about Burt Reynolds saving the Cold War and fucking up KGB people as this spin-off, And he's like, "That's hilarious." And I remember his like personal assistant was behind me, and he went, "Bert likes the idea. You should make that happen. Can you make that game? How can we make that game happen? Who do we have to go in touch and make the Burt Reynolds killing communist games?" Like we can't. You know, I have no idea how to go and make that happen. But if anyone wants to kickstart that, let me know, and we will get a Burt Reynolds killing KGB game going. Toot sweet. Hey, it's Matt Flegel, art director of Saints Row 1.
I'm gonna crash the party.
You wanna take a spin?
Oh man, why not?
Legally. Oh, this guy is...
Legally came up a little earlier.
Dude, Legally's amazing. Phil Morris, the voice actor for that guy, is a god among men. He walks on water and swims on the land. Like, I'm a...
Hey, Clint, I'm gonna bounce a second.
Thank you, Mitch.
Let me know.
Will do, man. Thank you.
I haven't played this game.
You got smoked.
You are smoked.
Insurance
I am
fraud
smoked.
is one of the many things in the game that originally came out of either bugs or debug commands.
Yeah, wasn't it when we were playing with Havoc? Adam,
Yeah, it was.
That's right.
It was Jeff Ferris, I believe.
What was it?
Put in the. There was
a console command called pratfalls.
Pratfalls.
That's
It was
right.
to test the ragdolling system.
Right.
And then there was also there was home run derby, where it would pick a random pedestrian, fling them towards you, and then you could hit them with a bat.
Yeah.
Which that one never, I don't believe, has yet made it into a game as an actual
From what I remember,
gameplay mechanic. But
the pratfalls was the key thing. 'Cause it was like if
Yeah.
you pressed a button, you would just
Yeah.
ragdoll, and we
Oh,
just
it was
had,
hilarious.
Yeah, we'd spend like
Yeah.
hours
Great.
just having fun with
be in
that.
playthroughs, and people would just be pratfalling themselves, and we were like, we've got to find a way to make this part of the game.
Oh
for
man, like when Blackberries were actually something that people cared about.
The wireless.
Like,
I remember
wireless,
we were
yeah.
trying to
Oh,
make that
fuck.
3D, so it would zoom into the camera and everything. No wireless.
you want a beer, man?
We're still using that. No, thanks.
I told Steve I'd make him an old fashioned.
Oh, I would love an old fashioned. That'd be amazing.
So, what are your guys'? What was your favorite gang to create?
Favorite?
Besides the Saints?
I am.
Stag.
Oh, Stag was cool.
I'm jumping ahead.
You know, I have a special love in my heart for the luchadors because I'm a wrestling fan, and so being able to write monologues about like pro wrestling was kind of the best shit ever. And so that was, I remember like, that gang came out when our concept guy was we were talking about games we wanted to do in Saints Row 3, and so we just had a bunch of random people, and Jose, who was a badass artist, did this thing. It was a bunch of guys in black suits with luchador masks. I'm like, holy shit, that is amazing. And then someone's like, we can't have a whole gang that's that. I'm like, that maybe that could be true, but can he be the leader of a gang? Like, yes, a leader of a gang, that you could totally have. And
What's
so
that?
we based this entire gang around that guy, and it was kind of
I'm
majestic.
listening more to the
And so
stories. I'm not doing the game justice.
there was
Somebody else should
something,
take over here.
Yeah, writing for Killbane was fucking amazing. And Stag
You wanna
was
drive?
Yeah, I've
Stag was
heard that the controls
badass
are
because
different, terrible.
it's totally different.
Alright, let's see.
Like Stag was like we had anime characters with that. Like he made Shield, you know.
Yeah, that was
fucking cool.
That was. You know, it's funny that the more we went along, the more fun they were to design because we just kept getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say I remember kind of to that point. It's probably been discussed already, but the conversations about like, well, should we have a sniper rifle in
Oh,
Saints
yeah!
Row 1?
Since
Because
was that gangster?
Is that gangster?
Can you kill the hitman if we're not going to do it?
Yeah,
I couldn't remember how to do it.
Dick downtown.
Are you guys considering a Stillwater
anyone know how to
DLC?
turn it off?
Still, I just I don't.
Oh wait, go
think so.
back to your map and
There we go.
Hey!
Oh, there you go. You did it.
Oh, you did find. Oh, CD is like the worst collectible ever. Like find 10, get a random track.
Did you end up?
Could go a long way.
Did that
All
unlock
of
the
these
theme
devs
song?
work on
Collecting the
SR1,
CDs?
I believe so. And somebody asked the question, did all of these devs work on SR1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's the. It's a. You know what's wild is that Oh fuck, dude.
No, you,
Oh, are you trying to find that?
What are you trying to find?
I'm just playing around.
oh, okay.
No, I will say
Seriously, recall
people
that.
don't
There is a
remember.
spot where you
with
can
that.
run. There is a place where you can run all the way up to the top of one of those
Yeah.
bridges, but I don't remember. It's been so many years, I don't remember where it is.
You know, people talk about one of the things that's been getting a lot of love in Saints Row 4, which is great, is the being able to go and turn in the radio when you have the radio on when you're outside of the the car. But I'm pretty sure you could do that in Saints Row 1. It had an MP3 player, right?
It did.
That's right.
It did. There were a lot of.
Could you put your own music?
You could put your own music. Yeah. I mean, they had the GPS, which was amazing too. Like, the GPS was a big deal, and it was
yeah.
There were a lot of new features in Saints Row. A lot of people say, it gets compared to GTA. I mean, fairly so. I mean, it's obviously similar to GTA in many ways, but we brought so many new features and new ideas.
No
to the game.
lock-on, right?
Completely free-form aiming, and which now everybody does.
Oh, L-Train.
Yeah.
L-Train.
Which no one knows how to make it work anymore, by the way. That's like fucking voodoo science. That L-Train is like that's the white whale.
I am the one person in the studio who knows how to make that work, and I don't want to let anybody know that.
No, it's ridiculous.
Too late now.
No, seriously. Saints Row 3, can we have an L-Train? No, we can't. We did it on Saints Row 1. No one knows how it happened. The guy fucking made it. He's sitting right here.
On the end of Saints Row 2, they pulled me in. So yeah, I made this, and I also designed that logo there, the M with the lines coming out of it. But yeah, it's actually drivable. It's not. It was at one point it was drivable, and they took it out of the game. But the only thing we actually took out was the ability to actually hit Y to get in. So if you can find a way to hack your way into it, you can actually drive it around on the tracks. And if you go too fast, it'll derail and all this stuff.
It was
amazing. The modders for Saints Row 2 apparently have found a way to unlock at least part of that. And we've got inverted Y or non-inverted Y, whatever.
Yeah,
it was just a polished thing, and they didn't have time to make interface for it, I believe.
Right.
But I spent about 2 weeks just working on the physics of the train derailing and breaking apart and rolling away.
Yeah, I remember it being a ton of fun derailing it.
I wish I had a rocket. Oh, I do have a rocket launcher. Next time it comes around, I'm derailing it. So I ended up watching. It's based on the train derailing scene from Die Hard 3.
Oh!
That was mine.
Nice! Yes! Oh, man. So even like the Vista reminded me of like, I remember it was before we first showed it. We first showed it at E3.
Fail-safe there, I think.
There we go.
Yeah. Like, for the longest time, the rest of the city wasn't loading. And I remember like, it was one of like the late nights we were working on before the E3. Oh, you were? Oh, there you go. So before we were showing, and like nothing was working. You know what I mean? It was broken as shit. You couldn't see the city. It was a nightmare scenario. I remember it was like one night. It was like 1 in the morning or whatever, and I was there talking with Chris. I'm like, I think we might be fucked. Like this is like we were so done. And I show up to work like the next morning, right? And it's like 9 o'clock, and I boot up the game, and like everything looks amazing. Like, what the hell happened between these within these like 6 hours? That something happened. There's like magic transpired, and everything started working. Or like PVS, when PVS came through, like, that was like this voodoo science.
Miracles happened.
PVS was insane.
Oh man.
We had a cluster of something like 50.
It's 100.
100 Xbox dev kits, all stacked on a desk in the rendering office, just running the game and collecting PVS information for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was bizarre. Oh man, sorry.
If you have any questions, I might remember.
Oh man. Hey Ev. Sorry. One of our cinematic czars from the Saints Row franchise. He also worked on all 4 of these bad boys. Worst cutscene in Saints Row 1.
I'm glad you asked. I think it's we know it in house as LC2,
the table one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, there's this long dialogue where the Carnalis are talking and Lewis is walking.
Yeah.
Get him on there. There you go.
Anyways, there's this dialogue that just goes on and on and on, and people pretty much it's what we intended not to do in SR2. We looked at this scene and said, okay, let's never do a scene like this ever again, because it's 2.5 minutes of talking heads. And I think I worked on that personally, and I was proud to have that one like finished, like the animatic for that one finished in a day, and I got it done. I'm like, yeah, I got that done. And the only reason why I got it done is because it's just people sitting there talking. They're not doing anything. So it's like SR2, we're like, okay, if people are talking, we want to have them doing something, you know, and you know, because people do stuff when they talk, they don't sit there. So worst one ever.
I was just thinking about that one.
Yeah.
I'm watching this is like taking me back in the. That was like.
In the Wayback Machine.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Oh, this is like. It's really hard to remember this.
That meter.
You sure did?
Yes. It drops change. It drops change when you
So do the bums.
Julius.
Yes, the bums.
Yeah, no, that's right. Everybody drops cash except
Except the
Bob.
bums. Yeah, no one ever knows. But
that's a good one.
at the end of SR1, and we don't know how it happened. I could probably dig through some emails.
I can tell you how it happened.
You know how it happened?
I know exactly how it happened.
I never
It
was aware until Steve told me this on SR2. It's like egregious error.
So on Saints Row,
huge.
So Saints Row 1 ends with this. It was supposed to be this cliffhanger ending of the bomb blows up and the player is caught in this explosion and everyone to find who set the bomb, who set the bomb. And I remember I finally watched the cutscene when I came back. I was always excited to see what does this cutscene look like. And I watched the ending cinematic of the game. And it's like everyone is like cutting away to this boat, and you're kind of people like looking at classifying who's who could be the person, who could be the person. And then there's this one shot where it's Julius standing looking at his watch and looking at the boat like what the fuck is this? Like, I'm like oh my god, like what happened? And be like what do you mean? Like in the script it says that he's running down an alleyway, broken and bloody, like he just escaped capture and he's running for his life. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, he's supposed to be like scared. Like, what happened? And so, but then they changed it in the final cinematic. It's just him like, yep, throw that shit up. And so, like, oh man, I guess Julius is guilty. And what ended up happening was on the mocap shoot. They had the animatic, it was in T-pose, and Julius was in T-pose, and they had him sliding down a road. And so the guys at the shoot were like, well, fuck, dude, we don't want to go and have to capture, we don't want to capture this guy like running. What's the pain in the ass? It was him standing there looking at his watch, he's in T-pose. And so they did that, and it totally changed the whole franchise. We're like, oh, holy fuck.
I
like,
never knew that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Timborelli.
Did he not even have a watch on?
No, it's ridiculous. And like, but so then like, well, what do we do for Saints Row 2? Like, well, Julius killed the player because like, what else are we gonna go and do? Because he clearly he's standing there checking out his watch. And if anyone's other than Julius that blew up this boat, then we're lying to everybody. Like, this is the moment. And so yeah, we totally
know that backstory.
No,
Yeah,
we totally
so I've been
changed.
waiting
We totally changed
7 years to-
the direction of the franchise. Yeah, it was,
unintentionally.
Jeff and Tim.
So there was a bug on Saints Row 1 that we fixed close to the end, where was actually two things. One is okay. One is that whenever there was parenting that was broken on objects in our editor and Max and stuff, things would end up, lights and glares and things would end up at the world origin.
Right.
Which happened to be somewhere in the vicinity of here, like in a parking lot in the red light district.
Okay.
There was also a thing where at the end of the game, after the final cutscene plays, and like the credits roll, it would teleport the player to the world origin and drop you back into gameplay. So what would happen was when you combine the two of these together is you would play through the final mission, and the boat would explode, you'd get blown up, and then it would fade to black, and then it would fade back in, and you would fall out of this giant ball of infinite light and fall to the ground in ragdoll. Like you had been somehow like reborn from this pulsing nexus of energy, because it was like 150 like unparented lights all stacked on top of each other, and the player teleported. I was like, I kind of wanted to keep it in, but they ended up taking that out.
Yeah, if you can find the world origin in almost any game, you'll find some weird stuff happening.
Yeah, in later games we've always been smart enough to make the world origin underneath the ground or inside a building somewhere, so you can't see it.
All right, I got a few questions here. People are asking. So, what was it like designing Matt Miller and working with Yuri Lowenthal?
It was awesome.
Yuri's awesome.
Yuri's been in
super talented.
Yuri's been in all four games of the franchise, and he's just a gentleman and a good-hearted human being, and one of the greatest people ever. I can never say enough good things about Yuri Lowenthal, and I was a big fan of him actually as the Prince in Prince of Persia, and he's a fantastic actor. And why am I not earning any money?
Because you're outside the scoring area.
What? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I can't Budokan either, can I? No, I just get killed. Anyway, Yuri has been awesome. Matt Miller was fun to go and write. I'm a giant fucking nerd, and as a result, I try to put in nerdy things whenever I can. And most of there's a lot of districts or character names that are all riffs on characters from role-playing games that I played with friends. And so one of my buddies used to play a hacker character in Vampire the Masquerade named Matt Miller. And that's why Matt Miller is Matt Miller, is this whiny computer hacker guy, because it was based off my friend's vampire character.
And it's $1 million edition real.
Yes, 100%.
What is the $1 million edition?
There's $1 million edition of Saints Row where you get if you buy it, you get a Lamborghini. I was gonna say gelato, which is yeah, thank you. Gelato's very different.
You get a trip to space.
A trip to space, plastic surgery, personal shopper, a week at the most expensive hotel in Dubai. First class airfare,
hostage
rescue scenario.
All real things
Spy
that you can
training.
actually get and pay money for.
Yep. Cost you $1 though.
Yeah. So Jeff Bezos, or if you're out there, or Elon Musk.
I think Notch could do it. I think that maybe he should use some of that sweet Minecraft money and
That's
decide
true.
to go and fly to space. Just a thought. Just full of helpful suggestions.
That's,
What was the thought process of bringing back GAT?
GAT's awesome. And why is it on activities?
oh, that was. Sorry, I was looking for activities before.
There we go. GAT's he's great. People wanted him back. His death didn't actually ever work out quite the way we had envisioned it to go and be. It just didn't. It never quite materialized, and we never got the payout that we were hoping that we'd get out of it. And so it never really quite came together. And so it's like, well, Saints Row, it won't be a Saints Row game without GAT. And we knew we had to go and bring him back. We always were planning on bringing him back for Saints Row 4. It's just a matter of figuring what's the best way to go and do it. And it came together pretty well. So I'm very excited to go and work with GAT as a character writing for him, and working with Daniel Kim is always fun. Yeah, I remember on Saints Row 1 actually totally pranked the shit out of me and put the fear of God in me, where we were doing a recording session, and there's a phone patch. I wasn't actually there, so I couldn't see his reaction. There's a line in the game later on where they're gonna pose as Vice Kings, and Dax hands them this, the Vice Kings is yellow is their color, and he hands them these yellow clothing to go and dress up. And the line is, GAT says, "Hey, I'm yellow enough as it is, Dex." And we're doing the phone patch, and he gets to that line, and the line just goes silent, and he just goes, "So what's this line mean? What's the line mean?" And then the director is like, "Steve, why don't you tell Dan? Tell Daniel what that line, what you're talking about." Like, well, okay. And so I'm trying to it's the most awkward explanation I've ever had to go into. I'm trying to walk it through, and then in the middle of it, everyone starts laughing. The engineer is laughing, Daniel Kim is laughing, the director is laughing. Like, "Oh, we fucked with you!" And I was mortified. My face was drained white as I was trying to figure out how do I explain it to her. That was kind of funny, but I was totally afraid I was offensive to Daniel Kim. So anyway. Oh, that scamp. It was a good time. First time I actually met him in person was Saints Row 4. Everything else has always been done over the phone. So he either happened to be in New York, or he was filming Lost, was in Hawaii, and the first time I ever actually got to go and meet him in person was on Saints Row 4, which is weird, because for 9 years he's a disembodied voice on the phone. It's just kind of a weird thing. Also weird, this game has been, you figure, it's been, 10 years since we started working on Saints Row 1?
September 2003 it started.
I started the summer of 03 on it.
Oh, it was, 10 years.
So that's more time than you spent in college and high school combined working on this franchise.
Wow. Or if you guys could talk about the origin of Saints Row, Bling Bling, remember?
Yeah, we actually have talked about it a bit already, but we can recap it.
Yeah, people are coming in and out of the stream.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I was in 2003. Volition was doing a kind of a game jam internally, divided the company up in groups of 5 people or so.
Maybe these missions never came.
And prototyping game ideas that each team could come up with any idea they wanted. And one of the ideas was called Bling Bling, and it was the genesis of Saints Row. And it was first person at the time. I remember we took some Red Faction assets and had the gun, and it was rotated 90 degrees, so it was hell gangster style.
Yeah.
There's also a bunch of underground stuff in there, right?
Yeah, from another project called Underground.
That
Yeah.
never saw the light of day, but
Yeah, but
parts of it live on in Saints Row. So.
yeah, I think Saints Row was called Bling Bling internally for years. I mean, there was
Imagine if it had stayed Bling Bling.
The-
They're on
There
Bling
were
Bling 4
at some
right now.
point.
I still
I thought it might have been called Bling Bling, but eventually it changed.
It's probably for the
the old,
best.
the old title screen was all called Bling Bling.
Yeah,
too.
Bling Bling. Yeah. I mean, Saints Row was a tongue-in-cheek game even back then.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been a bad title, but it became Saints Row. And yeah, it started on the PS2.
Face! Holy fuck!
The graphics are really rough looking. I'm kind of,
Oh
I'm
my
not even embarrassed.
God.
Wow.
It is not aged well.
No.
No, it's not.
Wow. I think it was just this. I'm holding the same controller that I'm playing Saints Row 4 on at home, but I'm not. I'm experiencing something very different.
Oh, you have defaults on your one. That means Mike and Dan are going to show up, doesn't it?
Oh, my CD.
That's right.
Yeah, I forgot about Mike.
The enforcers were the
That's
three
right.
yellow heads.
Yes,
Yeah.
one of whom is still here, Denser.
Where's the way to get
General
inside?
for now. Yes.
Totally forgot about
The
that.
gray-haired one, that's Dan. That's
Yes,
our
Sir Mac and Mike Kulas.
Mike Kulas, the
Sorry,
founder
guys.
of Volition, basically, and Dan
Where's-
Cermak is our current
Ah,
chairman.
there's so many cool little Easter eggs like that in the game,
Yeah.
like inside references.
Is this the one where all the Hitman targets are named after your employees, or was that Saints Row 2?
No.
Saints Row 1, because I know one was named after me.
I had one named after me, and I never signed the waiver. So legally, I can't be put in there, but you can still go after Ev. I was like, I don't know if I want people trying to kill me. And then I played the game. It's like, kill Ev. I'm like, I guess I'm in there anyways. It doesn't matter. People are trying to kill me.
At one point on Saints Row 2, there was supposed to be a boss called the Bumaga, who was some sort of super bum, who attacked you with a street sign that had my name printed on it.
Yeah.
And then the Bumaga got cut, and I don't think my name has shown up in the game
I remember Bumaga.
at any point.
I'm trying to achieve in Shield, and I forgot that you can't do that in this game. I don't know.
Is there a Cabot in Saints Row 1?
There is somewhere, but I don't know. The big floating one is 2, right?
Yeah, right.
Sure, there's one in
Matt, you might know. I mean,
I off the top of my head, I know it's here someplace. I just don't remember whether it was like a tag somewhere.
Wasn't it in the closet of Price's mansion or something like that? Or no, it was in a chimney too.
wait, the Saints Row 1 still
Price's mansion has the cabin. I think.
Yeah, you might be right.
Does Saints Row 1 have the tagging minigame?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That I had to put in with the use the analog sticks to move your paint spray can head around.
It never made it past Saints Row 1, did it?
No, it was not the best
I thought Saints Row
activity.
2 had tagging.
Yeah, but I think it wasn't the same way. You didn't actually have to paint the outline of the tag.
you just
It was
had, X's
you had to stand there for a certain amount of time and not get shot.
Oh, okay. I remember on Saints Row 1 too, we had to do this thing for localization where we had to go through the game and find every single use of slang in the cutscene script and explain what exactly it meant. And which is really a pain in the ass, 'cause even for things like fuck, it's such a versatile word, it can mean so much. And trying to go and say, well, in this one they say fuck you as a joke, in this one they say fuck you as an angry thing, and this one, it was really, this is a euphemism for blood. It was really easy
Did we have
to
to
die
explain
in this game.
shit to eat?
What?
Yeah.
Shit and
Food
eat.
court was shit to eat.
Yeah.
What? No checkpoint? Are you kidding me?
No.
Didn't have
no
checkpoints.
checkpoints.
No checkpoints for
What?
And you die in about 2 shots.
What?
Yeah, try completing the game without a checkpoint.
What?
It's our own
It's a
19
more hardcore
it's our own
game.
1984 mode.
What? Oh man. I'm spoiled. If I'm playing DuckTales, I don't mind, but man, shit.
Or 1999 mode, or whatever it was called.
By the way, as a public service announcement, everyone should go and buy DuckTales because
Yes.
come on.
Also,
Fucking
Jake
DuckTales.
Klubman did the music for the Revolution, right?
Why was the Money Shot DLC canceled?
It didn't work.
Didn't work?
The
sniper one?
No, the sniper. The game was coming. The game didn't come together. I mean, from my understanding of it, the quality just didn't quite meet THQ's. I mean, that wasn't a Volition decision or anything like that. That was a THQ call, but I just don't think
we weren't working on that, right?
Right,
It was in the
exactly.
studio.
So it was a THQ decision. I'm assuming it just didn't quite. It was an interesting idea. There's some cool stuff in there. I played the demo. The demo was actually pretty fun, but I guess they just couldn't get it all to.
So what is your favorite part of Saints Row 1 and 2?
Good question.
The fact that it doesn't crash all the time. Only sometimes.
What's the Xbox?
I would say, just from my programmer point of view, the physics system, like the vehicles and the ragdolls and all the Because at the time, it was very new for us. I mean, we had very static worlds before. And the fact that he integrated Havoc and had a much more dynamic world, just driving through pedestrians, seeing them fly everywhere, and a lot of dynamic objects and stuff. It's just fun to do that kind of stuff.
I'd say I guess I'm kind of biased, but since I work on cutscenes, just the cutscenes and the sheer amount that we put in. I don't know how many minutes are there?
It was close to 140 minutes.
Yeah, probably maybe 140
You got
minutes.
too close.
Which,
They're already there.
Which is like massive.
Too close to too close.
So we made a game and a movie.
Yeah, and we made feature-length animation within a game, and that's with 4 cutscene artists and however many animators, couple animators. I mean,
And the
that's
tools
before we
pipeline
outsourced
probably
anything.
wasn't the best either.
No.
And the tools were
Across
so
the
rough.
board, the tools pipeline.
Everything was so painful.
We
because
built
it was-
all of this in 3D Studio Max. Like that's.
Oh
one of the
yeah,
things that-
I don't know how you guys.
Oh man, like that was
You couldn't see
the
anything
fact
in
that
game.
we
It
did
was-
this
Oh.
is
That-
almost.
That's my
Yeah.
real answer. It's just the fact that we actually managed to get all of this. As much as we've made progress since then, the fact that we were able to go from 0 to open world game on a new platform that no one had developed for before, with a team that was like hugely inexperienced because the studio grew from like 70 people to like 220 people in like 18 months. The fact that this came out at all and was good enough to spawn a franchise is just like, that's amazing.
That says a lot.
I remember there was
Yeah.
a lot of doubt in the team when, especially in the depths of crunch, as to like what was going to happen with this game when it came out. And
broken
the fact
shillelagh
that people
glass.
love
Thank
it
you, sir.
is just amazing.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers. That's a really good old fashioned. The I think that there's also like a oh, sorry. No, Mike. No, joke's on you. Oh, whoa. You leaving us, sir?
He's gonna get a drink.
I'm coming back.
We inspired him.
The
What are you drinking?
old fashioned. The I think that when Matt talked about it being made in Max, like something that I don't know if a lot of people knew about that. Like one of the things that becomes really problematic, and it really came to a head in Saints Row 2 as well. But because everything was all done not in a tool, but in Max, it's like if you want to change something for a firefight, it's like a 2-day wait if you want to go and move a piece of cover, right? You want to move that lamppost, better wait for a couple days, put in a change management request.
This dead end kills me.
What? Which one?
This one right here.
This is dead end?
I swear I drove into this a million times.
It's
Road to nowhere.
Yes, this is the dead.
Really? Oh.
It kind of goes back to that construction area, and then it just can't go anywhere.
Wow. There's a lot of dead ends.
It's like a main road, and then you just stop.
Well,
Yeah,
it's-
part of that was due to the limitations of the streaming system.
Yeah. We our streaming
We
layout
closed
was
stores
not
at
as
night.
good as it is now.
Holy shit! I forgot all about that.
We did a lot of things. Like at one point, I think
We had time
there's a lot of
today.
stuff that I don't remember if it shipped in the game or not because things were in and out. There was a thing where when you would like a random chance when you stole a car that the person would punch you back and knock you over and drive away. There was all animations created and stuff for like you trying to pull someone out of a car and then like kicking you.
Yeah. I remember there's a hijacking animation that would play randomly where the player just goes and just shoots the person in the head.
I actually saw it.
And,
Yeah.
And like I remember it was when it was first being shown at E3. It was the very first demo. It was the first time someone hit the button. It was totally random. Just throws open the door, bam, and like people like in the demo, what the? It was so just.
I remember I was working on before the E3 demo. I had been working on the system where people pathfind to the cars and get like when you hit Y and you run up, or like the followers run up to the car and open the doors and animate in and all that. And I've been working on this thing for and it's filled with weird corner cases and bugs, and like I'm finally like before the E3 demo, I'm like, all right, I'm kind of happy with it. And then the video, first like playthrough video comes out on like IGN or something, and the first thing that happens is somebody walks up to a car, hits Y, does a complete lap around the car for no
Nice.
reason, like laps it twice, and then gets in the passenger side instead of the driver's side. And I'm like, son of a bitch.
Well done.
Hey, I got a couple questions here I'll pass along.
Oh, man.
One's about Zemos. What happens to Zemos again? So it sounds like somebody, I don't know if you answered it, but somebody missed it. And another, this is a good one, this is a deep one. Is it that hard to make an open world game and not be ridiculed for it by fans of the GTA series? Which I think is a little more, we had to deal with that more when this came out.
Yeah, I don't think it's been too bad. I think that people realize that our game and GTA are just they're different, and I think that they're very
the franchises have moved in different directions, and I think that they pretty much stand side by side. With so I don't think that there's really been a big issue with that.
I mean, the comparisons were unavoidable when it first came out. It's natural to make those comparisons, but it's thrown into its own game.
And even when it came out too, we didn't even know San Andreas was existing, right? Like,
San Andreas came out about halfway through development.
And the color green was a big deal.
The gang color was originally green, not purple.
Yeah.
But I think what Clint was saying was right, that it was much more of a problem early on, both because we hadn't really found our voice yet in Saints Row 1, but also because at the time, like, GTA really was the open world market at that time, back in, mid 2000s.
Yeah.
So if you made an open world game, they weren't called, they weren't even really called open world games.
Right.
Instead of Sandbox games or GTA clones was, the same way FPSs were Doom clones originally, So, but, in addition to, like, us, separating ourselves and finding that tone and that humor, there's also just the number of open world games and the number of genres has exploded so much that now people don't automatically think GTA when they think open world.
Right.
They think, GTA, or they think Crackdown, or they think Saints Row, or they think, any number of dozens of other games.
The high-paced world of stuff.
I used to classify Saints Row as an urban RPG, actually, because like a lot of things in the game actually remind you of like an RPG. There's like customization which is like outfits and stuff. You have your side missions, your activities and quests and stuff like that. And you can revive your homies, which is something I actually had a hand in. Pouring one out for your homies was my suggestion. So it made it 2 games. So that was kind of nice.
So here's probably one of the more deeper questions we're going to get today. Is the Gat Memorial statue being made at 8 inches tall a reference to the cutscene, or is that just a coincidence?
I wish I could say that was done on purpose, and maybe it was, but to my understanding, it's a happy accident, like all of Johnny Gat's lovers.
Probably.
It's a pleasant surprise.
It's probably sized that way to fit in the box, and then.
Don't ruin the majesty.
The cop AI is actually holds up pretty well.
Yeah, actually,
the police car chasing, the way they ram you and stuff.
Wait, I think I want to get that. Oh, I have to follow.
So
Put it in the cop car.
you got to put it back in the car. That's a blue arrow, I think.
Oh, you're right there.
Oh no, never mind.
There you go.
Failed?
Oh, you got shot right when you were about to jump.
No!
So we had an activity at one
Cruel
point.
fate.
Like, I'm just going through remembering things that were in Saints Row at one point, but there was an activity, I think it became the drug trafficking activity, but there was one at one point where you ran around the city with a giant needle. It was like 2 feet long. And you just walked up and just jabbed me.
Right.
That was
drug trafficking.
That was in Phase 4.
That was drug trafficking, yeah.
It didn't make it that far.
No, it was past. It was in P5 too.
Was it?
Oh yeah. No, that one. That one lasted.
I had hand in animating that stuff.
So the
I was like, are you really running around jabbing people with needles?
Drug trafficking. Okay. Drug trafficking really went through like a bunch of different iterations. There's all sorts of and after it used to be the needle, then it was go to a place and you had to go and like you play this animation, you had your hands, things back and forth.
Oh yeah, it was like a little shady deal in the alley.
And then
that's right.
And then it became like this defense mission.
Yeah, not enough shit blew up in it, so we gotta crank that one up.
Hey Mikey, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it's raining, occasionally there'll be lightning, and occasionally you'll actually see a lightning bolt come down and strike us.
Lightning bolts had some very small percentage chance of coming down and hitting a person. That is one of those things that one of the many things that got I don't know what happened to it in the final shuffle. I think it's still in there. And there was a console command or a cheat or something at one point called Wrath of God that just made lightning bolt it was like anybody that you attacked, punched or something, they became your active target, and anybody that you came in contact with would get struck by lightning and killed.
Right.
So you would just walk around, you'd bump into somebody or punch them, and then a lightning bolt would come and smite them from the heavens.
What are your favorite weapons so far? Going around the couch here.
In life?
In all of the in life.
in all of your
all the SRs.
You had to pick one.
Coltraps.
We had?
What?
We had Coltraps?
I think they were cut from Saints Row 2, but I have a little more hyper Coltraps.
Well, for me, it's a rocket launcher because that was the iconic weapon in the first one that really felt like you were just, causing massive amounts of destruction.
The physics and the cars explode.
Yeah.
Do weapon systems count? Like I would say the VTOL, just because that's just awesome to fly around in and blow stuff up with.
Yeah, I'd have to say go with the rocket launcher always has a special place in my heart, even though it's not one of our fanciest ones. But also the chum gun.
The abduction
with the shark that pops out of the ground.
All right. The abduction gun is really fucking cool too. I'm like, oh, this has been Saints Row 4. I know a lot of people like the dubstep gun. I'm an abduction gun aficionado. There's just something very rewarding about that one.
So here I have a request.
All right.
Who wants to get up and do the Boone Goes the Dynamite dance?
I don't know how to.
I don't know how you're even able to replicate that. It's I don't know how Zach did it.
Earlier, actually.
Yeah,
Dan
if we
Fike
could
can
get
do
him
it.
in here
Dan
to do
Fike.
it.
We're looking for somebody to do the Boone Goes the Dynamite dance.
Oh, I can't do that.
Oh, come on, man.
No. Who's asking for that? That's someone from QA.
There's Mitch.
Someone just being a prick. No, Boone Goes the Dynamite. No,
I believe it was Zach who did it for the mocap.
Zach did do it.
Dr. Carnage has it right. It's only a dance that Boone can do.
Yeah.
At least do justice to.
Yeah, it was a thing of beauty. But I guess when Zach was doing the mocap for it, he said it was a hard time for him to try to get it exactly right. He was looking at this. It's off that half step, you know.
Well, it's not awkward enough. Like Zach is too good of a dancer. They're like, can you sort of shift your weight uncomfortably more? Boone still dances better than me, so.
Boone can actually cut a rug.
Oh, that guy's got some skills.
Are there more customization options for cars in Saints Row 4, or is it mostly the same?
I don't know.
Luger actually worked on 4. Besides Steve.
No, I honestly don't. Know.
No, we have to get.
I think it's about the same. Yeah, to know specifically, but because the superpowers take such a big, part of how you're getting from point A to point B. I don't. Not you, man. That was I don't know.
Of these cinematics.
Sorry about that. I got
What about the pimp cane? Where's that?
Oh, the pimp cane shotgun.
Saints Row 1.
I think it lived and died on one, didn't it?
There's a pimp cane melee weapon, and then there was the pimp shotgun.
Oh right, yeah.
That's SR3. Yeah, but the pimp cane has. Yeah, I think it kind of replaced with the giant foam finger, and then the Hulk. Like every game had like a weapon that like gave you would punch people into the stratosphere, and I think it was the pimp cane was in.
That pimp cane was awesome because you had like this custom walk cycle when you
that's
right.
Had it out. We actually that was like one of the weapons that had like as you leveled up in the game, you got more and more pimpish, and your strut got better and better, progressively better, because there was like. Gang, I remember the animation sets were GML1, GML2, 3, 4. So your gang level went up to 4, and 4 was ultimately the pimp. So when you walked as a thug, level 1. So it wasn't really clearly identified like that in the game, but as you progress, that's what actually did happen. Right. So the pimp cane and stuff, they kind of played together with those motions.
Have there been any characters that changed name in development?
What?
In any game of the series?
So one more time.
Characters who changed their name.
Yeah,
during development.
Yeah. There's a couple.
Most of the character names in Saints Row 1 were originally placeholder, right?
There was
like Dex,
Viola,
Poindexter.
Viola and Kiki was Viola and Kiki used to be Americans, or before they were Americans, so they were Asian, and they were Natsuko and Yukako, and Tsuki and Yuki is what they would go by.
Philippe had a different name originally. Different last name at least.
There was I think there was a bunch of there was Philippe Duché.
Philippe Duché.
There was a
well done.
There was they did another one before it was Duché, because then he had another name that wasn't. It was Duchatelet. That was his name, and then people said, "Why don't you make it a joke like have it be Duché?" And then that gained traction for a while. And they're like, "No, please God, let's go with something different." And so
It used to be Duchatelet, and then it was Duche, and then it became that. Angel de la Muerte was Kelly Yearwood.
That's before he got into show business.
So yeah, his name was he was Kelly Yearwood for a time. Mr. Sunshine was always Mr. Sunshine. There was who else? There's usually a few. I know, but I have no rocket launchers.
What did
so
change
that was,
names a bunch of times is the city. Before it was Stillwater, it had about 11 other names.
Yeah.
It was Southern Cross for a while.
Right.
It was
Southern Cross seemed to pop
Hello.
up in like every
Southern Cross
discussion of
came
the
up.
And
city.
at one point, it
misspelled
was
to this
Bitch
day.
Titusburg.
Is that Stockman name?
No, that was a Dave Westman name before Stockman.
Shocking.
Oh, it was like there was all these like names where it was like trying to be clever but not like Crackton and
Yeah, there was some dark. There's some dark
Crackton
days.
has a ring to it.
There's no Bitch Titusburg, but
Bitch Titusburg.
So, Steve, a quick
See,
one
there's
for
that
you.
dead end again. You're
Oh my God! Fuck you, game.
So there's a bunch of questions about removing content from Saints Row 3. I don't know if we talked about that earlier or something. It's come up a few times.
removing content.
Yeah, like we almost had too much. We had to remove some stuff or choose not to put stuff in.
Yeah,
Well,
that's tricky.
There's a lot of moving parts to that too. It's like Saints Row 3 was on an entirely new engine, and so there's a lot that we had to kind of redo so much at the game. New city, the way that we handled art assets was totally different.
Yeah,
Like,
the tools we finally got away from Max.
yeah, and so there's a whole lot, and so a lot of times it just comes down to time and scope. We have to go and make things, you have to go and cut things out to go and make it work. Or like for instance, in Saints Row 2. Like the way the customization assets, if I'm pointing, I don't know why I'm doing that. You can't see that. The customization assets were all the pets were on one skeleton. But so if someone made one made a T-shirt for someone to go and wear, anyone could go and wear that one T-shirt, and so they never had to. There's no safe in here. It's just a petty act of vandalism. Sorry. You could go to reuse that, right? And so it's like if you create something for a pedestrian, then you're also creating it as a customization asset for the player. But in Saints Row 3, they moved to have different skeletons for pedestrians, different skeletons for men, different skeletons for women. And so as a result of that, assets that were created for the characters weren't like drag and drop. They had to go and create custom assets for every character. And so anytime you have a customization asset in Saints Row 3, that was specifically made to be a customization asset. There was no money savings or time savings and say, oh, just create it one time and then everyone can go and wear it. Everything had to be created on a one-off, and part of that we got better animations as a result of that. The characters had better fidelity, but there's a cost that came along with that, and so
there was
also more dense too.
Yeah, there was a huge limitation
Yeah.
at the customization level for the stuff that was done in SR2. Obviously, everybody could get all those assets, but a lot of people started looking the same. The amount of variety and whatnot in the clothing was very limited. SR3, I was part of the team that helped change it a little bit. A lot of memory reasons to get higher quality assets and potentially more and whatnot. But it was a matter of getting better looking stuff and changing that kind of pipeline to not be as vanilla as it had to be because of all the limitations that the system had. So
we get a lot of questions too about the layering. How come we didn't carry layering forward?
Layering,
when you look at the difficulties and the complexity of making that look good.
And this is a discussion we're still having to this day. Layering is actually still supported in Saints Row 3. It was used at a certain level, but the design choices and the art direction was, that was there were a lot of niceties there, but we wanted to, I guess do more ensemble kind of like styles and looks and whatnot.
Suffers.
Yeah, I mean that's it, because like essentially, you lose a lot of quantity in a way. You're making quantity in one asset, so you make that asset 5 different times. It's tucked in, it's pulled out, it's it's short or whatnot, and those are all unique and very nice. But you get more styles, different outfits, like completely with the new system. I know it's not a lot of people really love that, and I mean it was nice, but it took a lot of time to actually get all those assets for 2. And we spent more time making different.
Right to get
yeah.
them and make
Oh yeah. And
we dealt with the extremes of a character that was gigantic, or you hit those.
Yeah,
limits and-
there's a lot of bugs obviously as a result, because every time you make all those different types of like alterations or ways of wear, you have to match it up with all the pants, all the shirts, anything that they're going to come in contact with. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of work, and that's what we spent a lot of time on. Making sure that wasn't too offensive, clipping wasn't too bad, pants weren't seen through the bottom of shirts and stuff like that. We were able to get by with not as many bugs with the new system, but the ways of wear kind of like suffered as a result. But the artists spent their time making different assets and trying to make them higher quality. But that's really where that went.
And if you put it in perspective, I mean, we endearingly call these the kitchen sink games, right?
Yeah.
Especially Saints Row 3, when we had all the new stuff and we changed a lot of the system and really made that leap from Saints Row 2 to Saints Row 3. And, it's just a lot. There's a lot that you end up with. We just can't make this work and balance everything you have between keeping frame rate, keeping the AI looking good, keeping...
That's actually another thing. When we changed the customization system for 3, rendering does this thing that's called draw call. So every time there's a different material on the screen, and for instance, SR2 characters had potentially 50 draw calls. So I don't know how many milliseconds that it was actually eating up, but we got that down to probably 4 or 5 draw calls for SR3, and frame rate was a huge improvement from 2 to 3 just because of that, kind of alone. And that's just one character. One character was 50 draw calls, and we tried to do more and more characters on the screen. SR2 to SR3, there was a big jump in the number of characters that we were putting on screen, and that's kind of a result of one of those things.
It's all part of the ongoing process of optimizing.
Yeah, I mean,
figuring out where we want to put our efforts, where they'll best show up, both frame rate wise and also just in terms of what makes the game fun.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can spend time putting in polishing missions, it's probably going to be a better thing than spending time, making it so that there's 12 different directions you can rotate your hat.
I like Paper Doll. I'm a big fan.
Oh, I am too.
I
miss the ways there.
So I gotta roll, Clint. Thanks a lot for including me in this.
Alan, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay, thanks guys.
We'll have to catch up again.
Yeah.
I'll take a seat.
Anybody want to sit on the chair? Shout outs to Steve Jaros.
What? Spring break.
And Matt Flagel.
Money will get our Warhammer 40K game.
So what about the songs? What about Bounce Like My Check and
What was the other one? Don't
fuck me like I'm your wife. That was my favorite. So yeah, so Cy Smith was the voice actress who played Aisha, and she was awesome. And we knew that we wanted her to be a pop singer, and so eventually we were like, hey, we should go and we should have songs. She's a pop singer, and so all that we did for the songs was we sent Cy a list of song names, and it was Bounce Like My Checks, Don't Fuck Me Like I'm Your Wife, and was it Leave the Hoe?
Drop the Hoe or something like that?
But there's another one that those are the 3 songs, and so all we did is send them to her and said, we want songs for these, and whatever you want to give us, we'll be happy with.
We'll
and
take it.
that was it. And so she came back and delivered those songs, and they were awesome.
We also had the infamous, at least among the team, Saints Row theme song that was written for Saints Row 1.
There's a bunch of different Saints Row
What's
songs.
interesting? After you're done this, go to the map, because I think that the map of Stillwater that's on Dex's board here has an area that we cut on it.
Yeah, it's probably one of the older versions.
It's like that over to the left there, left of where the arena is.
Well,
and I guess we kept some of that for space, but we used to have we talked about a big racetrack out there. You guys remember that?
Yeah. There was a trailer park too, wasn't there? Or is that
that was in 2.
Because in 2 we put that district back in. We put
There
the university
was
out
also
there.
a shanty town. I don't think we kept that though.
There was the guy who played Dex.
I guess it's kind of there, but yeah, there used to be. We built a
racetrack
racetrack out on, and we're prototyping racing out there. Oh man, I'd forgotten about that.
The
This map changed like 30 times.
Oh, yeah.
We wasted a lot of ink and paper for all the
We
rooms.
sure did.
They were like layered too. They would just stack
Utilized
the new
a lot
maps on
of
top of
paper.
it.
Okay.
Waste is a strong word.
Sure, right.
We did get a request to do a sing-along.
Let's do a sing-along.
Jesus.
Us.
Jesus.
Like us.
And here's the
So
problem.
Steve, kick us off.
There's not enough old fashions going around here, Clint.
Got what I need. Something like that, maybe?
Oh, the biz.
No. Come on, man.
Unless it's the Misfits, it ain't gonna happen.
Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you
I don't know
say
that
he's
song. That's
just
the
a
only part of that I
Have you
know.
ever met a girl that you tried to date, waited you to make love, she wanted you to wait? Let me tell you a story about my situation. I was meeting this girl from the U.S. nation. We met, the day that I met her was on tour at a concert. She had long hair and a short miniskirt. Ripped off stage, dripping born with sweat. I walked to the back, and guess who I met? She whispered in my ear, come to the picture booth and ask some questions and see if you're 100 proof. I asked her her name, she said blah blah blah. She had 9-10 pants and a very big bra.
I know, like most of Bust a Move, but that's. What was the sing along in Saints Row 1? Like the official one?
Saints Row 1 didn't have a sing along. Saints
No,
Row
I
2.
thought we did, but it was like it wasn't part of a mission. It was like just random.
No, that was Saints Row 2. Saints Row 2 had Saints Row 2. Every boss had one song that they would sing that was on the mix, and then they would have. Am I supposed to pull up the right? It's just bottles. This is the worst struggle I've ever.
I thought Saints Row 1
Go in there.
Yeah, and then oh right, it was the giant red arrow. Smooth moves, dude. And then they danced. Man, your house is really fucking real on this.
You had to start
Watch that one more time. Yeah, well, that's. Trying to think, and then they also sang Neo. Pierce sang Neo, in the car, and then Saints Row 3 had Sublime, and.
That's always a fun part when you're out on the games is when the list of songs comes in, especially.
They are
for the
on
sing-along.
top of it.
Which,
I never know any of the songs except for the 80s ones.
They want their $2.
Did we have a request to sing along to Bounce Like My Checks, but I have no idea.
I don't know how it goes. I know that
Bounce like my checks did back in the day, before I got my paper, before I got paid, and now. I remember that one.
The Saints Row song goes. The Saints Row theme song that they have.
really impressed me,
If you're sick of being
kidding.
sick and you're tired of being Poe, go get your gun and get your ass to Saints Row. Saints Row, bitch. Saints
Oh,
Row,
that's right.
bitch.
Right.
Something, bitch.
What was that?
I love
That
it.
was
It's
the song.
It was the David Banner,
Oh, that's
where
right.
he talks about Hurricane Katrina
Oh,
in
yeah,
the middle of
this
it.
whole part
He talks about Hurricane Katrina.
George W. Bush hates black people. Hurricane Katrina. It's like,
Yeah.
what's this have to do with
Hurricane.
anything?
One of my president was.
We talked about some really.
I was totally
we talked
concerned about that too.
Ludacris. Wasn't it
Well, he's from
Ludacris did
Champagne.
one. Ludacris
Yeah.
did one.
So Ludacris did
Ghostface
one.
Killer.
Ghostface Killer. Who was the guy? Who was Ludacris's buddy we had? That
Exhibit?
No,
No, Ludacris didn't do it. Exhibit did one. That was what Ludacris didn't do it. Exhibit
We
did
talked
one.
with Ludacris and his label out of St. Louis. We had. What was the guy who? Oh man, the guy actually sent us a song and a bunch of his like stickers and crap, man.
Yeah, I remember
Oh, I
that.
can't remember the song.
I
I
don't
remember the.
I think the Ghostface song is still pretty good. I
There
actually
was
still
one
listen
that
to
was
that
really
one.
good.
I thought the Ghostface one was pretty good.
What was the oh man, who was the other guy we contacted?
There was Strong Arm Study. It was Rhymefest did one.
No, who's a comedian?
Dave Chappelle.
Chappelle. So yeah, we
Yeah, that's
contacted
right.
Chappelle, talked with us, and we talked to him, but then
Was that during the
he
Chappelle
dropped
show
off the
era?
radar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before he went to
That
South
was-
Africa or
that-
whatever it was?
yes.
Yeah, he
Yes,
kinda-
it was.
Yeah, that was when his show was
But
doing good.
you know what? I'm happy that you didn't because I got a job. So thanks, Chappelle.
Oh, that was gonna be our.
Chingy, that's it.
Oh,
Who is,
Chingy.
okay.
Chingy.
Chingy, that's
That's right.
right.
I had forgotten about
I like
him.
the way you
Period,
move
totally. I
about
forgot he
bar.
existed.
Yeah. All right. Wow. Letter control to Die Hard. Nice call.
What?
Guy on here, Chingy. He brought up Chingy.
Oh, Chingy.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're a little slow over here.
We've been drinking
and
on
walking.
this song.
Chris, when so we recorded And this was Saints Row 1, right? Or was that Saints Row 2 when we had Jay Moore?
Jay Moore was Saints Row 2.
Was that 2 or 1? That was Saints Row 2. We'll save that for tomorrow. That's a great story.
Yeah. I know the story you're talking about. It's a
Can
good
we actually
story.
play those?
I don't know. I mean, we own the right. We own it, right? He did it.
Well,
during our recording,
it's a matter of what am I done? No, I completed it. Huh?
Wait, Jay Moore. No, it was someone else.
Oh, that's. Well, no. Yes, sort of.
Yeah. God damn it! It walked out of my ankle and my body burned.
Why wouldn't you? She's just hanging out.
Listen, I don't blame her.
You didn't buy
See what I did?
didn't get the flame retardant upgrade.
Oh, I
So Christopher Walken. Somebody brought up Christopher Walken, and so that's the story we have. We'll save that one to tomorrow though, because that was during Saints Row 2.
I wish I could have been there. I wish I could be here tomorrow. That would have been fun.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Steve's out tomorrow.
Want to Skype in tomorrow, Steve?
Very
Yeah, I don't think I can do that on the road. It might be a little challenging.
Okay,
I
so
my wife would hate me.
Yeah, right. We don't. Yeah. Where did the idea of the name Saints come from, and why is purple their main color?
Okay, so the purple.
Nice.
We'll start with the easiest question of that first. Their main color was supposed to be green. And
We
then
actually have team shirts made up with the
and
old
they were-
Saints Row
they were
logo in green.
Yeah, and
Collectors.
And then San Andreas came out because no one knew anything about San Andreas, right? When we saw the trailer come out, I'm like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? They're doing
green.
gangs. They're green. Oh,
And they're also
God.
something street something or other, too, right?
Grove Street. And so yeah, that was like, oh god, that was a dark day. And so then we knew obviously we had to go change the gang color.
Well, I don't think we knew the name. Like it was still bling bling around that time too.
It was still called Bling Bling, yeah.
Yeah.
But the gang was still called the Saints, but
Yeah.
the what was I gonna say? We basically just did color tests of what does their what color would look good for the Saints, and purple.
That's right.
Purple stood out, and I was like, yeah, it's cool, and
It's
legal.
actually interesting when you get into, and I'll speak artsy-fartsy here for a little bit, but like color theory-wise, purple is a color of transition. You see that a lot in movies. There's actually a color theory book, which is a great book for any artist out there, called "If It's Purple, Somebody's Gonna Die," and it's true in a lot of movies. You see, purple is the color of death, or purple is the color of transition. So keep an eye out for that when you're watching movies. If somebody's wearing purple, oftentimes they'll go through a transitional phase, or they'll end up dead. But in this case, the Saints, rising from nothing and taking over all the way up to, whatever happens at the end of SR4. So it's quite a transitional journey.
Purple is also traditionally a color of like royalty and stuff, going back even to Roman times, because purple dye was the most expensive dye to make. So only the richest and most powerful people could afford it. So like in ancient Rome, like really powerful people wore purple togas.
I'm not a gun-toting psychopath.
There you go.
So-
multiple levels going here.
Fun facts about Dex here too. So Dex was voiced by this guy named JQ, and he was a hip hop artist, and it was cool. He was a really good guy. And Saints Row 2, we had Dex show up in Saints Row 2, but we tried to find JQ to go and bring him in here. But like he fell off the face of the earth. We have no idea.
Really? Still to this day?
We tried to find him. We could not find
Wow.
find him. So we had to try to do a different voice for Dex and Saints Row 2. So it's actually not the same guy. Reef has skin shit actually. He's both Pierce as well as Dex in Saints Row 2.
Yeah, internally, a lot of the animators and the cinematic guys, like Dex and Gat, of course, were like our favorite characters to work with. Like,
makes a lot of sense.
of course, we're animating to like Michael Rappaport and Michael Clark Duncan was pretty awesome.
Dude, I remember on Saints Row 2 with the recording trail, and like Michael Rappaport is like a fucking, he was cool as hell. He was a really nice guy. But I'll never forget, he was the person who said, you have to go see Old Boy, because if you watch this movie and you do not enjoy it, you are dead inside as an artist. And I said, oh, I need to watch Old Boy, and it's like, that movie doesn't inspire you, like something's wrong with you. I'm like, okay, Michael Rappaport wants me to watch Old Boy, like, fuck yeah. It's like that day I went to the video store to go and get Old Boy, and yeah, he was right. It was fucking amazing. It was movie's fucking badass.
You have to follow up. Yeah, you have to follow up that with Higher Learning. So
I don't think I've seen Higher Learning.
With Michael Rappaport, he turns into a kind of like a neo-Nazi skinhead.
Yeah.
And goes sniper on a clock tower.
One of my favorite Michael Rappaport
like I always think about him in True Romance for some reason when he's like the actor trying to go and get a job. He's like hope, 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 and that always makes me.
Well, at least you didn't say zebra head, so.
No, it doesn't.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, don't look it up.
I kind of want to see Higher Learning.
Yeah, you should totally see Higher Learning. That's a great film. Higher Learning.
So do you have negative $1,100 right now? Is that the red?
I think I'm supposed to pay back my kid down.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know where to go and pay him back, so like that's gonna have to come from me.
You have to go to the loan office, but they're probably chasing you, so
Thing is also
they're not going to be there.
Right? Don't they do different? Didn't we do different clothes in different stores in this one too? So it's like if you wanted to go
That's
and
right.
like,
That's right.
It sounded like such a good idea.
Yeah, if you wanted to get like expensive clothes, you went to like the high-end retail district.
yeah.
Well, Stefan was.
Right. No, not just that, but it was like different stores had different ones. It wasn't just like by brand. It's like if I went to, like whatever this hair salon had different hairstyle, different hair clothes than,
and it was all like
just do it up.
Oh,
tied,
like
to the, tied to the neighborhoods. If it was a crummy neighborhood, it was a crummy store with crummy items.
Totally.
In the downtown is where the high-end shopping is, of course.
That seems like probably something that made sense at the time.
It seemed like it would encourage exploration, right? In no way, shape, or form would it be frustrating.
That's
right. You know, there's a couple. There's some really
like
good life
every
lessons
mission
that
started
game.
with driving to the opposite end of the city.
There's one thing I do miss that like we had in for a while at Freckle Bitches. There was a guy on the intercom. If you pulled up to the the order sign at the drive-through, he would just like spout off. He'd be like Beavis and Butthead, like on the inside. He'd be like, "Do you want fries with that?" And you haven't even ordered yet, obviously. It was brilliant, but it never made it in. I don't even know who did it, but I kept trying to track that stuff down. It was amazing.
How did we come up with the idea to bring Benjamin motherfucking King?
So I'm a big Benjamin King like fanboy, and any excuse I can have to go and use Benjamin King, I will fucking do. And so when the early drafts of Saints Row 2 was about Benjamin King trying to go and I wrote it before my wedding, and I was crunching to go get it done. And there was this entire story about Benjamin King and Julius, they kind of tried to go and get revenge or whatever, because like one of their friends dies. And then I go on my wedding, and it's a great time. I come back from my honeymoon, and I get back, and the first thing that happens when I get back is says, "Steve, we're changing the format. We're gonna go back to doing 3 gangs. You need to throw out every single thing that you did and start all over from scratch." What the fuck just happened? It's, we knew before your wedding, but we didn't want to stress you out while you were at your wedding, and so I crunched for no reason. But I was happy they didn't tell me. Anyway, so there's that. So we tried to have that in that one, but then it's like, we don't want to go and make it too inside baseball, so we pulled it back a little bit and said he's going to be this famous author. Then in Saints Row 3, I wanted to put Ben King in it again, and the producer at the time was like, like, how many people are going to remember Benjamin King? Because now it's 2 games ago. And so that was kind of a thing. And then Saints Row 4, I'm like, no, we've waited too long.
We're doing it.
Ben King's coming back.
Weren't we at one point going to do a flashback thing that was Julius and King in the 70s?
That's right. That was the original. That was the very original plan for Saints Row 2.
Okay, that's the same thing you were just talking
about.
Well,
no, this was even before that because Saints Row 2 had a different design team, different design leads. Then so we began work on Saints Row 2.
It was the Punisher people.
Right. Saints Row 2 development happened while we were finishing Saints Row 1. That's the way we commonly do that. And so originally, when we ended with this whole bomb explosion, Saints Row 2 was going to be a flashback to the 70s, and it was going to be like, because Saints Row 1 was like about hip hop music. Saints Row 2 was going to like celebrate funk music and do it all in the 70s and kind of play about like blaxploitation movies and have it be about the rise of the Vice Kings, and you're hanging out with Julius and Ben King, and you go and see that side of it, and then end with like you going back to the boat explosion, and someone kind of comes up from the water, and then Saints Row 3 was going to be about finding out who blew up the boat, and that was going to be great. That was kind of like that original thing, and then we started shifting things around. We wanted a different story in Saints Row 2, and so we threw all that out, and then we did the Saints Row 2 story to go and focus on the player waking up and doing all that stuff. So it's just a big.
Somebody actually asked an interesting question earlier. Was Terry Crews the first choice after Michael Clark Duncan earlier?
Man, I think so. To be honest, I'm trying to remember. I think
Gilbert Gottfried turned us.
when Michael Clark Duncan, there's a talk for a while about do we go on like
you know, what do we do?
What was he already recorded something?
Yeah,
I thought so.
Yeah, he did. He recorded part of the game. I don't know if it's actually in the final version of Saints Row 4, but there's this great. We have this great recording of Michael Clark Duncan singing "Just a Friend." It's amazing. It's one of my favorite things, actually. And
Is that you just listen to that over and over, and that's why you know the whole song?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why.
I'm still pretty impressed by that.
But yeah, we wanted to go and move on and play someone else, and someone suggested Terry Crews, but that makes perfect sense. He's great. He's a great actor, and I love him. He's great in the newsroom, and he's funny. He's got a good sense of humor, and it'd be good. So it was. We never looked at anyone else other than Terry Crews replace Michael Clark Duncan. So
You've always managed to get really, surprising to me at least, really good.
Oh, you're about to go and watch the shameful cutscene of Evan Steve. This is the moment. This is the one that like.
This one's painful.
It was like this is like one of the first ones that I wrote, and like my background's in theater, and so we wrote like a play where it's like, oh, there's people sitting around talking, which totally works. But there's we didn't put in really any other dynamics. Like there's no inserts for more interesting angles. Like it's so flat. It's 2 minutes long of it was just bad, and we should have done better. And I think this exact same cutscene, the exact same script can still be made interesting.
Yeah.
It's just about it should have been captured differently, different angles. It could have been framed to be much more interesting.
Yeah, it was animated a couple
Subtitle
times.
just said Spanish. Like you didn't want to translate it. Spanish.
That was on purpose though.
That's the best.
But like the Spanish thing is like I actually. I think it's more interesting in foreign language movies. Like, it's not purely a foreign language movie when someone's speaking in a foreign tongue. To just not like why bother subtitling what they're saying in English? If you want them to go and be ethnic, have them be ethnic, and just go and say their stuff, and the people go and fill in the blanks. I think it's just a more interesting choice.
Right.
But
some of his cutscenes are pretty brilliant.
Freddie Rodriguez, the guy who played, was fucking awesome. Like he was really cool. He was in
Look at this guy. Looks good. How come he looked amazing?
Yeah,
look at that guy. Out of all of them.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I actually like the Lopez brothers. I thought they were pretty fun. Joaquin de Alameda, also cool as shit. He was really fun to go and work with. It's fucking Bucho. Doesn't get much cooler than that.
But I think to Randall's point, like the quality disparity in the characters is just like
kind of. You just feel like that's what I named that guy.
I'm a little shocked. I mean, some characters and stuff
I said the eye lines are really.
This was animated by multiple animators a couple of times.
Multiple times.
I'm pretty sure I've touched this.
I think everybody did at some point.
I honestly forgot.
We're done.
Well, the bunny Easter egg.
It's a little better than I remembered it. Actually, my mom.
It's been in every game we've done, right?
The Cabot.
I wouldn't put it past the level artist to put that in there.
It was even in Red Faction and
a lot of times those just pop up because the artists just end up like this would be a cool place for a Cabot, which is kind of fun.
What a great sentence! This is a good Cabot location.
It's never really planned. Like nobody's like it's not on the schedule. Like insert Cabot someplace.
Our liveries are amazing. We spell justice with a dollar sign. Amazing. Yeah, that somebody posted there was an Easter egg for SR4. Like they didn't think anybody was going to find out, but there's already a YouTube video up on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's I kind of don't want to say it, but like in one of the buildings. You can go in and there's like a bunch of the level artists and people's heads that you can find.
Oh yeah,
and there's there's a Quato Jim Boone in there.
Yeah.
It's quite disturbing, but
one of the reviewer put it up, or
somebody put it up. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Shame on you.
Yeah, Payne posted it to our news group, so it's pretty interesting.
So what are all of your favorite player voices?
Oh, for which game? Each game is different.
For Saints Row 1.
Saints Row 1. Saints Row 1, the player voice was my favorite because I had to animate it so little.
Right, he doesn't talk.
The best character in all the cinematics.
He has 4 lines.
Yeah, 4 lines.
I like both. I like both of the Cockney people.
I hope you don't mind hepatitis. Bullshit. That's last year's fall collection. Yoki used to beat this shit up. I want to go to Freshel Vicious, and I just got hit by a motherfucking truck. What do you think? They're all 4 of them.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they were perfect.
Yeah, no,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm going with the English guy.
Yeah, which one?
Well, I always played with the English guy on 2 and 3. So,
but do you prefer?
I think I
Dominic
prefer
Downs or Charles Shaughnessy?
Who was the one in 2?
Charles Shaughnessy.
Charles Shaughnessy, the guy from The Nanny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
The guy from The Nanny.
Well,
he was the guy from The Nanny.
Yeah. It's just funny.
He was a fucking prince. He was fantastic. So was Robin. Actually, we've been really lucky. All of our player voices have been fantastic to work with, as well as to, like, they all sound really good, but they've always been a lot of fun. He's been an asshole.
We're like
really
hipster
nice.
casting, though, in that we had Troy Baker before he was cool.
Troy Baker before he was cool.
But wasn't he always
well,
cool?
no, he was always cool. But
No
before
one
he
just
was in
knew it?
every game.
Before no one
ever.
else knew he was
We had,
cool.
when everyone else was doing Nolan North, we were like, Troy Baker's the future.
For all fairness, Nolan North is also Nolan North is a Vice King in Saints Row 1. He
Really?
is, yeah, he's like Vice King 2. I believe actually he's white male Vice King 2. Because white male Vice King 1 was Andrei Solyutsu, and white male Vice King 2 was Nolan North.
Wow.
I spent way too much time knowing this shit.
I was
but
gonna
that
say,
is,
yeah.
this was it was a very special time for me.
Fire up. We've got the cheats list here.
Yeah, I think most of the cheats actually just spell out the words.
Yeah,
People were
mine,
talking
yeah.
about that earlier. I was watching the stream from my office. But,
Well, Crazy Cars, right? That's a good one.
Yeah.
oh, is that Evil Cars? Is that the same as Evil Cars? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, Evil Cars was fun.
Evil Cars is awesome.
Are these just for? Oh no, wait. Oh, we can get the pimp can. Wrath of God is here.
Wrath of God? Oh, alright, we gotta do Wrath of God.
Number.
Yep.
10.
Well, that's easy enough.
Right?
Wrath of God.
Alright.
It should have been 777, right? Isn't that like the number of
Nice.
God?
Oh, nice. Now you're thinking.
No, that would be
666 is the
5.
number
It
that
was
is.
5 because
You're missing your calling, designer, right there.
That was making 7.
Oh, I don't know.
So is that the guy
Somebody look
working,
that
or-
up online right
I'm
now.
quoting.
Let's
I
see
know.
what-
I'm quoting Bloodhound Gang, but I know they're quoting another song.
Is that? So I hit Wrath of God. What should happen? Shouldn't let
It
people like
should,
lightning be
people-
milling?
It might
Maybe
not.
that's the
I think you have to
You
be
might have
in
to
the
wait until
weather.
it's raining.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well let's see what else we got. Oh wait, we can change the weather too.
Yeah,
Heavy
you
rain.
have to change the weather, and then
Do-
you'll get that. thing.
Do number 47246.
Hold on one
Oh
second.
yeah, okay.
Let's see
we're
what
gonna
that
have to look
spells.
247.
47246.
Yeah, that spells H rain.
A Train.
Yeah.
I love A Train.
Stephen Horn is he's way ahead of us.
Oh, you said
Yeah,
Oh, is he?
I'm gonna start passing along his stuff on there.
Oh, Stephen Horn's in there. Listen, Chuckle Fox, don't mess this up. Let's make it rain.
Pretty much.
Where
That's pretty much
do I have to activate it? Where's the heavy rain?
yeah,
Where's your heavy rain, Stephen Horn?
well, did you turn it on?
Where's your god
Did you
now?
turn on the cheats menu?
I thought I did, but
It's too bad you don't have zombie.
Oh, you know
land.
what it might do? It might wait until the current weather state runs
Maybe
out
she's-
of
yeah, activate the cheat.
time.
Oh yeah, you gotta enable it. So you can unlock it, and then you gotta enable
Yeah.
it.
So,
There you go. Yeah.
Hey,
Stir some shit up.
Spend some time.
What do you have to do? Punch somebody?
I
or-
don't. I think you punch somebody and they get started, but it's been many years.
Let's find out.
Yeah,
Alright.
get Koulos right there.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
coming for you, Mike. I don't want to hurt Mike.
Giant's back.
You give me my job.
Come on.
Oh, we,
See,
okay, let's
this
do
is
this.
what
This,
happens when you try to kill Mike Koulos.
I'm
He
gonna-
finds you and he beats your ass.
It's true.
What I think is unfortunate, we haven't unlocked Zombie Lynn yet, I guess, but she's I think the only zombie reference we have in SR1.
Correct.
That is
She
true.
was here.
Which-
She also ripped her
We
off her
don't, we
arm
don't
and punched
have.
people. Does she have to be like not covered to go and be punched by lightning?
I'm looking it up on Google right now. Because somebody else. can
Someone
tell
else
me.
has the answer. Is
Alright.
anyone in the room now?
Let's do. What is
that
milk
the cheat?
bones cheat?
Actually,
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I don't even remember.
I don't know what that
It's
means.
beer muscles.
Oh, beer
Oh,
muscles.
beer
What is
muscles.
it?
All
Alright,
right.
so what is it?
Why don't we call
Oh,
it
like
number?
milk. Yeah. Okay.
2. Oh, right. 2, 3, 3, 7, 6, 8, 7, 2, 5, 3, 7.
Yeah, that spells beer muscles.
You know what? Something just reminded me of what was that activity where you picked up hose and do you remember that, Mike? In a bus? Was that Hoe Train?
Hoe Train.
What was that?
Everybody, Maddie, this is Maddie's heading out. She's going
Oh,
back
Maddie!
to school. Back to
Good
luck.
luck. Alright, it's fun working with you.
Yeah, good luck, Maddie. Thank you.
Okay, what does the Wrath of God cheat
No
do?
problem. Bye, internet
Just
people.
keep in touch.
Oh, it just makes the lightning happen like way more often. It doesn't actually strike specific people.
Okay.
That may have been the Saints Row 2 thing where it struck specific people.
So you remember the Hoe Train, right?
Snatch is where you grab the where you kidnap hoes.
Right, but there was a thing where you had to get the cheetah, which is the big bus.
Yeah, no.
And
That was the mission, right? Where you went with the mayor Lex, right? When you kill him.
Is that still there?
We are requested to evil cars.
Oh, yeah. Evil.
And then play insurance for
Okay, there's evil cars, and then there's evil cars 2. Does anybody know what the difference is?
What is Electric Boogaloo? That's where they have magic.
What is it?
Evil cars.
What am I Googling?
I think one of them flew. I could be wrong.
Let's just go with 2. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Just get
all
okay.
about,
So
all about
number
turning it to 11 or 13.
3, 8, 4, 5, 2, 2.
2, 2, 7, 7.
2.
2. Spells evil cars 2.
You did it. Mr. Hess. Pavid Dane, who you might be able to figure out.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute.
This is stuff.
Play on words or
Yeah.
spelling.
That's really tough.
Alright.
Asks, and I totally lost it. Is there cloth sim in Saints Row 1?
There actually is, and actually, we saw one of those Los Carnales.
No, don't get that confused with boob sim.
No, it's part of the simulation. I completely forgot about it.
Go get some chains.
Yeah.
This car's running away from
If you customize yourself with some like bling or some chains or some bigger kind of shirts and stuff, that was actually our simulation system was based off the Punisher coat from the Punisher game. So that was like the first bit of simulation that was done, and we kind of hard pressed it into Saints Row, and it was kind of complex to deal with because it was set up in certain situations. There was standardizations for all our chains, or standardizations for all the shirts and jackets.
With all the layering.
Yeah.
And so when in certain cutscenes you'll see the chain, if depending on how many layers you have, it's just sort of floating out there.
Yeah.
And that speaks to a lot of the issues in terms of quality for layering.
Super challenging. So, but the simulation was there. I worked on a ton of it.
They don't seem very evil.
But
Evil Cars 2 seems like they're just manic. I don't know.
Oh, you know what? Evil Cars 2 might be the cars attack each other. Evil Cars 1 is they attack you.
Well, hold on.
That's okay. So
said to unravel this
Stephen
riddle.
Horn again comes to the rescue. Evil Cars 2 was it basically caused the cars ram each other.
Yeah, that's
Evil
what-
Cars.
Okay.
First Evil Cars where they come after
3,
you.
8, 4, 5.
So we have a
2, 2, 7, 7.
Sorry, Mike. We had a shout out for Punisher, and that was a fun game. We'd love to do it, but yeah, don't have the.
doing it again?
Yeah. That was a lot of fun. That was one. If talk about how we do Saints Row, we go over the top, but we really had to pare that down to get the rating.
That's right.
Yeah, there was
Holy fuck!
Many good things in that one. Well, I just got real.
Oh my god, yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, we have a good time with ratings, that's for sure. Because the Punisher, the interrogations were really brutal. They were awesome.
They were referred to as interactive torture, as I recall.
And we were doing it around the same time as Manhunt. And Manhunt, to be fair, I'm guessing they got an M rating. Did we go for an M rating on Punisher?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I would assume so. Yeah, right. Oh, so we still had to scale it back for that M rating, which is amazing.
That's right. It would have been AR.
Yeah, so
I don't think any game since I've been here, except maybe RFG, hasn't had to have something removed to get down to an M.
Well, anytime you kill anybody, it's pretty up there. But anyways, the Punisher stuff, what was nice, I didn't actually work on it, but I saw all the interrogation stuff that was being done. they did some really gory stuff, and like we had to pan the camera
Move the
away.
camera away.
We had to change everything from being in color to black and white, and it's like
the best interrogation in Punisher was I lovingly refer to it as the "got your nose" interrogation, where it was you would throw a guy on an altar. And it didn't make it, and you pull out the knife, and if you move the analog stick back and forth, you'd be like, "Huh? What? Am I gonna stab you? I don't know." And then the best part about it was that when you'd break them, you'd stab them once, but you still pull it back out. And so if you wanted to go and be an asshole, you could go and peg the stick a bunch of times to just like go to town on them. It was one of the most satisfying.
we make fun. That's what we do.
I like
the
the drill press one where it's slowly just drilling into somebody's skull.
Man.
Punisher.
The Rhino and
good Rhino,
Snake.
good Rhino, nice team up. My favorite line in Punisher was when Tony Stark says he needs a drink, and for some reason I thought it was hilarious at the time. Must have been a bad person, but
I think the Evil Cards 2 is on still.
Well, I can't turn it. There's no turning it off. Evil Car. Like once you open Pandora's box, there's no hope for you. Like Evil Cars 2 won't.
Wow.
That's something should bug that.
Yeah, look at the Idle Ninja. I'll get right to that. I'll fix it.
He's probably already fixed it. Don't worry. Which, by the way, actually, earlier I was figuring out some stuff for the modding guys. I was talking to Jeff Thompson about it, and I think it's going to work out well. As far as like creating new customization items, characters, and weapons.
That's awesome.
The big problem we have is that all of our export plugins are primarily Max, and right now it's down to like Max 2012 or later versions, which were 2010 and whatnot. But it will probably be able to support FBX, so any artist, if they're familiar with Blender, Maya, Max, or whatnot, they'll be able to work and do their creations in any of those. And we won't have to do a whole lot of work to get this to work. So.
Was there a trick like in this one that we do anything?
Since you won't be here tomorrow, you want to talk a little bit about Pierce, Saints Row 2 to Saints Row 3.
What do people want to know?
The question was.
I'll talk about whatever.
I'll be back. Saints Row 3 Pierce better than Saints Row 2 Pierce. He changed quite a bit from 2 to 3, right? What was the?
I don't know if I agree that he changed a whole lot. Like, what was if you could clarify the question? Is there anything like in particular that?
Read it verbatim.
Yeah. If you could provide clarification, that'd be helpful for me. Like, Pierce's character.
Here we go. Maybe this is better suited for future streams, but since you won't be here, can you talk about Pierce a little? He changed quite a bit from 2 to 3.
See, I don't know if Pierce's changed that much, but maybe I could be too close to it because I really enjoyed the character a lot. So maybe I'm too close to it, but I feel like Pierce is pretty much the same person who wants people to. He wants to get love and respect, and he's overexcitable, and I feel like he's pretty similar. Like he doesn't. Shaundi, I think the biggest difference in Saints Row 2 and 3 is that his foil was Shaundi in Saints Row 2, and since Shaundi as a character changed, his dynamic changed slightly because like Shaundi's not stealing his ideas all the time anymore, and so like that part of his dynamic wasn't there. So like Pierce doesn't have any jokes in Saints Row 3 about, oh man, why is someone taking my ideas? But Pierce is still the same. Has the same sort of attitude, in my opinion. It's just like his foil becomes Oleg in Saints Row 3 instead, right? He's trying to go and finish that chess game, but he's still like Pierce still can't catch a break because anytime he's about to go and win, something happens to upset the chessboard, and so he gets boned. So like, the character is still, I think, very similar. It's just his foil is different. In Saints Row 2, it was Shaundi. In Saints Row 3, it's Oleg.
I really did not spot very many cars in Saints Row 1.
Not so much.
It was tough.
I was going to say, apparently you can, the aftertouch, like, you get more aftertouch if you aim the camera towards the ground.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
I remember somebody telling me this on Saints Row, and I was like, what? I think maybe it's in the strategy guide, but yeah. We never messaged it anywhere, but...
It kind of works, yeah.
Just if
if you're looking
flying,
down,
you look down towards the ground, and you can aftertouch for like twice as long or something.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Life lessons, man.
You pulled that off.
I did, somehow, some way.
Fuck yeah, shit. every single day.
Kind of bumming that.
Well, you know you've made a good chat when you start getting porn.
Really?
Success.
Well, that's for me.
Is it good porn?
I have no idea. I didn't look at it.
How do you qualify that with yet? I haven't.
This is my personal computer. I'll look at it on my work computer.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. No shame with that. Gentlemen, they're at 2.
Really customize this dude all that much. He's kind of fat. He's still wearing a full brown black t-shirt.
No, this aggression will not stand. What do you say?
Have they done any rollers missions?
I think they did one.
Hey, one thing that was fun when Harris was in here is he went and got drunk and puked. That's always
another
Yeah.
Mike Lavin.
always a fan favorite.
Did Jeff get drunk and puke, or was he playing the game?
He actually wanted to do it. Well, alluded to wanting to do it live, but mostly in game.
Mostly in game.
Right.
And I haven't seen him for a while, so
On Saints Row
draw
1,
your own conclusions.
tilde P would make you puke on command.
That's right.
Oh, did you do the jump where you knock over the bowling pins?
I forgot about that.
Somebody already did it though, it looks like.
No, that's the way they are. They start out, I think.
Is that right?
Or no, maybe they do start out standing
No.
up. But there's a giant ball on the other end that you can like roll towards them, right?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite missions in this game is when you're dressed up as the Vice Kings and you go and you just asshole things.
That's right, to bring down the property value of the city or something like that.
That's right. You're trying
Well,
to
that's where Johnny gets talking about wearing yellow. Right?
Yeah, that's the one. Come on, Gil, make the sale!
You need a better
Leads
car.
right.
You want to
I didn't drop a strategy on there.
Yeah, you need a faster car.
Hold on.
Oh, you got an Atrazone you can call up, I think.
Yeah, I think.
But you can get that homie to deliver it, right? If you do the no, because you got it in your garage. You got it in your garage.
Activate this sheet. Give me the car.
Now go to homies, and you can use the wheel woman or whatever to bring you the car.
This is very convoluted. I thought I was just going to draft the car.
Nope.
It's going to take me forever to find it in this giant
It's a
list.
phone book.
Okay, I got it.
No, it's homies.
Homies. The real woman.
And then you should be able to pick. See, I don't remember how it worked in Saints Row 1. I think.
She'll be right over.
She just brings you a car. Well, maybe she'll bring you in a Trazione.
It's going to come all dented and smashed up.
Guys, where's the
cop car should be fast.
These evil cars are too.
Yeah.
Too
Here,
fast.
just here. Call it up
What?
with the cheat code.
Alright. Is it called? Are you sure it's not called Trazione? Is it a different one?
What do you mean? What?
Is it?
Yeah, exotic sports car.
Well, no,
I have that one.
Doing the cheat puts it in your garage.
Puts it in the garage. That's what I'm saying.
I was expecting it to be like the
These guys won't stop for me.
Yeah.
She was supposed to pull it up, but maybe the evil cars turned her off.
No! I just want to live. God damn it. Live, damn you.
What's interesting about evil cars is most of the development of Saints Row 1, it was always evil cars, it seemed like.
Life was evil.
Yeah. You could not come to it. Could not come to an intersection without getting plowed over. I mean, or falling through the world.
Nah,
that was tough.
Just a good old fashioned, but now.
The gang
I will
shooting.
say, going
you,
from
though.
a old fashioned to beer is a questionable decision.
Yeah, that's
not bad call.
That one was. I'm not
the
right.
rhyme is to be believed. You're in the clear, though.
The rhyme is to be believed.
The liquor before beer, you're in the clear.
Is that Larry David?
We
Never
didn't know
stickers
at our
on.
release parties. That goes out the window.
Yeah, no. At Larry's party.
A lot of stuff goes out.
Social mores,
Yeah, right.
self-respect.
You know what we should do is do this. We should do this at a release party.
Oh man! No,
Oh,
there's definitely some legal liability there.
That is
Drunk developers.
That's a quandary.
You'd have to make a case. Everyone would be fired
What am I
immediately.
trying to get
Oh, you're about to see the reign of change. Or not.
They have a chance.
Oh, wait.
Oh, he's not dead yet.
Oh,
There you go.
He had a couple bucks on him.
Tink, tink, tink.
Hobo. Sorry, sir.
Are you on a mission?
I'm on a mission for liquor. It's kind of like a mission.
Snail mail, huh? Oh, I actually have an Easter egg in the game. It's cars with the banner on top called Randall's Pizza by the Slice. I had a huge argument with the vehicle artist on Saints Row 1 because, like, you know, we're all kind of new here to town, and I'm like, there's no fucking pizza by the slice here. What's going on with this town? I can't get a slice of New York pizza because it's all like, you know, Chicago.
You're talking about champagne, not
yeah,
water.
Champagne, yeah, totally.
I thought you were saying, like, how come there's freckle bitches but no pizza?
No. So, like, you know, in Champagne, I couldn't get, like, a pizza by the slice. I have to order a whole pizza to get my fill, right? So, the vehicle artist, and, like, I think Sean Lindbergh, the vehicle programmer at the time, or Havoc guy, he gave me so much crap about it. He's like, why do you like pizza by the slice? I was like, come on, it's like a known thing. How do you not understand pizza by the slice?
Champagne is a pizza desert.
We do have a New York pizza place here, Vinny's, that's in town, and that has satisfied me.
It only took 10 years, right?
It took a good amount of time, but anyways, to give me crap, they put that thing on top of the vehicle, and you'll every once in a while you'll see Randall's Pizza by the Slice. There's not an actual storefront called Randall's Pizza by the Slice, but there is the car. Supposedly they were gonna put the storefront into 2, but you know, whatever. I got my pizza by the slice. That's all I care about.
I like how the windows in the background are sort of blurred out. It's like,
Was that because you were hopped up on Goofball, or was that?
no, it does it all the time. I don't know, like, there's some sort of.
It's not cars seems kind of like a shit thing here. I can't actually go and like get into any car, just drive away. Just the betting room.
Here's a question for Chris Clapham. Too bad he's not here, but question about lighting. Matt, you might be able to talk about this. Shit, now it's scrolled off the page. Sorry.
Is this for SR1 or?
Well, here it actually expands. A question about the lighting while you've got it all going on at the moment. In SR1 it was good, and SR2 it was better. Then in SR3 it was not so good. What's it like in SR4? Any forked lighting from cloud to ground?
Oh, lightning. Lighting. I was like, the lighting.
Yes, lightning. It's
lightning.
I was gonna say.
I blame the old fashioned.
Get this man another old fashioned.
Dude, I don't know if we do weather in the simulation.
I don't think that we do.
It's simulated.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure that we actually even have rain.
We do have weather stages.
We have like the rain of flames at some point.
Yeah.
I believe that's a new portion of the game that it's okay to talk about the first third or whatever, but
he's down on his luck.
I think that's part of like the first warden. So no, I guess the answer is no. There's no forked lightning in.
Right. We have a lightning aficionado.
Lightning's cool.
It's a lightning.
Storm chaser.
That's actually new.
Is it new? Amazing.
Oh, and of course a good one. So
Oh.
I'm sad. I think I know the answer to. Will there be any exploding GIMP-drawn carriage?
In Saints
Yeah,
Row,
actually, you know,
in Saints Row 4, there's not. But you know what? If people demand it, maybe one day you can be a real boy with exploding.
The weather, you know, as we're bringing it up, like, you know, we talked a lot about this, and I didn't actually work on the weather stuff, but wet ground was a big point of contention for many of our games, and like, I don't know at what point did it get in there in SR2? Okay, yeah.
Because we needed.
It was all the artists were like, woo!
Yeah, it was because we did the whole new
the render,
engine there, and the whole render, and that made it possible to finally.
It was the cold fusion of game development.
Well, it was.
What's the cool?
Finally got
it was one of those
wet
things where it
ground.
was like, yeah, you can have it, but it's going to cost this much, and our frame rate's already not so great. So when we got the new engine, it opened up a lot of cool stuff. But
It looks great. Well, not here, but I mean, there you go.
We do have splashes for the feet, so
That's a good point. I mean, we added our touches.
I still see a bit why you can turn on cheats, but you can't turn them off. That seems like a very ill-conceived plan.
Steve, do we need to get you some caffeine? Somebody mentioned it. You look like you passed out.
He's relaxed.
I'm good.
He's just enjoying his couch. And by the way, so we are broadcasting today from Steve's office. So this whole setup, all we had to do was bring in some cool stuff. And this is where Steve works.
That is the perk. One of the perks of being the creative director is you get a giant couch and like a 700-inch TV, which you guys can't see, but we can.
And $70,000 cars. Remember that. All developers drive $70,000 cars.
Pass it off to Zach up there. Zach, why don't you get in here?
Get on here. Evidently, I need caffeine because I'm passing it on the couch.
I'm also gonna take this beer that's sitting right here.
Ah, you son of a bitch.
Speaking of people who drive $70,000 cars.
Hello. That's right. Not quite sure how to take that.
$70,000 Hyundai, what is it?
You should see his mansion that he lives in.
How do you sprint? Why is it inverted?
Right.
That's a correct.
There are so many
That's
questions
a
you can
correct.
ask yourself as you get your hands on this controller.
Oh man.
When was the last time you touched SR1?
Oh,
Like SR when
probably
Crunch time when it was
2006 or 5. What was it? 6.
2 hours before first event.
How do you sprint? Why can't I
Right,
sprint?
right shoulder.
Everything you know is a
Everything
lie.
is backwards.
But there is infinite. There's no. Oh no, there's a sprint bar. I'm lying.
I think Zach and I played co-op for a while in this one. And
Oh, I'm
this one,
tired.
Saints Row.
I'm so tired.
Or, Saints Row 2, we did the insurance fraud, but yeah, that's right.
Saints Row 1, they had the co-op was like set mode, so there's like code blue where you had to go and escape, like carry the boxes out of the
The
hospital.
reticle feels like it's so high in the air.
Yeah, the multiplayer. I forgot.
What is going on?
It is not centered on the screen.
How was this successful?
Oh. Wow, this is humbling.
It's just weird because it's the same console. That's the part. That's the part that's just so fucking bizarre.
Why is that jump?
Our M. Night Shyamalan twist ending is that this is actually Saints Row 4 that we've been playing. It's an HD remake of Saints Row 1.
Can I hit somebody with this?
Oh, we have
There's a
evil
melee.
cars on and a whole
There you
bunch
go,
of other
right
random
there.
cheats.
Oh, look at the shadows
you-
flipping out everywhere.
Don't point that out.
We should warn you, Zach. We have evil cars and a bunch of other
Oh,
random
really?
cheats on.
Oh,
that we can't
Watch
turn
this.
on.
Watch this.
And evil cars too. That's all.
Oh, Wrath of God, Evil Cars. We should probably.
Wrath of God is.
I keep trying to go into fine aim and it
It doesn't work.
There is no
Nice try.
You should
Nice
save and
try.
reload. So that they can
Everything's
get rid of the
fine.
cheats.
No, dude, I'm cool.
Will it?
Yeah, do a reload. Like,
What, you think I can't do? Look
Hey,
how,
you
look
know
how low he
Zach
jumps.
crashed once?
What?
How awesome is that?
No.
that's see, this is the game we made. We
Look at
made it
that
for the
jump, man.
Xbox. So.
Look at that thing. It's like a. He gets a good like half foot of air coming off.
It's pretty impressive.
That's the weight physics, remember?
That's the true.
That's right.
mocap of
He's
me.
a little larger, so the
Okay, I need to get hit by a car or something because I still think that, in my mind, the ragdoll in this game was amazing. It's pretty much better than some iterations we've seen.
I like the little double step the prancing jump that he does
Look at that
sometimes.
thing.
With the little bike.
the bicycle
coming, yeah.
jump. That's
That's a sprinting.
That's a Timberlake classic.
That's a Henry Lee Layton move.
That is a Henry Lee Layton move.
Come on, do Henry. He's the mocap actor who plays the player in all of our games. And so he's a living action figure.
He is a living
It's pretty well. He's also a bourbon aficionado.
That's right. He's fueled by
Go
bourbon.
ahead and reload it since you're already dead.
How does one do that?
You gotta
That's part of the game.
Get
Figure
out.
it out.
No.
keep save load.
Okay,
There you go.
Before you
It's a
load, I
minigame.
just want to throw something out there. So we had this thing that this is like, help. Like we went through and like wrote like all this help text describing every like aspect of the game.
No one's ever read it.
Never.
And we also had an instruction book that had a lot of shit written
like
in it.
everything, like all this shit that no one ever. The HUD. Also explain what place notoriety is. Like who the fuck ever? I mean, like,
No one read that.
I know.
No one read that.
This is a deep game. You have to have that information out there.
Idle Ninja may have read that.
I was so
He may have read that.
naive.
He rewrote it.
I remember when I wrote that.
Question for you. Zach with a ZAC, Lowry.
Sure.
What about the hashtag sexy dance?
Who said that?
Oh, you missed it. Somebody did request the Jim Boone dance, and this is the guy that can do it.
Jim Boone.
Sexy dance, I'm assuming, is in reference to the Is it Ben King loyalty mission or what?
It's probably the Ben King. Yeah, it's probably.
I sexy danced up a QuickTime event for that thing.
There's really, it's more. How did you feel about it? It's an emotional question.
Oh, how do I
It's a
feel
deeper
about
question.
it? I'm proud of it.
Were you the one who mocapped all the pole dancing stuff?
Yeah, pole dancing. Well, not pole dancing, just lap dancing.
Oh, okay. Because there was definitely like stripper pole dancing moves that were mocapped by.
Yes. Lap dancing, sexy dance, a lot of
Saw SMA on there.
That must be Stockman.
How do we get so many?
Stocks 110.
How do we get so many wrestlers?
Oh, there's a Zach Lowry original animation right there. Look at that.
What was the question about how we get so many wrestlers?
Since you're not going to be asked you over here, Steve, how do we get so many wrestlers?
So there's two methods for this. So Zach and I are both big wrestling fans, and so what happened in Saints Row 3 was we had because we had a wrestling gang, we had a wrestling mission, and then we needed wrestlers to go and do it. So Zach got Sanjay Dutt and
Mike Taylor,
to do mocap for that, and then we were casting for announcers, and we got Rob Van Dam to go and do that, and then we needed to get Hulk Hogan, and then in Saints Row 4 we have Christopher Daniels, TNA's Bad Influence, which I'm very excited about being in the game as well, and just a couple other surprises that are going to happen throughout in Saints Row 4. But it basically just comes down to the fact that we're big wrestling fans, and so we ask for wrestlers.
Here's a tip for people doing mocap and stuff like that. If you need actors, stuntmen, all that stuff, pro wrestlers are pretty good because they, it's kind of what they do for a living. They do a lot of acting and a lot of stunt work and stuff like that, so they're a pretty good budget saver. You can get them to do a lot of different stuff, and for us it happened to work out because no one else we weren't going to have our normal stuntmen get in a wrestling ring and attempt to do stuff.
Right.
And, we wanted authenticity, and it worked out great.
It's never going to be like, oh, listen, hey, mocap actor, we want you to go and do a power bomb and an enziguri. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen.
Doesn't work.
Like, you need if you want someone to do a proper dragon screw leg whip, you go to the professionals. For a while, there was being a sociopath. There's a nice payout there.
I was trying to get some action there.
All right, load the thing.
Here's a
reload
question. Who did the voices for the girls and the escort activity?
In the escort activity. And
all Clint.
Zach.
No,
Zach Z-A-C-H.
So we had a lot of different actors did the voices for the people in the escort activity. We had basically when we do these lines for pedestrians, we had a whole bunch of lines that they're reading, and they're all sorts of bizarre scenarios of we have people, everyone has in the persona lines has the normal attack lines, they have pain sounds, and all of them all have escort related lines of do moans and kissing and things like that, and then you pick a couple handful of particular personas maybe the young female 3 needs to go and pay for college, and so you give her a bunch of escort lines as well. You go and you start picking
Can I quit?
specific.
All right, let's get closer to my
press Y.
physique.
Randomize it. Just press Y.
Yeah, let's go randomize. Oh, there we go.
Do we get to watch the cutscene?
I think you can randomize everything by backing out to the top level and hitting it.
Let's talk about this sweet dithering.
Yeah, that was
what
I think
made famous by our non-existent alpha textures.
Yes, and, that was rendering limitations.
If only Mike had been on the rendering ball back then.
I think Alan.
You didn't save and load, or?
Here we go.
Yeah,
watches. I got watches.
Tim Borelli.
No, it's a different guy.
Former animator. First voice you hear in the game.
Started his voice acting career right there.
Start and end.
You think I'm joking?
Currently working at.
Here it is, my favorite shit.
Yeah.
Shit, what you think?
LeVar, the greatest character that's never got his moment to shine.
There was a thing in Saints Row 2 that was about LeVar's revenge. We had an entire thing about LeVar actually, and they got cut.
Like 10 frames a second.
Why?
Oh,
you worked on this.
Why?
Hang on.
My favorite is when he throws the can.
Oh yeah. Look at this.
Get him.
That'll do it. He's out of commission.
It says buenos noches. Did
this cinematic, man.
Yeah.
We changed this cinematic more than I'd like to remember.
I feel bad
Way
because
too
there's
much
people
time.
that have seen this nuts before. I'll be right back.
I think
Yeah,
when,
we saw it, but they saw it like 6 hours ago, so I'm sure there's a bunch of people who were new.
I think when Zach came on, he ended up having to take over this cinematic the fourth or fifth time it changed.
Awesome trivia here is this whole this nice seam on that door. This whole scene was mocapped based on the location that it was going to take place in, and then it was handed off to me and started working on the animation, and we changed the entire corner.
Yes.
And that fucked up everything. So it was pretty much just make it work. And I'm pretty proud of how it turned out based on that.
Oh yeah,
I do want to say real quick,
Go for it.
I want to say we have a number of 18-year-old girls who like playing video games with webcams.
Booyah.
On the chat, so yeah, just
All right, well, shoot out the links. We'll definitely watch video games on webcams.
I will. I'm gonna pass them on to Zach.
At Meat Plows on Twitter.
We might need some mocap of that.
We're always looking for talent. Always.
We can always
I'll
go
be
to
back.
Lazy Town for reference if you're interested.
Fuck yourself.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we were talking earlier how not only did we make a game,
those pants are awesome.
Open world game on a new console, we spent a great part of development doing probably an hour and 40 minutes worth of cinematics. So we made a movie and a game, but that's not unusual for games these days.
LC202,
I think, was about 40 minutes of those cutscenes.
No, we brought that up. Steve
Yeah.
brought it up. It's the first thing he said.
It's
He's
the most-
like,
Yeah,
worst cutscene ever.
Yep.
LC22.
Yep.
We watched that.
Thanks for giving me that one.
You're not the only one that worked on it, though. That's the thing.
You can thank.
We about to lock this shit down right now.
I like that random
Look at
fat
random
dude.
saints anymore. So many random saints.
Onion blossom head.
Yeah. I don't know if that was talked about.
Bloomin' onion.
Bloomin' onion. Get
That's right. Cat just finished his job at the local Outback Steakhouse, where his head was deep fried.
All right, we got to get through this.
Painful.
Defend yourself.
I remember that that speech was in the commercial.
There's a few rolling in here.
Did I put this on hard? I hope not.
I like that we
extensive melee.
Made the first mission in the game be nothing but melee, and then no melee for like the entire rest of the game.
That's also the entire rest of the franchise.
Yeah, it's like that's it. It's like, all right, we did melee. It's over. We don't have to do it anymore.
Unless you count sprint attacks, which
Yeah, it's
seem to be
sprint attacks are pretty
popular amongst the
I think the
players.
Clay was explaining how awesome he loved working on the sprint attacks. He wished he could work on more.
Pretty much could do that entire project.
Welcome to the 3rd Street.
What you got over there, Flegel?
This is moving too
It's
fast.
like a slideshow.
Yeah.
Serious about taking back the
We didn't go to the tracks bar, which is the worst. The tracks bar.
Oh, go there.
Yeah.
It's good. I think V-Sync's on. That's why it's playing so
Oh,
slow.
There's a question about killing Genki in SR4. Do you get a cash bonus like you do in SR3?
I don't think he spawns randomly in the world.
He does.
He does, yeah.
He does. And it's fucking nuts when he does.
Yeah, I would.
The world
I would
gets
assume
sick.
you probably still get a crap ton of dollars.
Oh, look at that idol. That was badass.
Why has everybody got like a cinder block in their right pocket? Look at that. Stand still. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the thugification of
his
the...
wallet weighs like 30 pounds.
Well,
Look at
that's
that.
how we stood back in the day.
Yeah, that's right.
That was
You
that
will
was
remember
gangster.
2005. That's how people stood.
Yeah,
Let me-
that's right.
Spread your legs.
Let me talk
pop your shoulders
about
up.
how they were very gangstified, and then the very beginning of Saints Row 2, when we decided that we weren't going to be as gangsta, we had to what we call de-thugify all of the animations, which was
Thugify.
which was basically we took all of the existing stuff from Saints Row 1. We started on Saints Row 2. We decided we were going to have male and female customization, so we unified a skeleton, and then we took all those animations and made them generic. So
you took all the pistol aim animations and rotated the arm back straight. So 90-degree rotation on the hand for every.
There were a handful of us animators, and basically for 2 months we went through every animation in the game and made him not stand leaning to the side, which updating the weight shift on every single animation, that sucked.
Yeah.
And then after we finished, they changed the skeleton because his elbow was too far down. So we had to re-elbowify everything, or whatever you want to call it.
Somebody
fucking sucked.
Grumpo Marx is asking Zach to do that pose.
I don't know if you can see me. I'm probably getting cut off here, but I think it's something like this.
Well, yeah, we're just basically looking at your crotch there.
Yeah,
That's
it's something like this, right? In this area here. That's for you, Grumpo Marx.
Nice. Cars, take care of the dirty work for me.
Stockman still floating around in the chat.
Trying to remain relevant. Oh, sick burn, Stockman. Where are you? Come on, type me. Type me something.
Hey, yes, he is. Yes, he is. That's what he says. Fuck off. Grumpo Marx his life is now complete because of you, Zach.
Thank you, Grumpo. Glad to complete your life.
SMA.
Oh, totally whiffed on that one.
Internet thing. I don't
That's
know.
Stockman's reference to my wrestling persona from back in the day.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Alright, let's do some of the tutorial-y missions here.
What did anyone talk about? Stocks' classic Pokemon pitch.
Pokemon?
We did talk about the kebab, so.
There was
the kebab.
Yeah.
Man, Jacques was so pissed about time spent on that, but that was so good.
I forgot about
there was
Pokemon.
a moment when we were naming all the activities, and Chris Stockman, who was lead designer at the time, comes in our room. And if we had doors, I would assume he would have busted in like Kramer. Right? He comes sliding in, wearing his wind pants and his white T-shirt or whatever, smelling of bison burgers. And he comes in.
I'm sorry. I think we'd get a kick out of this one. Somebody asked, how much did you guys get paid for that epic delay bonus on SR2?
Oh, sweet delay bonus. Someone works at Volition to ask that question, but that's okay.
Somebody should.
Oh, that's Giannis.
There was
Giannis.
Someone posted on one of the forums once when there was a delay that happened for Saints Row. I think it was Saints Row 1, right?
Saints Row 1, yeah.
And they were talking about how they were pushing. The game was like we weren't done with the game at all. Like we needed every fucking minute that we had. As you can tell by watching this game,
we still aren't done with it.
But there was this post that came up where someone said the game's already finished. They're just holding the game back because they want that sweet delay bonus. And then in all caps it said they hold all the cards! Exclamation point! Oh man! We're the world mind, my friend.
This
like,
genius, if you will, clearly knows exactly how the game development industry works.
We hold all the cards. But you know what was interesting about that though is I know that we're laughing about it, but I will have to go and say I think that's totally understandable. So there's a lot of things that I never would have thought were like complicated or hard or weird until you started working here. It's like Saints Row 1 came around and like, well, why can't you go and play as a woman? Like, how hard could that go and be? Like, if we have women in the game, why is that not a choice, right? And it's then until Saints Row 2 and you go, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Like it's really hard and like there's lots of things that I think it's easy to take them for granted because you don't know because you're not working on that all
Women
the time.
exist in the real world. It can't be that difficult to put them in a video game, right?
Or it's like anything there, right? It's like a mechanic fixing your car, right?
Sure.
Like it's like, oh, why can't you make the car work? Well, there's a whole lot of reasons why shit's broken.
Stocks wants us to go back to the Pokemon story.
It's
the Pokemon story. I don't remember that.
Pokemon was so good. Pokemon was amazing.
It goes into to say that, like so many people outside of the industry, you'll read on the forums and stuff of like the game comes out next week, right? And somebody will be bitching on the forums as to like why isn't Volition adding this, or why isn't certain game developer updating their game with these features and stuff because we demand it. And it's like this stuff's been locked down for a long time, and no one really gets on that. So back to Pokemon. So Stockman busts in, Kramer like looking all Stockman, and comes in to talk to Alan Lawrence, I think it was, and he's got the big pitch, and he keeps building it up and building it up and building it up, and then he's like, what if the activity of going around collecting the hose, which I don't remember what it was.
Snatch.
It is called Snatch now, but it was called something at the time.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, what if it was called Hokemon? And everyone just kind of like deadpan, like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then he's like, come on, it's like, you gotta collect them all, or you gotta catch them all. It was like the worst idea.
You know,
I'll
defend. I'll back Stocks up on this one. Pokemon's hilarious.
Pokemon is-
That's a funny name.
It can't be as bad as Tanks a Lot.
Tanks a Lot's great.
What? Wait, hold on. Yeah.
Pokemon is terrible. And I think it's probably like if the game had come out and we had called it Hokemon, I wouldn't have had an issue and I probably would have laughed. But I think it was like how hard he was trying to sell it, right? Like
he was convinced it was.
You want to be the very best.
Loving the idea.
Oh, they love it. Gruppo Mark says, "Oh my God, that's hype."
See, that's what I'm saying, right? He knows.
No joke.
He wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is their real test.
Says, I don't remember that at all.
I remember Pokemon.
I was in the room. Yeah, it was totally a thing.
I remember Pokemon. I was a backer. I kickstart that.
He was going through his grass-fed beef phase. He probably was like all messed up in the head.
I remember one day he got a bottle of Himalayan sea salt, and I was like, how does that even work? There's no sea in the Himalayan. But he was like, he had it imported. It was like special salt imported from Nepal.
Stocks follows up with, well, I'm a goddamn genius now.
Like, the thing of, fuck it, man. That was. I stand by that shit.
We've all had amazing ideas.
Listen, who's laughing now about the bison burgers? That shit's taken off. He was predicting, man. He's a futurist.
He was ahead of the game. I mean,
we're all getting Stocks tattoos next week.
It's true. I already got mine. What are you talking about? It's technically not any worse than the Robin Hood's active.
Robin Hood's is way worse than Pokemon.
Robin Hood's was amazing.
I remember in Saints Row 2 we had a prototype of something called Happy Fun Ball that it was supposed to be a wrecking ball that you're using to go and smash like a shanty town. If I remember, that Clean Sweep was a similar.
Clean Sweep turned into Septic Avenger, right?
It did.
Clean Sweep was you went around with a fire truck and the fire hose, spraying bums into the ocean.
Yeah, you had to run around with this fucking simulated hose and hook it up to.
And it was all like cloth sim to the hose.
Yeah, you had to hook it up to fire hydrants and then start squirting bums out of their shanty villages. Like, it was pretty amazing. You going to the machinima-jig?
I am. You cover my ass when I'm slaying? You can
stand up yourself, man.
Hold this cup, but nothing's happening. No,
Lego just put me in my place in front of everyone.
That's right. No, it's weird though. Fuck this, man. I'm better see it.
There's drug trafficking.
No, there is it's interesting looking at like watching the videos again of saying like the small animatic activity in short cutscenes, and it's weird because it's like I remember it was one of the first games. Well, actually, it was the first game that I worked on, but seeing that moment where you cast these people, these actors in an audition, and you have no idea what they go and look like. You have no idea what they're going to be. You're just casting them based on their voice, and it was this really like weird come to Jesus moment where. We were casting a woman that was supposed to be this very like sultry, seductive person, and her voice was like it was dripping with sex. It was just it was amazing. And I remember I was so excited to go and meet this woman. And when she walked in the room, she looked nothing like what I pictured that she would go and be. And it was like that moment when you realize like the power of voice acting. How anyone can go and be anything, and it's ageless. It's not about, you know what I mean, a body type, or it's not about how old you are. You're not fitting a certain look. It's just about what your performance, what you bring to that moment. It was so powerful. It was so amazing, and I really fell in love with what we do in that moment. It was like it's so pure. It's such a pure form of acting. That you don't get in other mediums because you're trying to go and like fill a type or fill an image of what you want to go and be, where you want to play anything, and it doesn't even matter. And so anyway, Namby-Pamby guy, but it just makes me very, very happy to see them. Looking at that cutscene reminded me. What else we got on the?
Let's see here. No Dex in SR4, but Dex has to be an SR5.
No,
Pokemon DLC confirmed.
Man,
with the, actually,
Pokemon was approved by legal too, which that was
If
worse.
you get something approved by THQ
It was
legal,
approved by legal. Like we could have named it Pokemon, and then there was a riot. I'm sad now.
I hope Steve's wife isn't watching him confess his love for voice grandma. For sexy voice grandma.
In all fairness, I wasn't married at the time. Just saying.
And how do you know Steve's wife isn't sexy voice grandma?
Stocks wants you to remember when Mila Kunis called your cell phone to wish you happy birthday.
That was also really fucking cool. I forgot about that, but thank you, Stocks. That was a winner. Oh, they were good times.
Get up. What happened to Gat's tattoo?
I think that was an oversight. That was just we fucked up.
Was that his neck tattoo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he had it removed.
And
when he was in space.
What's funny though is that I do remember on Saints Row 3 with Shondi's hand tattoo, we made a point to go back and correct it. She originally didn't have it, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't. Like, even when she's wearing her suit, she still has her hand star, and so we were consistent with that. Even in Saints Row 4, in her presidential outfit, she still has her hand tattoo. So we tried to be better about it, but sometimes we fucked up.
You gotta get public. I'm trying to. Let's see.
Where's Maddie? This is bullshit.
Yeah, it's harder.
PBJ, PBJ, PBJ.
Oh, don't read that.
No, was that Stockman?
Yeah.
No.
I'm just reading things that stand out here. I like it how they choose the craziest man to play King and SR $sign. Let go of the shift key when you press 4.
It's good advice.
Stand back.
Pro tip.
If there's one bit of advice Zach can give you, let go
In
of
the
shift
development process, do you think about... Wait. Did you think about making money shots game style and activity?
Yes. The problem is that it wasn't it was based off the code base, but it was a simple drag and drop. We looked into seeing if we could go and take money shot and put it into Saints Row 3 as an activity, but it was way more complicated, like most things in making games, than you think it would go and be. There's always like some extra hoop to go and jump through, and so we looked into it. It just didn't make it in. There's also another thing that kind of in Saints Row 3, Guardian Angel. We tried to have that working in Saints Row 2 for like the months, and that one never.
Guardian Angel?
Guardian Angel's the sniper one, where you're going protecting people. That one, but we tried to get that to work in Saints Row 2, and that was a nightmare.
What was the one where you were feeding people into, like, in the airport, were feeding people into the conveyor belt?
That was crowd control, which I was a big fan of.
Maurice from Deep Silver joined in, and he said that Pokemon is approved. Please make that happen.
Thank you, Maurice.
We've got like 2 days to get it into Saints Row 4 before it comes out.
Wait a minute, Stocks doesn't get royalty from that, does he?
No.
It's yeah.
I remember Pokemon.
I Poo Cupcakes is sad that he can't romance, or he or she cannot romance Oleg. Disappointed.
Well,
sorry about that. Oleg is
you have lots of other options.
has some good cameos. There's a lot of other options, even robotic options.
Mark Allen Stewart is in. It was weird because I thought I recognized him. He's in Planes coming out. Like Oleg, you're in Planes. It's kind of weird watching that movie. And picking those people up.
Who's the guy that did Killbane's voice?
Rick Wasserman.
He's in. He did a bunch of voices in Arkham City, didn't he? Because I'm playing that again, and everybody sounds like
Rick
Killbane,
Wasserman
so.
he's the voice of AMC. So every time you hear next time on Walking Dead, like that's Killbane.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. He's the voice of AMC.
Where did the name Freckle Bitches come from?
Was that Stockman asking
Freckle Bitches was a.
Come on in.
That was a Stockman special, right?
No, it wasn't.
That
was
Steve Stock.
No.
Freckle Bitches. I'm to blame for Freckle Bitches. Freckle Bitches is what we in high school. That's what my friends and I used to always call Wendy's.
Why'd you call it that? Because bitch got freckles, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It was kind of a straightforward joke. But yeah, we used to call it that all the time.
Or
no, it was just in high school we used to call it that. And so the joke was always like later on, like one time in life, I'd like to go and do a shout out to my friends, and that was fun.
I tried doing this earlier.
Many people don't know this, but a lot of the characters throughout the Saints Row history are people that Steve knows, or at least names and stuff like that. And Steve's a good guy like that. Okay, there's a question of what happened to Killbane after he fled, and apparently that guy didn't play both sides of the story.
Well,
because he would have known that Killbane went on to form a base on Mars.
That's right. No,
No, we did. We had a whole we had a whole side story about Kilbane actually after he escaped, but it never it ended up never fully materializing. So that was the thing with Angel and Zemos and all that stuff. That just never it never saw the light of day. Maybe one day it will. We can go and do something else with it. I'd love to do more things with Kilbane actually.
Kilbane's such a great character.
He's hilarious. So.
I'm assuming I have to
I'd
get
also
to
love
these
to do more pro wrestling related stuff.
Absolutely,
so,
well that's the biggest thing. I still have dreams for that. Well, we should talk after this.
Plenty of dreams. Plenty of dreams.
Jack, we had a
Sure,
request
Wizard
for somebody
Blackbeard.
to do the Boom Goes the Dynamite.
There, see?
Who's asking that?
I don't know. It came up a while ago, but I figured you'd be game.
Dance.
I'd be a dance monkey.
Dance for our amusement.
Well, the thing
Whoa,
is, like when I
everybody.
stand up, it's just cross shot.
But that makes it even better, man. That's the.
Can you
Boom
sitting
goes-
down? Can you modify?
Fistful of boomstick,
It's
baby.
really.
Boom.
I'm gonna do a sit down version.
Nice.
But it's really this weird thing of like. He's stuffing an envelope, and then he just does like this wiggle, and then he just
Stuffing an
does
envelope.
like it's kind of like a version of like the mashed potato, maybe,
Yeah.
or the swimmer,
The swimmer,
or something
that's
like
the
that.
swim, yeah.
I don't know. Boone's just it was really hard to capture the essence of that dance. I feel like I got the spirit in there, but I'm not quite sure if it does it justice.
Someone wants another sing along.
No, hold on. All right, you greedy motherfuckers. Like, how many? How many do you want?
Let's be
Like,
original. Let's be original.
what's happening? We did a biz. We went and sang "Bows Like Our Checks."
Well,
Like,
you were. But
Are you
dude,
playing co-op?
You delivered.
Oh.
people I know, man. Like,
I was wondering what that guy with the green arrow was.
Yeah.
it's brutal. It's brutal.
It's been a while, man.
It is. We did play co-op. Yeah, there was a co-op on.
Oh, we played it on 2. We probably played the multiplayer.
No, I remember
which was
going to
double.
the ginormous caves that we built.
We'll have Boone. So yeah, we'll have Boone come in and well, we might have to give Boone some drinks, but we'll try to get him in here to do Boone Goes the Dynamite.
I really wish you could be here for Saints Row 2 and 3. I'm
Yes.
bumming that. And Saints
We'll
Row
do
4,
this again, man. We'll have to fire it up
Or
again.
what's tomorrow? 2,
Tomorrow's 2.
and then 3 on Friday.
I think so, right? And then Saints Row 4 is on Monday. Hopefully.
I'm gonna stop in. I'll represent.
You know
Just go
what?
put double ups in the statue to be my proxy. Like, this is Steve.
Like, Steve, what do you think?
I'm the mistress of all evil. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, why are you saying that, Steve? I'm a statue. It's really creepy.
Let's get some more questions.
Yeah, I'm working on it, man. Who voiced Playa in Saints Row?
There was a bunch of them. We because it was only 4 lines. I don't remember the specific ones.
I think I can say all 4
No,
of the
I can
lines,
tell.
right?
He said 'em.
All 4. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I got those down. No, the question was, I think what we did, because there's only 4, is we basically had every actor of for each of we had like 4 different actors of the different symptoms you could go and be, and we just basically had everyone read those same 4 lines, and at the end we just picked which ones we liked the most. I don't even remember what the final casting quote unquote was, because we just basically.
Bullshit. That's last year's fall collection.
That's my favorite line in Saints
I
Row.
love that one.
Saints Row 1.
I love that. Although, hope you don't mind hepatitis is pretty. It's a close second.
It's pretty good. I was actually.
We use that again somewhere, right? Like there's some voice lines in Saints Row 3, or is it 4, where they talk? It's 4. No spoilers, but in the Ben King
Too late.
rescue mission, there's some DKs are saying stuff about hepatitis
Yeah,
and things like that.
yeah, there's a callback.
Steve, inquiring minds want to know: is Jane Valderrama the Asian news reporter from Family Guy?
That is the actress is not. It's not the same person. The actress who is Jane is Lori Henler, and she was on Facts of Life, which is fucking awesome. No, Lori. Yeah, she was. I don't
Mr.
remember.
Seaver?
That's right. No. She was the youngest. I forgot the character's name. She was the youngest person on Facts of Life. I think it was 2D. I think it was 2D. I'm
Wait,
pretty sure.
Facts of Life was 2D?
No.
Oh, 2D.
Yeah, 2D.
I'm pretty sure I watched that show.
It was live action.
Yeah. I think she was 2D, but she's hilarious.
2D.
And then
I thought you said 2D.
Oh,
as in like
no, on Saints Row
2 dimensions.
On Saints Row 4, we had no because you're not on Earth, so why would there be news? Like a life without Saints Row without Lori Handler is just wrong and cruel and unusual.
Kim Fields was 2D. What's the name?
Lori Handler.
Lori.
This name 2D is just throwing me off.
I'm freaking out, man. Okay, so what is your favorite? While
I thought it was
Flavin's looking
Mexico.
that up, what's your favorite Easter egg in the Saints Row series?
Oh shit.
I gotta say the Cabot.
The Cabot was a good one.
And that's throughout all of Volition because like the Cabot goes all the way back to Summoner.
Yeah, it's really cool, but I think one of the most original things that we've ever done was Saints Row 2. If you sit in the car and listen to the radio and the player just starts singing and an achievement gets unlocked, like to me, that's my favorite Easter egg across the entire franchise.
You know, actually, one of my favorites, since actually is from Saints Row 1. But I love that we had Altor as a clothing company.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
cause
okay.
I thought that was really kind of a cute little nod.
That's roots from our RF.
Yeah, right. And we had Altor. Someone wanted to go and do a little tie-in for that one, so we put Altor on little things. We had Altor on the. There's like air conditioners.
It was
the
not-
Altor logos. Like we have them be like the Walmart. It's like Cobra and G.I. Joe Renegades.
Here's my
Thanks, Andrew Kashino.
here's my
Shadow.
Here's my contribution. Pour one out for the homies.
By the way, she was not in
yeah.
Facts of Life. She was in Gimme a Break.
Give me a break. Fuck. All right.
Right.
Give me a break.
Is that Nell Carter?
Oh, that dude just got in your lap.
yeah,
Oh,
that
you
was
scooted.
Nell Carter. Give
Nell
me a
Carter.
break.
I could watch me some. Give me a break.
She was also in one
In
episode
Small
of
Wonder.
Mr. Belvedere.
A couple of Saints Row 4 questions. So that's an interesting one. Has anyone actually bought the $1 million package yet? No one has bought it yet, but they have had 300 serious inquiries.
Yes.
Why don't you buy it, Clint?
I put it
Wow.
in payment.
Why not I buy
You
it?
got $1 million,
I put it on
right?
layaway, but supposedly Deep
It's a
Silver
good
won't
investment.
accept layaway.
We had someone tweet that they had filled the loan application and everything, and I said, can they get the PC version instead of the version that was advertised? I'm like, you know what? When the loan comes through and the check clears, we can probably make that.
Wait a minute. Did you say they're taking out a loan to buy this?
So Idle Ninja
That's not a good
says,
idea. I'm just going.
come on, man,
Yeah, right.
answer my SR2 piracy activity question in the stream chat.
What's your question, Idle?
Ask it again,
Clint, you're
please.
letting us down here. What's
I'm
your
assuming
question?
he wants to know about the piracy activity,
It's hard enough to keep up with this chat.
and it's
enough.
multiple iterations that it had.
I don't even remember what the
Sorry,
piracy
Idle.
was.
I can put it on slow mode.
Idle, send me a message. You have my number.
I'm
What's going on?
assuming I'm assuming that he's talking about. He's probably hacked the shit out of the game and
Oh,
he
is he
wants to
talking
know
about
about
Steam
stuff.
Work? He's not asking Steam Workshop. He's
No.
asking piracy
From
stuff.
Saints Row 2, we had an activity called piracy.
That was fucking Waterloo.
It was.
That's what piracy was.
The last that I
Oh,
remember was there was
God.
talks of like this massive boat full of people on it that was just like throwing people overboard like they were
It was-
immigrants or something, and you had to go collect them.
Uh,
I just remember somebody
So-
saying, "Can we make a rig that had like." I don't know, like 70 people, and they shot people out of it. Like it was the most insane thing known to man.
I think you're doing piracy a disservice.
It turned into
because
some jet ski thing. after that.
Piracy also falls victim of. There is a standard rule at Volition that anytime you develop any sort of game, any game that has a grappling hook in it, that shit gets canceled. And there's been multiple games that we've worked on that had a grappling
Good to
hook.
know.
Shit gets
Yeah.
canceled.
Do not talk about grappling hooks.
Piracy, the activity in its initial iteration, involved a grappling hook and spearing onto a boat.
Oh, that's right.
And,
Yeah.
which is why, no matter what, it had to go.
That's
But
right.
there was a version where you had to go and fire an anchor onto a boat, right? And use it as
That's
a.
right.
Because rope physics is what brought it to its knees.
But then
And
they tried to
changed
bring it back with
they
that
changed the
immigrant
people,
one,
with
right?
the people on the boat.
Human trafficking.
And they were just standing there on the boat. It was terrible. It just wasn't fun because like the thing about like boats is that to make boats work like in a really like meaningful fashion. You have to go and design things specifically for boats, right? And in Saints Row 2, you have this open water with boats in it, but it's open water, which means like part of like a wave race or like Blood Wake or anything involving things like you're weaving behind things and they're creating these moments where it's
a whole other game at that point.
right?
Sure.
There's great wave physics. You're trying to avoid things. If you're in the open water, it's like I want to go and sail to that island. You're playing like the fucking desert bus game from Penn and Teller, where you're driving in a straight line.
Two questions that just won't die. One, why doesn't the boss notice that Keith David sounds a lot like Julia?
They do. They reference it in the game.
Boom, there you go. Second one, can you guys make a Beverly Hills boombox gun?
Please.
Thank you. There you go.
Let's ask Pave a Dane.
Yeah. Cocky Irishman, elaborate.
There you go.
What?
That's interesting.
What was the last one?
No, he was just saying elaborate on that question.
Yeah, I just wanted him to elaborate on
I will say that like
that means. And on the, oh wait, one more, Zach. While you're
Sure,
thinking.
go ahead.
I want to give them a minute to lay that train. Ask about Steam Workshop. That's something that we are looking at. So that question was brought up. So there's more to come on that.
Looking into that.
Sorry, Zach.
No, I was just going back to the Easter egg thing. There's so many things that we attempted to put in the game and just didn't have time to. And I was curious, like on the couch here, if there's things that you guys know that got cut that you wish we would have been all the way through with.
Well,
there's a lot.
Well, I know in Saints Row 1 there was one, and I think it came up a little while ago. It was when you were busting in on the Democrats or whatnot, and
Sure. The senators banging.
And there was some quality animations going into that. Is our newest animator Zach Lowry spent a great deal of time finessing.
It was perfect.
There was also the E3 demo, which you spent a lot of time.
That's true. I don't want to just take all the credit for it because Will Tam also threw down some awesome girl-on-girl action.
That's true.
I wish you could find like the Bernie Kang concept art.
What's that?
The Bernie's concept art.
What about it?
I wish I could go back and find that again. Because I remember like, it's kind of like anime style, like.
No, that was actually Glenn Israel did
the Vice
a
King.
lot of that.
Glenn and Isaac did concept art for all the main characters, but I thought the Vice Kings were done by Bernie. I thought the Vice King art was Bernie's. Where there's the guy squatting down with the V on his hand like that. That wasn't Glenn. That was
You're talking about like really early bling bling.
Yeah, bling bling. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the Vanilla Ice hand sign too.
Right.
We would have got sued real quick.
Right.
He would have taken a break from building homes to sue her.
Oh, he's designing lamp fixtures.
Let me go when the Flavin can probably.
Oh, okay.
Why can't we have an L train in another Saints Row 4 game?
Yeah, no, I was going to say to answer
motherfucker.
your last question of things that I wish that got cut, I was going to say drivable L train.
Okay.
Sure.
You can't cut it. You can't drive it.
Did you guys purposely make the pedestrians drive their cars like ass?
Oh, come on.
Yes, the answer is yes.
You'd have to speak to the AI guys, but I'm pretty sure that if the answer is if it's funny, then yes. If it's not funny, then probably not.
turtles.
Anything that is pure shit in the Saints Row franchise, we intended it to be that way. All is a joke. Some jokes fall flat, but maybe that's one of them. But everything that's crap is intentional.
Yeah. There's very little call for intentionally making things crappy in like a non-fun way.
Well, on Saints Row 2, going back to the stuff that I wish we could have got in the game, and maybe at some point we'll see it, is when we developed the AI life system, which is like all the kooky stuff that you saw in Saints Row 2, where people are breathing fire and doing like funny stuff, is I really wanted to get a ninja that appeared throughout the world in like a puff of smoke, and you would see him on buildings and stuff like standing, with his arm crossed. And if you like sniped him immediately, you would get like the Elite Ninja Hunter achievement or whatever. But it was basically, I tried to rally so many people to help me get this going, and it just...
I tried to get a jetpack into Saints Row 2.
Yeah.
Two things. One, I will actually throw this out there. I know that we're kind of joking about it, but like, in general, like getting all this shit to work is really fucking hard, man. And like, there's a lot of it's a lot of effort to go and make these things work as well as they do, and so everything's not always going to be perfect. I mean, we obviously want to do our best, but I'm really proud of a lot of the stuff that we put in the game, even if it's not always necessarily like the most perfect thing.
Super polished.
But man, like people are doing what they can, and it's really challenging, and I don't want to go and undercut anyone's like contribution to that. Tangentially, as far as the Easter eggs, thinking back into Saints Row 2. Again, I'm a giant fucking nerd. I got a scar playing vampire, and in it's true. But in Saints Row 4, there's people who LARP, and if you go and find them, you can find people playing rock paper scissors and talking about playing vampire, which is a nice homage to my days in the White Wolf.
What was the second half of that question from before, Clint? If you still remember.
What? No, I did all that.
The first half was why did they
vampire? Vampire was in.
Real quick, step in. I'm sorry. I want to pull Mark Kirkland in here really quick.
Okay.
Right here.
Because just step down here because Kirkland started helping us out with outsourcing, and that was huge for us back in the day. And we did some outsourcing and Danish outsourcers, and it was hash and hookers was always our response to a lot of the stuff that we got back. And that was huge for us back in the day because the scale of what this game was and what we had to do, we couldn't do it internally. No matter, and we talked about it earlier today about how much we staffed up and everything, but like we had to start outsourcing, and we developed an outsourcing pipeline and everything. And Kirkland was a big part of that. And there's a lot of fond memories there that I just had to relive right now for this moment.
They're fond in hindsight.
Yes.
A lot of pain.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Mark,
fair.
And on continuing that,
right,
Mark
action
was
hookers.
the only environment artist to work on Saints Row 1 DLC.
That's right.
And if you can find it,
Nobody played.
a collector's item. Collector's item. And if you have it, you're in rare.
That's right.
Saints Row 1
Saints Row 1.
That exists.
Multiplayer maps.
Apparently, that's my favorite Easter egg because I didn't know it existed.
And
Named by you.
The
Uncut
pack.
yeah.
No, yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
The industrial map pack.
Incredible. I think
The industrial map pack.
Wow. That was very descriptive. We didn't even have a descriptive.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So some questions that Mark might be able to answer. So while he's here,
Oh, no,
let's take a
I'm on
moment
my way
with this. Is there going to be a double-sided penetrator?
That's not a good question for me to answer. That's a weapons
It
question.
logically doesn't
They
work.
knew you were here and they asked you that specific.
In
I'm not gonna
fairness,
say no.
Darth Maul shit.
I'm gonna say no,
About that.
because
that
we-
conversation did come up actually. I do remember there was a conversation about having there be a dual-bladed.
Yep.
penetrator.
Now, the second
Animation
part of that
problem.
question.
Early on SR4 when it was Enter the Dominatrix before we were talking about doing DLC or whatever, we were going to investigate doing something that was like a big.
Before we combined the project.
Yeah.
Well, then the second part of that question, which Mark, this is for you too.
For me
Can
too.
you, were there plans to dual wield the penetrator and the
There we go.
tongue thing? I can't totally.
These are all animation questions. It's all Zach Lowry.
Dual wielding of melee was never
You're just a
discussed.
target of opportunity.
Mainly, I mean, people that play Saints Row know that the majority of our gameplay is range combat, and that's really what we think we do very well, and we try and put all of our eggs in that basket in the over-the-top experience. And most people are running around so fast that they're not running around with baseball bats too much. But that's kind of where the concept of the sprint attacks came from, because people are playing our game. It's really fast-paced, and there's a lot of excitement there compared to,
Which are amazing.
This area right here reminds me of Phase 5.
Oh, totally.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
In Perfect Life,
looks like Amsterdam from the water.
Yeah.
Hash and hookers.
Perfect
Thanks,
Life.
Mark.
brings up- Mark, thank you.
Thanks for making me relive that. That was wonderful.
Good
So
time.
somebody brought up a suggestion about this goddamn thing moves too fast. Penetrator nunchucks, which we actually did. We had a prototype of penetrator nunchucks, but Lowry kept poking his eye out with them. So we had to get rid of them.
It wasn't just his eye he was poking out.
Being obsessed with ninjas, I would not have a problem taking on the scope of nunchucks in our game,
Are you
because
sure you can handle chain physics? You be okay with that?
Randall might be able to do it.
Then we'll make it work.
If you get into nunchucks, I'd be happy.
That's the interesting thing about the penetrator, is that our simulation system was changing on SR3 from 1 and 2. Well, there wasn't really any real simulation in 2, but the simulation system was getting started to support hair and dresses and certain things better, and we rewrote it from RFG, but it vastly improved because of the penetrator. The dildo bat is what made the simulation system better. There's some videos of it where it was sagging and dragging
Super
on the
floppy.
ground. It was
Super
incredibly weird looking, and to update the system to make that look better, everything else benefited as a result, and it was
It looked
pretty
like
amazing.
a windsock at times.
It was a windsock at times.
A very veiny windsock.
I hope we have some videos of that.
There's videos of it.
There's some great
the
videos.
discussion came up earlier about the blowjob and the hooker sex animations they did.
Yeah.
And I still feel like you have those somewhere, and we have to track them down.
I gotta.
They were supposed to be deleted from source control, but I wanted to find
I'm
out.
putting you on internet blast right now. We need to track these down.
It's important.
My career
It's like
depends
someone
on it.
burned the Mona Lisa, you know? There's the finest blowjob animation in the world, and been destroyed.
Zach's got it at home. You know he's got it.
It's like, he
no,
should
I
have.
don't,
Like,
but it's like
every
this-
artist knows how to back up.
Every night I go to his
Dropbox didn't
webcam and I
exist
never
back
find
then.
it.
It's like this fucking, you know, mystical item, like Fabergé egg that we put up on a pedestal, and I feel like if we uncover it, we'll look at it and we'll be like, holy crap, that sucks so bad. So.
I'm just dropping this though. You and Eric Barrios do have reputations for doing things way over the top. That have to be reeled in. So I'm just.
Did Eric go to the paint too high?
Oh,
he was. He had
just say Tara Patrick.
He had to ZBrush
some private parts.
a very, very high-res, detailed Tara
He
Patrick.
made it.
All right.
He made it almost better than real life.
Wow.
Fair
He
enough.
provided the
So he
honey
could have
bun
made.
stick.
So are you saying he could have made the mold that?
Yeah.
What was it where he had the 3D rendered nude Shandi for Playboy magazine?
Oh, that
or
was the
something?
Hustler.
Was that actually too? Hustler.
I love this.
Hustler.
This is my favorite cutscene from Saints Row 1.
This guy's got a great chalice.
Fucking pimp.
Oh. Well, she's different every time too. They randomize
Yeah,
her.
that's
She's always like a
But
big
no.
fat chick.
But she's always hideous.
So fugly, blind motherfucker staring at that.
But like skin color, hair color, stuff like that, random every time you play the game.
Yeah, I think those prostitutes were the tallest characters in the game.
He was my favorite character, man. I loved him.
I like your just floating sideburns.
He should have been in more cinematics.
I'm glad that our cinematic frame rate
I
is so bad.
I like there that we had to put
My
in
facial
the thing.
animation looked okay.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I like that we had to put in steel hose from their abusive pimps because we had to like make it like, well, really, you're rescuing them from a life of abuse, so it's not really that bad that you're kidnapping prostitutes.
Here comes what could have been called Pokemon. And Randall, you made that pimp slap animation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I got together with the mission guy, and I was like, look, these guys need to be doing something, because it wasn't looking too
Yeah, if
hot.
you sit back and wait, he'll walk up to her and
That's right, we'll have to check the next one.
So bad.
How come Fuzz didn't make it?
Fuzz
in
was
Saints Row 3?
Fuzz was
popular activity.
We all loved it. We all loved Fuzz. Fuzz was amazing. To get Fuzz to work was also a minor act of God. It was like a scripting fucking nightmare because every instance of Fuzz required a whole lot of hand scripting to go make it work. And some of the activities they're all hard to go and do no matter what. But it's so intensive to go and make a level of Fuzz work that when we moving forward with the new engine or trying to get those other things working, it was just a nightmare, and it was just too. It was too challenging to go and take that on. And there's so many other. I love Fuzz. Fuzz was amazing,
I would say
but
probably if we had pulled Fuzz forward on SR3, which it was very popular, that some of the over-the-top missions and stuff probably would have had to been scaled back.
That's exactly
Probably would
right.
have missed out
And
on
that's-
a murder brawl, if you will.
That's the thing that's really interesting is that a lot of times you look at those things and it's like everyone at I think actually everyone on the design team almost unilaterally all loved Fuzz. We all wanted to go and bring it back. We all know that people love it. But everything's a value proposition, right? It's like if we go and put in Fuzz, what do we lose? Do we lose X amount of missions? Do we go and lose
Here we go.
animation time? Can we not go and do these other things? And so when that happens, it's just you want to.
There it is. Boom.
And this guy, I don't read can't see his name.
So
but
out of
says,
weapons.
What about Septic Avenger?
That highbrow activity we had.
Yeah, well, Septic Avenger, and I would assume that my reason on that not going forward is kind of it's a joke, right? It was very funny at the time, but you keep kind of hammering the same jokes over and over, and they're not as funny, right?
It's hard to figure out. It's like if you want to bring it forward, you got to figure out a way to top it.
Yep.
And it's hard to you're shooting poop at buildings. I'm sure if we tried, but
we could have did a combination of some type of crop dusting where you flew a plane and dropped poop all over the place. That could have been pretty humorous. Crop dusting. You could have called it that.
well, if we ever end up.
All right, we got 12 minutes. We'll wrap it up at 5:30.
Yeah. Oh wow, is that later?
Yes, it's
I thought it was I'm gonna pop by for 10 minutes.
This has
It's
been
been
awesome.
3 hours.
So, all
Randall,
right.
that guy says you
Yeah,
have a
so
melee
there,
attack.
yes, the first game was going to be called Bling Bling, and we still have a lot of stuff internal that refers to the game as Bling Bling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff with BB in the names for a long time.
What does Saints Row actually mean?
Saints Row is the name of the district that the gang grew up in, and so it was the name of their hometown district of the Saints.
I don't think it really has any deeper meaning than that. Like,
nope,
it's not like the name of like Steve's hometown or anything like that.
I was to say it's the city where the
Third Street. I think we like the sound. Somebody came up with it.
I think Alvin Manji came up with it.
Yeah.
What is the protagonist's real name?
Well, we answered that earlier.
We don't. No. We never like
Jefferson.
In the earlier version we called him Mickey, but we don't have a name for the protagonist because ultimately the player is going to be. It can be a man, it can be a woman. There's a whole lot of things,
right?
whatever you want it to be on be, and so we don't. That's why we try to play the pronoun game so much about having people be, refer to the boss or
player,
or the president. Like, we try not to be specific about gender terms because we want people to go and just put their own.
The answer is whatever your name is.
Well, we want it to fit everyone. We want male, female, race, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's who you want it to be. So.
All right. Afro Gamer Ninja brings up a good point. Says row is also one of the definitions being a disturbance or a quarrel. So that's kind of cool. Nice tie in there. The stream will be until 5:30, so we got about 10 minutes left. Steve, we said Saints Row 4 is the end of this arc. What are our plans for the future?
We're not really talking about what's going to happen next. I think that even with where we go in Saints Row 4, there's still a lot of possibilities of things that we can go and do, and I think we just don't. There's a lot of options, and we're not sure where everything's going to go and land up. But we can't really talk about them. We have ideas though, and they're all pretty fucking cool. But we can't really talk about where we're going. We are thinking about it. I think that it's really important after Saints Row 3 came out, we were like, what the fuck do we do? How do we top this? Where do we go? And we found an answer to it. And I think that we're going through a similar time right now where we just don't know, what's the best way to go and move forward. We have ideas, there's things that we're investigating, but there's a lot to say.
I feel like you're not answering the question. You should just be honest with them and tell them real-time strategy puzzle game.
Yeah, it's all puzzle games for iOS and Android from now on.
It's all tablet-based, choose-your-own adventures.
Yeah. So the Saints Row question again: is there a meaning behind it? I think you said no.
The name is no. It's not a meaning any more than the fact that it is the neighborhood that the gang. The gang grew up in Saints Row, and that's the name of their neighborhood. And you're celebrating the location.
They were headquartered in a church, and so Saints with a church a little bit. But that's
no. The idea is that the Saints Row was the name of their neighborhood. It'd be no different than if right. It's just the place where you
roots,
live.
Man, where the roots are. Was Money Shot canon specifically Dex's death?
In Money Shot, yeah, we had a thing where you would go and the big payoff was killing Dex, and so we had moments that were structured to that. And there's a whole story about Ultor, and you were playing as an Ultor assassin.
So are they asking if that is the canon? Are they asking is that even though it was canceled, is that still canon in the storyline? Is that
is that
what their question is?
I don't think we've ever done a canonical answer. Because it was just one of those things where we planned for it but it never happened, and so. I'd rather not have. I think it's silly to go and call something canon that never actually transpired and existed, right? Because then you're closing out options. We had a canonical plan. It ended up not happening, but.
How did we come up with the idea to put Nolan North's voice in?
I thought it would be funny. I wish there was a more elaborate story than that, but to be perfectly honest, I just thought it was gonna be really. I thought it was gonna be really funny, and Troy. I love Troy, and there was an article around the same time that we came up with the idea where someone there's an article that came out that said, oh, Troy Baker, the next Nolan North. We should just go and have Nolan North be Nolan North, and that'd be kind of funny because we have Troy and then we have Nolan. So
there was when that came out, when the Nolan North thing. I remember there was a comment on one of the posts about we have a Nolan North voice option. It's like, for Saints Row 5, are you going to add a Troy Baker voice option? And I was like, you should have played Saints Row 2 through 4. We've always had a Troy Baker voice.
Only three and
Troy can give us some of his millions to put his name in the game. No, one thing too about that is it worked great with kind of some of the project pillars that we had on Saints Row 4 is breaking the fourth wall. We really wanted that Matrix experience where the player was, he understood what he was involved in, but he was out of control and he was trying to break forward. So that we could have put Nolan in there and just called him Male Player 7 or
Well,
whatever, but
it's
it
funny
worked
to call
so
it-
well, like
and-
calling it Nolan
And it's
North.
funny too because most of the voices all have unique stuff, but we try to keep Nolan's lines and Troy's lines to be mostly similar because that's kind of part of the gag. And so, but even Troy's like, I'm playing as Nolan. Like, that's
Jumps
his.
so bad.
So how do you guys feel about killing off Saints like Carlos?
I mean, I
Some
like
people have
it.
to die, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the story, right? Like when you go and you do it, it creates moments that are interesting.
I mean, it's part
sometimes
of all great stories too.
loss is a part of it. I think some have been more successful than others. I wish that we didn't kill as many bad guys though. I feel like that's the thing that we needed more people bad guys to get away to help build up that legacy of bad guys. But
I feel like we could
We did it better
definitely
than
take a step back and show accomplishment without
bit.
having to murder
Yeah,
people.
that's why I was happy to bring back Matt Miller in Saints Row 4, right?
Absolutely.
Because he's the guy who got away, so we can bring him back as a friend. But you only can go have that moment because he escaped. We just killed him.
I'm gonna do a little Austin Powers here.
Aiden Pierce.
Aiden Pierce just hit a
Fuck the
roadblock.
Question that's come up a few times. Will we release plot summaries or something like that for all the side games that the audience will never see, that will never release, basically?
For the side stuff, no. And I think largely because we never know what we're going to go and do with it, And I'd rather, if we ever have a chance to go and explore some of those other things, I'd rather have a chance to really go and explore them rather than go and write up a paragraph and say, this is what happened, because maybe if we have a chance to go and really do something with it,
Right,
we're
'cause
kind of
like Dex is
in
a
that
great
way.
example. There were plans of 86 in Dex, and then those plans never went through because of cancellations of projects or whatever, and now it leaves it open. Maybe Dex comes back in Saints Row 5 or whatever, and he's like the master villain because he's been pissed off that he hasn't been in the last 4 games or whatever.
Right.
Like just not wanting to put yourself into a corner to where you don't have options.
What happened with Troy?
To be honest,
Police chief, right?
he's police chief of Stillwater. Like Troy, just didn't, never really went back to him. So,
Fair enough. Here's a good one. Was Red Faction beneficial to help Saints Row build on its sandbox gameplay?
I think that Saints Row is beneficial to Red Faction building sandbox gameplay, but it's easy for me to go on 6. I didn't work on Red Faction, so I'm not the best person. I'm not really prepared to answer that.
It went more the other way. A lot more Red Faction using stuff Saints Row created than the other way around.
We changed a lot of stuff in Red Faction Guerrilla to.
The original guy was the Saints Row default player with the rocket launcher.
And animation side, like a Red Faction Guerrilla, budgetary talk, had no budget for motion capture. Like the whole point of that game was we're going to hand key everything and all that stuff, and they got into development and realized that they had this huge undertaking to right ahead of them, and they took all of the mocap that we used on Saints Row 1 and 2 and heavily modified it, Punisher, all this stuff, and they built a game that from an animation standpoint, you look at it, you cannot tell that it came from anything in the Saints Row universe. So they benefited a lot from us, and I think Saints Row 3 probably benefited a lot from Red Faction, Guerrilla, learning different techniques.
A lot of the new engine stuff from the rendering side and streaming, and a lot of the low level super nerd stuff in the engine did come from Red Faction. So yes, in that case. In terms of that, yes, we did get a lot of technical stuff.
When you punch.
In terms of gameplay, less.
Sure. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Once we've done 3 questions left. Is what happens in Mission 7 unavoidable? It's our time.
Which game?
I'm not really sure.
If you're talking about Saints Row 4, I'm guessing. I think I know what they're talking about, and
we'll have to wait.
We should talk.
I'm not sure we should talk about that. But
can you guys discuss the crazy theory? Sorry, Mike. Did you?
No, I was gonna say when we're off camera, I'll say what I think they're talking about
Fair
too.
enough. Okay, so can you guys discuss the crazy theory that the Saints were actually early day Red Faction and the crazy tie-ins?
I understand that people talked about that. I mean, we have the Ultimate Corporation, and we have a couple teasers that we did in Saints Row 2 about them getting their Mars mission going, and so that was part of the fun is tying that in. And I think actually in Red Faction Guerrilla there was There's a dog tag I think for Shondi on Mars and one of like the dead Ultor scientists, and it's an Easter egg.
I believe there's like a radio tag in RFG.
Yeah.
With one of the guys talking about how he came from Stillwater.
Yeah, I think we got him.
Now that Saints Row and Red Faction are IPs are owned by different companies, that's probably not going to be happening too much more. But.
One last question. Who is your favorite Saints Row girl?
I got this. What's up? Some motherfucker grabbed Aisha's sister right off the street.
I think we should go around the horn.
Yeah, do it.
I really like Lynn. I really like Lynn.
I'm a new Shondi fan. I think new Shondi kind of embodies this awesome, powerful, pissed off chick that just, and she's hot. She's hot for a 3D model, if you will.
Can I pick two? Kiki and Viola?
I like Kiki and Viola a lot too. Oh, there's a lot. I actually.
Just if we're gonna try and not pick ones that have been picked before, I'll go with Kinsey.
Sure. Yeah.
Kinsey, yeah.
She's awesome.
Kinsey, like, good too.
Especially in 4. 4, she's fucking awesome.
4's a lot of fun.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome in 4.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm a fan of. It's easier
On
to
the
talk about.
Nordberg.
I think it's easier to talk about people that you don't like.
We got that into the game.
What about Laura?
Yeah,
Which
Laura.
one? Oh, Tobias.
Laura.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say Laura Bailey. Like female boss is pretty pimp, but.
I don't want to get into talking specific actors because there's too many.
They're really good.
All right, well, that wraps it up for today. So tomorrow, Saints Row 2 will start at the same time, 1 p.m. Central Time, and same format, and same GET channel,
same GET
time.
channel.
So,
Catch
thank
you
you
folks
all
later.
very much for spending your afternoon
Thanks for
with us.
thank you
absolutely
letting us into your brains for the last few hours.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
See you.
Ain't no one can stand me.
Shit, I tell these motherfuckers all the time they bringing their motherfucking woman. Bitch, get out the motherfucking car now. I'm not fucking playing. Break yourself, bitch. Break yourself. Gia. Gia.